Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth, and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President.
Honorable Senators, I have granted leave of absence to Senator Damian Leiter, who is ill. Honorable Senators, I have received the following correspondence from Her Excellency the President, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT. The Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, by Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. To Dr. Tim Gopeesingh, whereas Senator Damian Leiter is incapable of performing his duties as a senator by reason of illness, now therefore I, Christine Carla Kangaloo, President as aforesaid, in exercise of the power vested in me by Sections 44(1)(b) and Section 44(4)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, acting in accordance with the advice of the Leader of the Opposition, do hereby appoint you, Tim Gopeesingh, to be a member of the Senate temporarily with effect from the 22nd of October 2024 and continuing during the absence of Senator Damian Leiter by reason of illness. Given under my hand and the seal of the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago at the Office of the President, St. Anne's, this 22nd day of October 2024. Honorable Senators, a senator is required to take the oath.
I, Dr. Tim Gopeesingh, having been appointed a Member of Parliament, do swear by the Bhagavad Gita that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Trinidad and Tobago, will uphold the Constitution and the law, and will conscientiously and impartially discharge the responsibilities to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, upon which I am about to enter.
Honorable Senators, I invite you to join me in welcoming the Vishnu Boys Hindu School, who is sitting in the public gallery today to witness the budget presentation as it continues.
Public Business, Government Business, Bill second reading.
Honorable Senators, the debate on the second reading of the following bill, which was in progress when the Senate adjourned on Monday, October the 21st, 2024, will be resumed. A bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending on the 30th day of September, 2025. The list of those who spoke were the Honorable Colin Imbert, MP, Minister of Finance, mover of the motion, Senator Wade Mark, Senator Suniti Maharaj, Senator the Honorable Rohan Sinanan, Minister of Works and Transport, Senator Diorup Timal, Senator the Honorable Hazel Bacchus, Minister of Digital Transformation, Senator Damian Lyder, Senator Dr. Sharda Patasar, Senator the Honorable Reginald Amor SC, Attorney General and Minister of Legal Affairs, Senator Dr. Paul Richards, and Senator Vyash Nanlal. Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President, I too wish to join with you and with the rest of colleagues in welcoming the students of Vishnu Boys to this, our 10th budget debate in this House. And I thank you for recognizing me. My 10th budget debate, my 10th year defending the budgetary allocations for the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts means that we have been 10 years in government. And it also means that the UNC has been 10 years in opposition. And that is something to their credit. Because that is somewhere, Mr. President, that they could do limited damage to the economy of Trinidad and Tobago. And Mr. President, in that light, I thank the people of Trinidad and Tobago for choosing the premier political party in this hemisphere, the People's National Movement, to represent their affairs in government, not once, but twice. Stable and sober leadership in Prime Minister Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, member for Dago Martin West. And of course, Mr. President, I thank the Honorable Prime Minister for reposing in me his confidence to lead the Ministry of Tourism, Culture and the Arts and the tourism and culture sectors. Mr. President, in this fiscal 2024, we can report some very encouraging improvements and growth in the tourism sector, and of course, a very, very exciting year in the cultural sector with respect to the carnival that we celebrated in 2024, and of course, the movements within the steel pan movement. Very exciting, setting Trinidad and Tobago alight. Mr. President, the Minister of Finance and his team, they also have to be commended for keeping this economy stable and on a path to growth over the last 3 years and forecasted growth in the foreseeable future. For that, the Minister and his team must be congratulated. Because, Mr. President, the numbers do not mislead. The opposition can say what they want. The numbers simply do not mislead. And, Mr. President, I intended to go a lot into the macroeconomic indicators that have been accepted, not just locally, but by all the international economic agencies. I intended to go in. But, Mr. President, I think yesterday, following the very comprehensive and expert treatise in his maiden contribution by Senator Nandlal, it really makes no sense to go into those. Senator Nandlal dealt with, as others on this side, including the Minister of Finance, dealt with real GDP growth over 3 consecutive years with a forecast to the future. He dealt with our low unemployment rate. He dealt with import cover, the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. And of course, he dealt with inflation being managed by this government, kept low at below 1%, core inflation as well as headline inflation. So our macroeconomic indicators remain sound. There is no debate about that, and there is no reason to go into it. But, Mr. President, there is something to be noticed. You see, when it comes to macroeconomic indicators, the numbers tend to mean very little to the average citizen out there, especially when it comes to inflation. What does inflation feel like being at 0.3% as distinguished from 1%, 3%, 5%? What does this really feel like? The UNC will tell you that the cost of living is out of control. But, Mr. President, you know, when you really understand the inflationary pressures and the cost of living, you have to talk to those people who travel outside of Trinidad and Tobago. Or you have to travel yourself to the Caribbean or to Canada, the US, to the UK. Travel. And go and see in those countries, in our Caribbean neighbors as well as outside, what high costs of living really look like and feel like. Mr. President, you know, they say you had to feel it. It might sound like a Young Brother song, but you have to feel it. When you go out there and you experience the high cost of fuel, the high cost of utilities, the high cost of transportation, the high cost of accommodation, that is when you know how good we have it here in Trinidad and Tobago. But the travelers, and they usually speak in very hushed tones when they return. That is when you see how sweet TNT really is. And that is where you see how truly disingenuous the United National Congress, the opposition, how they really are in terms of describing and bad-talking the economy and the management of the economy. It is then you really understand how well we, as a small island nation, manage our economic affairs on the global stage. Mr. President, I have to say, the opposition, in their response to this debate this year, has really been flat. You know, Mr. President, like when you leave an open sea drink on a counter, it just loses its fizz. You heard Senator Mark. Senator Mark, he lacked confidence in what he was saying in his own presentation. He just rehashed and recycled, nothing going forward. We have seen more exciting contributions from Senator Mark in the adjournment debates. Just completely flat. Or perhaps they were caught flat-footed. Senator Mark was really tame. I mean, he was really tame. And Mr. President, of course, with that, he follows on from his leader, the member for Saparia, the opposition leader, who was equally as flat in her contribution. And what I did notice, because I paid attention, sometimes I wish I could have taken back those hours, but I paid attention, and for the few hours that the opposition leader spoke, the opposition leader did not once mention the tourism sectors, the cultural sectors, the creative arts sectors. And following the opposition leader's presentation, I thought, well, I assume, and I take it as a given, that the UNC is quite fine and quite proud and pleased with the management of the tourism, cultural, and creative sectors in Trinidad and Tobago. But what the opposition leader did, the opposition leader got into her policy of populism. It's a policy of popular promises to the population. I didn't intend to use so many P's, but that's what it is. It's just a policy of populism, making promises to people with absolutely no accountability. Because you're making promises to the population, each promise costs a significant amount of money to deliver, and in stark contradiction to those promises, you're saying to Trinidad and Tobago that you intend to axe the property tax. A property tax that is in its implementation phase, that is meant to fill the gap with respect to the delivery of local services in the municipalities, to deliver more services to the citizenry. And on the other hand, you're saying that you intend to scrap the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority. A revenue authority that intends to modernize and make more efficient our tax collection services, and which also promises to close a $10 billion gap. So how are you to deliver on these promises? I just have a few here, Here are the promises. Increased number of functional courtrooms. Right now, there is a deficit. That is a cost. Provide more courtrooms in highly populated areas outside the capital. That is a cost. Notwithstanding, there are a lot of virtual matters being held virtually now, but tends to increase the number of courtrooms. That is a cost. Revamp and refurbish magistrates' court infrastructure. That is a cost. Increased number of safe houses for women and children. That is a cost. Install a centrally specialized burns unit. Another cost. Create a national stroke rehabilitation center. Cost. Build cath labs. Another cost. Reintroduction of the baby grant. That is a cost. Establish, hear this one, establish a full-fledged technical university to provide the highest level technical and vocational training, as though we don't already have the MIC and the UTT. All of these things are costs. But it must really be a sweet life to just get up and make all sorts of promises without bearing the burden of 1 ounce of accountability or responsibility. It is completely irresponsible. How are you going to fund all of these things? But that is UNC style. Mr. President, Senator Mark, in his contribution, stated emphatically that there is bacchanal in the PNM and that a house that stands divided cannot stand. The most incredible thing about that statement is that Senator Mark said it with a straight face, you know.
Straight face.
Meanwhile, in the other house, you have one section telling the five down on the other section, the B team, that all here is a set of B team, all here is degenerates. And then you have the B team telling the other team, that y'all are a set of bullies. Mr. President, I will go no further with that.
Have a seat, Senator Roberts. Senator Roberts, we know that we don't brandish, whether you're on your feet talking or whether you're seated. I understand what it is you're trying to do, the crosstalk and all of that while the minister is talking, but just don't brandish. Put it down, put it down. Thank you.
And you know, Mr. President, Senator Roberts is brandishing this document about division in the PNM. And all I would say to Senator Roberts is cockroach have no place in foul business. And equally, we foul say have no place in cockroach business. Senator Mark, Mr. President, accused this government of being anti-worker. Anti-worker? Mr. President, it is this government that reduced value-added tax from 15% to 12.5%. It is this government, Mr. President, that raised the minimum wage, not once, but 3 times. In 2019, we raised the minimum wage. 1st of December 2019, we raised the minimum wage from $15 to $17.50. In 23-24, we raised the minimum wage $17.50 to $20.50 per hour. And we're now seeking to raise the minimum wage again. This government did that, and we are anti-worker. Mr. President, it is this government that raised the personal allowance to $90,000 annually. And perhaps they don't understand what that means. It means that anybody earning under $7,500 and under pays a month, pays no income tax. Anti-worker? This government is pro-worker and has always been pro-worker and pro-labor. Always. And then Senator Mark, of course, he spoke on the refinery. And Senator Mark found himself on the usual page in the UNC playbook. The usual page. And on that page, in the UNC playbook, it says, anytime there is an opportunity for investment, either by locals or by foreign direct investment, anytime there's an opportunity for investment into Trinidad and Tobago, the UNC begins to scandalize everybody and anybody who is involved in that process. They did it with Jindal. Mr. Jindal, who has perhaps the 2nd or 3rd largest company in India, family business, some of the richest people in Trinidad, in the world, expresses an interest in the refinery. The opposition goes out and begins to scandalize. It is his company that wants to invest in Trinidad and Tobago, you know. They say Mr. Jindal is a man accused of all sorts of things in his political life, and therefore he is the worst. Scandalize the man's name. They scandalize Sandals. The #1 hotel chain in the Caribbean says, We believe Tobago is beautiful and we want to invest there. We believe that we can have a beautiful partnership with the people of Tobago, by extension the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and we wish to put down one of our flagship hotels in Tobago. They scandalize the brand up and down the place, locally, internationally, all over. They scandalize, they say, okay, our brand has worth, has value. We're not here for that. Pull out. And today, because of that, the people of Tobago suffers. The tour operator, the taxi driver, everyone involved in the tourism industry can't get that promised economic boon because of the UNC. And they don't care about Tobago. They have no interest there. So what did we do with respect to the refinery? Mr. President, you know, all the holding company did, Trinidad Petroleum Holding Company did, was go out and say, listen, world at large, we have a refinery here. It could be sold, it could be rented, it could be leased, it could be operated. Express an interest. Just express an interest if you're interested. That's it. Express an interest. And interests were expressed. That's it. There's no RFP, no disposal process that was done. Persons, corporate entities expressed an interest in restarting the refinery and putting back the millions of dollars in foreign exchange that Senator Leiter says we lost. So they're so concerned about the missing $1 million of foreign exchange that we lost on the closure of the refinery, but every time we try to get an operator or a sale or whatever for the refinery, they scandalize everything about it. So that's all we did. And persons expressed interest. Up comes Senator Mark to scandalize those entities that have expressed interest. Now, Mr. President, what does that do? People are expressing an interest to operate the refinery. But you know, Mr. President, there's something, you would know it. I know, Mr. President, you didn't write exams and your book bag next to you open. But you know that when companies look to enter into a market, into another country especially, they do a pestle analysis. And one of the things they look at is the political environment. There may be a very, very slim outside chance that the UNC may take office. Very slim. Maga. Meager. But those entities, when they look at the behavior of the opposition, they tell themselves, why? Why go into Trinidad and Tobago where we have such a hostile environment by these political actors? And then the UNC will come and say that in Trinidad and Tobago, we have negative foreign direct investment. Then they will come and say that, while they're chasing away everybody. And Mr. President, Senator Leiter, well, Senator Leiter is out ill. And I mean, we are not surprised. I mean, we saw the manifestations of those symptoms in his presentation yesterday. And he really said nothing to respond to, save and except. Senator Leiter and the UNC have this way of beating their chest triumphantly every time there's a travel advisory that negatively speaks to travel to Trinidad and Tobago. And you know, Mr. President, if you look at those travel advisory websites, you know they have travel advisories on every single country. Canada has warnings against travel to the US. The US has warnings against travel to the UK and vice versa. France, they all have warnings. But they beat themselves travel. You know what they do in other Caribbean countries who are keenly looking at their tourism sector? In other tourism countries, Mr. President, both the opposition and the government get together and they fight those travel advisories, understanding how important tourism is, travel is, to their economy. But in Trinidad and Tobago, they, and the member for Baruga Tableland, Senator Leiter, they beat themselves on the negative travel advisories, as though that put in money in their pocket. Mr. President, I will respond to Senator Patasa. The UTT is responsible for the academy. The Napa property is split into three. There's the hotel, UTT section, and the auditorium. The UTT is responsible for the academy, and I will endeavor to speak to the chairman of UTT about those issues. The good news that I do have is there is a project underway for the replacement of the HVAC system, which services the entire property. So those issues pertain to the air conditioning, those will be resolved in the near future. That project is underway. Mr. President, going on to the tourism sector. Mr. President, tourism continues to play a very crucial role in this economy. And we've seen some steady improvements. And tourism is important. Being a labor-intensive industry sector, tourism is important for job creation. It creates a lot of jobs, directly or indirectly. There are multiplier effects. It is important for revenue generation in the form of taxes and service fees, visitor spend, etc. And it is important for foreign exchange earnings and for local businesses. And in the last financial year, we have seen some improvements. In the other place, the member from Baruga Tableland incorrectly identified tourism's contribution to GDP at a mere 2%. It's totally wrong, and that is not unusual for that member. But according to the World Travel and Tourism Council, in the Economic Impact Report for 2024, the total contribution of tourism to GDP for 2023 was 7.3%. Or in other words, tourism's contribution to GDP was $15.2 billion. In 2024, with growth, it is estimated that tourism's contribution to GDP would be 7.5%, or $16 billion. And that's good news. That's growth in the tourism sector. Real data. Well, let's look at cruise tourism. And Mr. President, the cruise tourism product is very important to this country and to our earning potential. The average cruise ship that comes to shore, as soon as they come to shore, the cruise line will spend approximately $30,000 US, each cruise line, $30,000 US on pilot fees, port dues, and fees, and of course, passenger head tax. As soon as the cruise line pulls up, $30,000 US on average. And this is excluding bunkering when they purchase fuel. This excludes, of course, services and supplies where those cruise lines, those cruise ships must replenish their stores. And once the cruise passenger comes on shore, that cruise passenger usually goes on some pre-planned tour, And transportation stakeholders, they benefit, or tour operators benefit for the onshore excursions. And the cruise passenger has the opportunity to buy craft, to buy beverage, to buy food. And the average cruise visitor spend is approximately $50 US. So there are incredible earning potential when cruise lines come to our shores. So in the 2023-2024 cruise season, we experienced, as the Minister of Finance said, significant increases, welcome increases of 91% in arrivals. We received a total of 102 cruise calls to both Trinidad and Tobago, which is 34 cruise calls more than the previous season. A total of 200,000 passengers arrived at our shores, 104,000 more than the previous cruise season. So when you take into consideration the economic value of the cruise season, the passenger spend as well as the spend that the cruise lines make when they come to our ports, over the last cruise season, we measured it at $12 million US, or 81 million Trinidad and Tobago dollars over the last cruise season, which is important foreign exchange and important spend coming into our country. We expect a similar season this year. It has already started. And next year, during the Carnival, we will also welcome again the Epic Carnival Cruise Charter, which will come to our shores for 5 days during the Carnival weekend. And those persons, those cruise passengers, will partake in all of our Carnival festivities, juve parties, play mass. They will spend money, they will use taxis, tour operators. And at the last occasion, we measured the spend of those passengers at approximately $2,500 USD per passenger. And we expect about 2,000 passengers to come. So this is some good news for 2025 going forward. With respect to air arrivals, Mr. President, we also had a gradual increase in our airlift. Copa Airlines now flies into Trinidad. They are offering 10 flights per week, an increase from 7 flights per week. And they offer, of course, connections through North, Central, and South America. And the increase is approximately 4,000 seats. And that increase is indicative of a demand to travel to and from to Trinidad and Tobago. Frontier Airlines also began service for the first time from Puerto Rico to Trinidad, and they operate 3 flights per week, and they have a monthly seat capacity of 8,280 seats. But what is most important is that Frontier targets a different type of passenger. It's an ultra-low carrier, so that travel to and from Trinidad and Tobago is very economical. And also importantly, there are connections to 19 states from Puerto Rico. And of course, from those 19 states, there is a connection in Puerto Rico to Port of Spain, and we intend to use that to attract more visitors here to Trinidad and Tobago. United Airlines also recently announced that for the busy Christmas holiday season and into the Carnival season, it will restart the Newark, New Jersey to Port of Spain route for about 5 weeks, and we intend to work to ensure that that is extended and that flight is carried throughout the year. We continue to work on that. And Caribbean Airlines, they have also added some new routes to Puerto Rico, to Martinique. And interesting, from Martinique, we intend to explore the connections from Europe, from France, through Air France, to Martinique, to Trinidad and Tobago, because they have connections from France daily. With respect to air arrivals for foreign nationals is up 7.3% for the period January to August. And we expect that trend, Mr. President, to continue over the course of the year, and we intend to increase our visitor arrivals here. Mr. President, as you're aware, we had some major sporting tourism activities, mainly. We hosted the ICC Men's T20 Cricket World Cup in 2024, and it was a very successful hosting of that ICC Cricketing World Cup. Mr. President, according to the data collated from the Immigration Division, Ministry of National Security, 40,124 visitors arrived by air during the period May 23rd to May 26th. Of those, 13,380 of those arrivals were residents living abroad, while 26,744 were non-nationals. We did some exit surveys, and over the course of the period, the World Cup stimulated significant economic activity through visitor and domestic spending. In that exit survey, Mr. President, of course, those visitors who indicated that their purpose for visiting was to attend the games, visitor expenditure was estimated at $833 per person, and that accounted for accommodation, transport, food, leisure activities. And of course, the locals also spent money significantly on tickets, merchandise, food, and other related expenses. And we just also recently concluded another successful CPL tournament, also adding to our local sporting tourism sector. Mr. President, the accommodation sector is also extremely important to the Ministry of Tourism and to the non-oil, non-energy sector in Trinidad and Tobago. If you examine the review of the economy, if you examine the Minister of Finance's speech, you would see that that component, one of the components leading to the growth of that non-energy sector is the accommodation sector. And growth in that sector is forecast at, I believe, 2.5 over this financial year. And the accommodation sector is crucial because it's a core component of our travel experience and destination experience. We, at the Ministry of Tourism, we have to ensure, by creating a facilitative environment, we have to ensure that we have good quality room stock.
Senator, you have 4 more minutes.
Thank
Minister.
you. We have to ensure that we have good quality room stock. And the accommodation sector is also important for foreign exchange earnings, etc. For tax revenues, we get hotel tax revenues, we collect value-added tax, etc. from the accommodation sector. And Mr. President, hotel occupancy continues to be up. In 2024, with respect to hotel tax and hotel room tax is charged at 10% on rooms, Trinidad collected approximately $55 million in hotel room tax, and Tobago collected approximately $8 million in room tax. We have been improving our room stock with our programs, the Tourism Accommodation Upgrade Program, which is a reimbursable grant for up to 50% for capital improvement on these properties. And in fiscal year 2023-2024, 4 contracts were executed: Exquisite Villa, Courtyard by Marriott, Tradewinds Hotel, and Airport Suites. With respect to hotel development, there's some exciting news in here. Over the last financial year, we reopened, well, the persons who, I believe it's hardcore experiences, reopened the Mount Plaisir Grand Riviere Hotel property, an excellent property with a $20 million investment that is smack bang in the middle of our ecotourism product with respect to leatherback turtle watching, etc. And they've done quite well. They've created a number of jobs in the Grand Riviere area, and it's quite an exciting prospect. The Maracas Bay Hotel, that is also under construction, 120 jobs estimated during the construction phase and 48 jobs during the operations phase. The Napa Hotel, Senator Barrage spoke about the Napa Hotel. The Napa Hotel, we successfully did an RFP for the Napa Hotel, A number of people responded. Of course, I did not make that very known because I know Senator Mark would have attacked every single one of those proponents. But we are presently in negotiations for the operations of the Napa Hotel. Construction is also underway at the Hampton Inn in Piarco, which is a 103-room Hilton Hampton Inn. This hotel is expected to cost $160 million. It will employ approximately 150 workers during the construction phase and 65 employees during the operational phase. The Trinidad Hilton, as we hear, they are undergoing a property improvement plan, which will cost approximately $400 million. Significant jobs will be created during those phases, and we expect a much improved Hilton Hotel. There is also a Hilton Garden Inn presently seeking their approvals to be built in South Park in San Fernando. This is a 125-room hotel and conference facility in South Park, San Fernando, and construction is set to begin the first half of 2025. And the Marriott Hotel, they are presently still pursuing their CEC, and we expect that hotel to begin quickly as well. And these are the Marriott Hotel in Tobago. And these are all being done in our facilitative incentive environment, Mr. President, in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, 40 minutes is quite a short bit of time, but I will ensure to communicate all of these matters, all of the good things that we have been doing in the Ministry of Tourism to the national population, and with those few words, I thank you.
Senator John.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this 2024-2025 budget. Mr. President, if I may, I too wish to acknowledge the presence of the students and teacher from the Vishnu Boys Hindu School. Welcome to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, steadfast and resolute, forging pathways to prosperity was read in the other place. And this morning, quite frankly, I had an opening of beautiful economics analysis, but the speaker who preceded me reminded us that painfully the PNM has been in office for 10 years. We really did not need that reminder. I think that was a cruel joke. Past 10 years. Only this morning, it's all over the newspapers. It has been reported that the General Secretary, and Mr. President, this is not a cockroach and fall business or falling cockroach business. This is our business, because the people who are talking are the members of the PNM, who are members of the government. So this is our business, because the members of the government, we have to say, is our government, unfortunately, but they are. So what was being reported is that the General Secretary is asking his Prime Minister, or telling his Prime Minister, no, I hear you don't ask him, he just tell him. He's saying, there can be no uncertainty with who is the leader. So I asked him this morning, who is our leader? We know who is our leader, because we know. You can say what you want about her. We know because she tells us to put God in front and walk behind. That's what she tells us. And she tells us to serve the people, serve the people, serve the people. That's what we get from our leader. So there's no ambiguity there. There's no uncertainty there, Mr. President. Mr. President, so this is a very critical question requiring urgent answers, because the last time I checked, Trinidad and Tobago is a democracy. And you can't hand over the office of the Prime Minister as if you're the Queen. It's a democracy, all right? So this is cockroach no foul business, or vice versa. This is Trinidad, the people of Trinidad and Tobago asking a question, who is our leader this morning? Because the paper is saying that what, they bust up, they tear up. And these are the people who jeered at the UNC, caused some people to walk over and throw themselves over a political cliff. You know, taking basket. Taking basket, right? You can say what you want to know. UNC is a democratic institution. And we know democracy is messy, right? But when it is time to call our internal elections, we call it without fear or favor. We call our internal election. And let the chips fall where they may. You understand? Let the chips fall where they may. You understand? We are not there hiding and bobbing and weaving. Afraid of the people. They have collapsed in our face. They're afraid to face their own people. Don't talk about UNC business. Yeah. We are totally unafraid of anything. Right? We are totally unafraid. We call our elections when they are due, even before they are due. So keep all your mouth out of our business. We are here preparing for government. We will not be distracted, Mr. President. So this is a party that allowed the politics of spite, malevolence, easy answers, distraction, and malicious bullying. And now they're calling bullying sotovose. Crosstalk, you know. That has become their comfort zone. After 10 years in government, rather than face the responsibility and reality of government, politics reduced to an expensive, divisive, noisy performance, a game to be played, not as a force that can fundamentally change the lives of those we represent, but they have taken it now into a whole other space. And looking at this budget of 2024 to 25, the bill for this performance that they have put on, this bullying, is now in. And I'm afraid if we don't take action, if the UNC does not take action, it is a check that will bounce. And we cannot have this. This country is too precious. I mean, they have left nothing, of course, after 10 years. Just yesterday, I am here in this parliament, Mr. President. And what is coming up on my phone? Murders. Murders after murder. Not one a day or two a day. Is by the hours. I'm hearing right now, I think they killed 2 police officers yesterday. And one is in the hospital with 2 bullets in their head. Yesterday, Mr. President. Homicide 524. That was yesterday. Homicide 527. And that was at what? 3:30 p.m. No, just now. They have the time, you know. 1:05 p.m. Homicide 526, 1:10 p.m. Homicide 527, 1:16 p.m. Homicide 528, 1:16 p.m. Homicide 529, 1:17 p.m. Homicide 530, 1:18 p.m. I got those by 3:30 yesterday. Shame. I don't know, and I mean the day still had about 9 hours to go. That is what happens 10 years after the government has been in office. Mr. President, elections have consequences. And I cannot see any government tolerating 4,600 murders since coming into office, except one who callously embraced a policy of who dead, dead. Because although every citizen affected by crime, under the watch of this government, it has been allowed to run unchecked, rampant, murderously, particularly in poor and vulnerable underserved communities. So, Mr. President, that explains totally why this government has tolerated a murder rate of 530 now. I think they're saying again in the papers, they're trying to keep out a certain person. They said there's in the newspaper, I know I can't hold it up, Mr. President, but it was in the Express today. There's a level of dissonance and anger because people are resistant to this ready-made successor. And they're saying, ready-made successor. You understand? The PNM behaving as if it's a KFC 2-piece and fries. Ready-made. You understand what I'm saying? They are resisting that. That's coming out, you know. After 10 years, they're now talking, you know why? Because it's affecting them. All the time they're happy. You understand? They're playing Trump and follow suit. You understand? They say, I think it is because he's seen as part of a very elitist group that does not resonate with the rank and file of the PNM, except when it's seated. Mr. President, mouth open and Tory jump out. All the time. All the time. They had nothing to say. As our dear colleague, Senator Jayanti will say, they're there with their mouth pusur. But today, every one of them, they are talking out. They're climbing over each other, fighting each other to get into the media, to put their business out in the road. Mr. President, the biggest problem facing us as a nation today Amongst all of the problems the PNM government has visited upon us is crime. Every road leads back to a government who enables, a government who creates a facilitatory environment to ensure crime and criminality is the biggest, most viable activity in Trinidad and Tobago today. Mr. President, crime is everything, everywhere, all of the time. And if there is no justice and no security, there can be no peace. It doesn't matter how big the budget, how impressive the budget, right? So our children, Mr. President, there is no security for our people after having spent $26 billion over the 10 years. When we talk in this story, we must tell the full story, you understand? We have to say what has happened. Over 10 years, our children are being murdered. $26 billion did not save their lives. $26 billion, children doing the things that children do. Little Ezekiel, 11 years, riding his bike in Maplands, going to the parlor. That's a joy for any 11-year-old. He was murdered. 9-year-old Jomo playing in a savannah. That is what a child does. He was murdered. What did the Minister of National Security say? He was in the wrong place at the wrong time because he's in a savannah playing. You understand? There is a little girl, little Amara. The mother was in danger and she was calling the child. The child felt they were playing hide and seek, doing the things that children do. But it wasn't hide and seek. There was danger. A murderer caught this little child and caught her in two. This 10 years of PNM governments, right? They killed my children for nothing. That is what Anissa Mohammed said. Of her 5 children, 4 gunned down in one night. They said nothing then. They said nothing. They're talking now because elitists come up like a 2-piece and fries. They're now talking. Everybody talking. You understand? Because a package deal. Yes. They said take it or leave it. The same thing they used to tell us out here. Yes. All right? Yes. Anika Guerra. She got 5 bullets. She was 5 years. 5 years. 5 bullets. You know what she was? Sitting in her mother's lap, plaiting her hair. 5 years old. They gave her 5 bullets. He's only under the PNM 10 years in office, too long, that her mother's arm could become a crime scene. The place should be the safest place on earth. I love when my mother plait my hair. The safest place on earth has become a crime scene under the PNM after 10 years. That is all the legacy after 10 years. Don't come here and give me no talks about 10 years. And you could go on and all. Whether it's this Crystal from Scotiabank who was excited to go into her house the next month for Christmas, she will never go into the house. 3 men roll up in front of her children who she had loved, ages 6 and 9, beat her in front of them, and then they told the children, go outside. To do what? To kill the mother. To kill that woman who they said had loved her children so much, did everything for them. Who now will love those children? Pensioner Hyacinth Danclair from Arima. The woman had an eye surgery. She was found the next morning dead. They said besides the murder, she might have been sexually assaulted prior to. And on and on and on and on, Mr. President, whether it is people who are already murdered and buried in the grave, like happened with a fella they call, I think, Shrek, Kevin Lucas. Shrek. Imagine he dead, buried. They went and dig up the grave and burn him. That is 10 years of PNM. That is what is happening. These things are bizarre. These things are macabre. These things are crazy. This is a government that has collapsed. Yeah. And we have been telling them that all along. But now they themselves are admitting that they collapse. So, Mr. President, this budget is no blueprint to be steadfast and resolute, forging pathways to prosperity. In the 10 years, the only prosperity the PNM has forged is for funeral homes. And by their recklessness, failed policies, non-action, cruelty, and indifference, they have placed every citizen on the fast track to La Perouse Cemetery. That's what they have done. That's the legacy. So the 2024-25 budget statement has been described by Dr. Winfred James in his Trinidad Guardian published articles, and Dr. Vanus James in his notes on the budget as budgeting for failure. Mr. President, in fact, the only people listening to the PNM budget is us inside here. Out there in the street, no one wants to hear anything they have to say, because it matters not what they say. The ordinary people does not benefit. They see no improvement in their lives. They still cannot purchase food or school books. They cannot save towards a home for themselves and their children and their families. After spending $26 billion, citizens do not feel safe because we are not safe. All they see is a government hell-bent on fulfilling their purpose, their mission, their raise and debt, their policy direction to make the rich richer. And then they have the temerity to come here and ask about how would Kamla Prasad Bisesa, the Honorable, fulfill her promises that she made in the budget.
Senator,
yes,
did you give the date of the article? The date, did you give the date?
Which article?
The news article you just read out.
No, I didn't read out an article. Oh, it wasn't
So
an article.
okay.
No, I just referred to it. It was an article, Mr. President. I know they want it to be an article, but it's not an article. it's not an article. So, Kamla Prasad Bisesa, unfortunately, did not have 5 years. Not have 10 years. She had 5 years. Right? When Kamla Prasad Bisesa, the Honorable, was in office, you didn't hear anything about high food prices. Yes. The murder rate wasn't as high as it is for sure. Mothers were not afraid. They had a baby grant. They might say, why give a baby grant? Because that might be the difference between a child being nourished and a child being malnourished. Yes. You understand? They stood here or somewhere and they spoke about the laptop program in the most disparaging terms. But that's because you can afford it. You see? The elitism. Today they're running from elitism, you know. Correct. You understand? But that is who they are. They're running today, but that is who they are. You understand what I'm saying? That is just who they are. They're running from it. They're running from their description. You understand? But that is just who they are. Right? Because it's only elitists will say a laptop is too much for a child. Who else will say that? Eh? Who else will say a baby grant is too much for a child? What else Kamla Prasad Bisesa said? You know, there were so many of these programs. Early Childhood Center. What it meant is that some young lady who might have made a baby young and really have seen no hope, they could go back to school knowing that their child is placed in an environment that is safe, that is affordable. They could drop them and pick them up. Only an elitist could be against that. Who could be against that? So, Mr. President, after $26 billion in security, we are not safe. Mr. President, on page 9 of the budget statement, according to the Minister of Finance, in 2023, our economy grew by 1.3%, following growth of 1.5% in 2022. In 2024, real GDP growth increased to 1.9%. This is now 3 consecutive years of real growth, which signifies a renewal of economic activity, a rebound in confidence, and a promising trajectory towards a positive economic environment. The minister cited, Mr. President, no other growth target in the budget statement, so 1.9% must be his best expectations from the planned spending program. But one must ask, growth leading to what outcome? Because the minister did not talk about, they have a way they present a budget without context, without saying, okay, these are the things that we had offered last year, this is what we have achieved, this is where we're going, and of course, the big objective is Vision 2030, or so they told us. But there is nothing in this budget to say how whatever, whether it's their growth pattern, whether it's the cost of borrowing, how that relates to where we are or where we are going, and if we're going to meet Vision 2020. I know they are not going to be there with us, but at least, if it's a good plan, it's a good plan, right? But we know that is not a good plan because it comes from a 10-year-old PNM in government. Another compelling reason to be concerned is found in the data provided on the national cost of borrowing. On page 17 of the budget statement, the minister gave us an indication that the government borrowing cost is about 6.4%, at least on a 10-year US $750 million bond. When compared, Mr. President, to the growth expectation of 1.9%, which typically aligns well with the generate rate of profit on capital in the real economy, this signals that investors in the government paper will fare significantly better than investors in the real economy. And that is why they always say when they put out these government bond offerings, it's oversubscribed. The minister come and he beats his chest. But as business people, it makes sense. Why are you going to invest in something that will not give you the highest yield? That is why there's an oversubscription in these bond offerings, as that happened in 2018 and especially in 2023, which is listed on page 40 of the budget statement. Mr. President, however, this reveals a huge problem of debt unsustainability attending the budgeting practices. In fact, to avoid a mounting debt stock, the budget should be calibrated against the capital expenditure plan to achieve a growth rate in excess of the borrowing rate of 6.4%. Mr. President, that kind of growth calculation is not to be found anywhere in this budget. in particular in terms of the growth targeted by the PSIP, the government's capital spending program. Neither is it in line with their Vision 2030 objective. Instead, what is evident is that the country is being asked to gamble, to roll the dice, to wish upon a star even, and hold straight that the cross-border gas fields with Venezuela will come on stream and deliver an impressive, massive, positive shock that rescues us at some time after holding strain of 2027. That and God face audience seeing. Right? Nobody holding strain until 2027. Right? Trinidad and Tobago done with this government, and as Kamala Harris saying in America, and they're not going back. They're not going back. So, Mr. President, if you want additional evidence that the government is betting the House on prospective energy, look at the plan at the bottom of page 14 of the published budget statement. In 2025, to further bolster our reserves, we plan to introduce legislation to encourage energy sector companies to remit all their taxes to the government in US dollars. The minister said yesterday he realized quite late in the game that only, I think, that 50% of the energy sector taxes are paid in US dollars, although 100% of the oil and processed gas and petrochemicals are exported. Now, in the same budget statement, the Minister of Finance says that he expects the non-energy sector to play an increasing role in generating export. So then why not set the same rule for that sector? Surely one should ask, how much US dollars does the non-energy sector generate, and what share of the non-energy sector taxes is remitted to the government in US dollars? Right? Because we should not forget that back in the days when sugar was our main export and we relied on it to deliver the 100% of our foreign exchange, it did not cover the country's import bills. So the matter is not trivial, Mr. President, yet the minister is silent on that matter, likely a testament that his faith really lies in the energy sector, after all, at least when it comes to generation of foreign exchange. This in a context in which the import cover fell by about 12% from 8.6 months in 2022 to 7 months, let me read it again. This in a context in which the import cover fell by about 12% from 8.6 months in 2022 to 7.7 months in 2023. As I said before, Mr. President, this matter is not at all trivial, and that is indeed the case. I hope the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Energy alignment of perspective include focus on the energy sector, because recent events have verified that they have more than Georgia on their minds. You get that?
Yes,
You're late. Why is he so late? He only know young brother. He only know young brother. Yes, right? Performance of the energy sector, of the non-energy sector. Mr. President, the Ministry of Finance approach to analysis of the non... He's elite, that's the point. He wouldn't know George on He must only know Tchaikovsky. Yeah. Performance of the non-energy sector. Mr. President, the Ministry of Finance approach to analysis of the non-energy sector is also a recipe for developmental failure. In the budget statement, the manufacturing sector is represented as the main driver of the non-energy sector, and specifically as contributing 22% of the total exports in fiscal 2023, down from 26% in 2020. Mr. President, there is no explanation for the significant decline in contribution. Most interesting, there is no mention of productivity growth in the sector. No cogent explanation can be offered because the sector is understood as a hodgepodge of activities. Here is how the minister represented growth of exports amongst the subsector of manufacturing. Several manufacturing subsectors experienced significant gains in export over the fiscal 2020 to 2023 period, including food and beverages 40%, paper and paper-related products 47%, plastic and rubber products 66%, basic chemicals and fertilizer 46%, glass and glass products 161%, furniture and light fittings 34%, clothing, textiles and apparel 63%, and wood-related products 46%. Mr. President, nothing can be learned from this hodgepodge approach. Mr. President, the government's inadequate approach to economic restructuring plus a growth rate well below the cost of borrowing provides a basis for understanding the prospects and implication of rising deficit spending over time, illustrated by an increase from 1.7% in 2023 to 3.5% in 2024. The reason given for the expected increase in the deficit ratio is an expected shortfall in the energy sector revenue caused by low oil and gas prices and declining production. So, Mr. President, I'm going to say, so since the non-energy sector is a highly import-dependent sector, and since the sector is not transforming towards capital production, then the growth of its exports, as documented by the Minister, will create a rising demand for import that is not matched by its growth of foreign exchange earnings and import displacement. Combined with a fall in energy exports, the result will surely be a fall in import cover. This is a government who, without cogent explanation, closed down our main foreign exchange earner, Petrotrin. And now that the Minister has told us in this Parliament, companies in the energy sector only make 50% of their forex available to the government, Petrotrin, as a then net earner of forex, as it was, and state-owned company would have made available 100% of their forex. So closing down Petrotrin was professional malpractice at best, and really we don't want our imagination to run wild as to what is the real reason. So this observation, Mr. President, reinforces the snake oil properties of the development strategy evident in the budgeting for 2025 by the Minister of Finance. Yet, the Minister of Trade in the other place claims that the private sector always does better under the PNM. Just as Senator Leiter before me, I posed the question, which private sector? This is not unlike the question posed in the Express editorial of 16th October 2024. The title, The Vulgarity of Stuart Young, quote, he meaning Minister Young, that is a quote, then goes on to humble brag. I hope and trust that my record of service to...
Mr. President, I hate to disturb my honorable friend. References to members of the House, whether it be the opposition leader or the member for Port of Spain, North St. Anne's West, should be just that, or by their ministerial portfolio.
Okay, yes. The Minister of Tourism is indeed correct. If you're referencing a member of the other House, it's by their constituency, or if they are a minister, by the ministerial title. Continue, Senator John.
No, just sorry, Mr. Honorable President, I was quoting the Express editorial. It said 16th October 2024. It said the vulgarity of Stuart Young, but if you want me to say the PNM Prime Minister.
Yes.
All right. Have a seat. Yes, if you're quoting and you're going to use the name, you could also come after and indicate the title, which should correct the situation. Continue, Senator John.
Thank you.
I won't go over it again because it seems as if they're unhappy when I put his title. So they're unhappy when I put his real title. So, right? So then goes on to humble brag. I hope and trust that my record of service to our country speaks for itself. And the Express went on to say, what exactly is that service? What exactly is that record? Well, Mr. Young, the Prime Minister, the acting Prime Minister, right? End quote. I asked the government, what exactly is your record? And which private sector says they fare better under PNM government? Is it the TNT private sector who is out there barely holding on after all that they went through during COVID? The ones that you all will not give their VAT refund, a government who cynically withholds their VAT refund, which in many cases is a financial lifeline for their businesses. I ask again, which private sector? The one who suffers as the government brazenly doles out scarce forex to their friends and financiers, whilst alternatively giving people who are less blessed and favored, they have to line up for $100 at a time from the bank. Then those people on the black market now have to, some of them purchase forex was at $7.5 or $8. They could never compete with those who are getting it at the bank, with the government, keeping the doors open to give. So which private sector, who told you they are doing so well? I noticed the minister did not comment on the cause of extortion, home invasions, and even murder on the business sector. Because, Mr. President, there is a cause. The extortion racket and home invasions are causing an erosion of the SME sector, accompanied by difficulties to obtain forex from the bank. But the Minister of Finance doesn't appear to know these things. Maybe the Minister of Trade, Honorable Minister of Trade, should advise him. 5 months ago, National Security Minister Fitzgerald responded to a question from the UNC in the other place, acknowledged that the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service has noticed an increase of reports of criminal elements demanding money by menace from the business community. But this was already old news to businessmen and the country as a whole. Then President of the Shogunas Chamber of Commerce, Baldat Maharaj, had said then that the business community is under siege. This is evidenced by the plight of businessman used car dealer Sachel-Konji-Bihari, and he sadly is just one of many. He's now a statistic. Mr. President, Sachel-Konji-Bihari was from Konupia. That probably is the reason he has not been mentioned. Perhaps his plight does not matter to the government. His life probably does not matter. After all, he's from Konupia. He was probably not highfalutin enough, not elite enough. Because, you know, during the budget debate in the other place, all this happened, you know, and they found, you know, they asked for $500,000, $500,000, and even after it was paid, they killed him. They killed him after it was paid. You know, the mother in her pain say, I wish the commissioner of police could feel my pain. But I wish the whole of the PNM could feel her pain.
Yeah, man.
I wish they could feel her pain. You know? Because right now, they have another one in their, I think, some Suvesh Ramnarayan. They're now asking for $3 million. We have not heard about him as yet. And there's a video circulating where they just walk into the man's yard and pick him up like a DHL package, you know, and go on with him. Under this government, this is what is happening. Then yesterday, I don't know, the president of, it was reported, the president of Penal Debe Chamber of Commerce, Ramprasad Suraj, he was home sleeping. They killed his dog, went into his house and chopped up the man. Poisoned his dog. And that is what is happening. You understand? So we don't know. This is what the government should be paying attention to. You know, over and over, everywhere. You know, Mr. President, this is not Gaza. These terrifying events are now not only everyday occurrences, they are hourly occurrences, just as I mentioned earlier. So who commending, which private sector commending the government on this? Did they ask for this? I want to ask, did the private sector ask for this? Right, the Express editorial, the day following the reading of the budget, they said throwing more good money behind bad. I quote, the Express then, evaluating the yawn. They said that, some 5-hour plus budget presentation by Finance Minister Colomimbe, the Honorable Minister Colomimbe, by Trinidad and Tobago #1 problem crime. There is little for the government to crow about, and even less to inspire public optimism that the wanton, white-collar, and violent crime will be stalled. Occupying the national stage for what is likely his final theoretical moment, Mr. Imbe spoke persuasively about the impact of crime on individuals, families, and communities, but was far less convincing on solution. Mr. President, as I said before, crime is everything, everywhere, all at once in this country. Mr. President, kidnapping for ransom and missing people is up. Mr. President, the extortion business is growing. Mr. President, criminal gangs and murder for hire is booming. So, Mr. President, the government's budgetary provision to address the scourge of rising crime is perhaps the best example of how to budget for failure. Here is how the minister admitted to the failure of his crime reduction policy after 2 consecutive terms in office, 10 years. One area of greatest in transition, difficulty which remains and continues to resist our best effort, is violent behavior, crime and criminality, largely highlighted by violent murder involving the use of illegal firearms. Approximately 4,600 murders, that was end quote, since 2015, and for the year, over 530. But this government of shortcuts, only interest is in locking up a man named Christmas List who could come here. And in a week or 2, he found every gang. Could have documented it for international consumption, you know? Yet our state cannot find these gangs, even as we are told that the gang-related crimes account for 55% of our suffering. And we who live here cannot find one gang, but of course, Mr. Christmas List is the issue. And now if they're locking up Christmas List, I feel children have to be careful because Christmas is almost next month. They're going to look up Santa Claus because they're always trying to find a distraction. That's what they do, is a government of distraction. They have no policy, no program, no solution. So, Mr. President, over the last 10 years, the police have extracted 7,683 illegal guns and 153,510 rounds of illegal ammunition from the criminal element. Notwithstanding this, 3,986 persons have been killed over the same period with the use of firearms. So that's our biggest problem. Yet, of course, we talk ad nauseum about the borders being open. You understand? And they thump their desks when they say they're in office for 10 years, you know, when they should really be hanging their heads in shame. Reporting that 3,986 persons have been killed over 10 years is a slick way to avoid reporting that the scourge of crime, especially violent crime, is now out of control, with murders expected at the end of 2024 to be more than any previous 5 years. The policy response of this government can be described as focused on more policing rather than more effective policing. Despite its claim, the minister said, the government has financed the police to the tune of $26 billion over the same 10-year period and will continue to provide all possible available financial resources to the police in the fight against crime. So they have taken the position, and I too will quote a rapper, Tupac, they have money for war and none for the poor.
I know that
You
one.
understand?
You know that one?
Right? That's what they have money for. Because the statistics underscore the seriousness of this intractable problem. Further, in 2024, initiatives executed under the Ministry of National Security to combat crime and criminality focused on building capacity and strengthening the national security apparatus and institutions. These initiatives included instituting more proactive and effective policing methods, being committed to a greater sharing of resources, making improvements in technology, advancing equipment procurement, and dedication to more focused, intelligent-driven operations. So this, I think, is the minister. The steps taken are summarized as increasing the number of police officers, strengthening the criminal justice system, deploying more technology, and implementing a number of social programs. So, Mr. President, the government's list of its priority response areas also reveals its policing focus. Of the 7 priorities, 6 are related to policing: enhanced border control and protection, immigration, enhanced cybersecurity, expansion of the electronic monitoring program, and establishment of a national forensic DNA data bank, and expansion of rehabilitation programs within the Trinidad and Tobago Prison Service aimed at reducing repeat offenders. Noticeably, the other area is administered by the Government of Trinidad and Tobago social programs aimed at reducing criminal gang violence. That was found on page 93 of the budget statement. And it went on to talk about the defense force. So, Mr. President, even when it is recognized that crime reduction requires more than police work, the minister is still wedded to a police-managed effort. If your return on investment is a higher murder rate year after year, then basic reasoning indicates you cannot keep doing the same thing and expect a different result. Mr. President, I urge the Minister of Finance, when you're in a hole, you have to stop digging. Because according to the Minister of Finance, the approach of the police to reducing crime will be multifaceted and driven by a commitment to both immediate and long-term solutions. It is a strategy grounded in the understanding that effective crime reduction requires more than just enforcement. It requires the active participation of every segment of society. Mr. President, therein lies the prescription for failure. An effective crime reduction strategy that brings all segments of society into the effort cannot be managed by the police. Instead, the efforts of the police and related organizations must be complemented by efforts undertaken by well-placed civic institutions dedicated to development generally, including both crime prevention and facilitation of an effective response to criminal activity. The best placed of such civic institutions are communities in which people live and with which they identify. All criminals come from some society, some community or the other. For the most part, the community watch them grow up in their households and watch them emerge to make deviant choices. It is at that level that criminals are well known, that the causes of crime are well understood.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. And most easily studied, and that crime prevention strategies can be best defined and implemented. Correspondingly, it is at that level that the social economic success of each individual and each household can be most effectively facilitated. So, Mr. President, whilst they are busy giving themselves an A grade, I say in this period of Diwali, we may have come on different ships, but right now we are in the same boat. And as Michelle Obama said recently, we need to do something. But we can't keep doing the same thing. We have to do something to mitigate against our little children being murdered in their beds. Domestic violence is another major area. I'm seeing bullying now has taken center stage. Mr. President, 404 missing persons in Little Trinidad and Tobago. So all of this, as we say, based on the budget and its perspective on crime, is budgeting for failure. So out there, we are on the ground, Mr. President, and everywhere is the same pain, the same hurt, the same despair, the same fed-upness, the same disgust for this government of bankruptcy, bullying, blood, and brutality. Mr. President, it is now time that we turn the page. As I said before, The UNC will fix the foundations of our economy and build a new Trinidad and Tobago, more secure, more prosperous, more dynamic, and more fair. Unlike the PNM, our leader, the Honorable Kamala Prasad-Bissessar, always tells us in the UNC to put God in front and walk behind. Today, she stands steadfast, resolute, and resilient, like a rock, forging a pathway for equity for all, prosperity for all, security for all. And with a focused vision and hard work together, we'll turn around Trinidad and Tobago to give our children the start in life they deserve by unlocking the potential on every single citizen. You know, I mean, with all that is going on in the newspaper, in my final thing up there now, you see, water is more than flour. Today we see the former Minister Jennifer Bissey speak openly in the media, quoting, and this action is unprecedented. You see, she's saying, she did express a view that it was unprecedented and undemocratic, and it undermines the democracy of the PNM. You see, right now, the people in the PNM now realize, just like Quavo, that Dr. Rowley doesn't walk it like he talk it. You understand?
Title.
That is
Senator, remember the title.
Sorry,
Title when you're using the
finished?
names. Prime Minister.
Oh, the Honourable Prime Minister doesn't walk it like he talks it. Right? Right? So now the chicken has come home to roost, Mr. President. I remember then opposition leader Patrick Manning had told the UNC, who was in government at the time, in Rail Cross talk, one must wait until the evening to see how splendid the day has been. For the people of Charlottesville, we say, what you meet you and pass you. Mr. President, Trinidad and Tobago, don't worry about a thing, because every little thing is going to be all right. It has been a long time coming, but I know a change is going to come. And when that time comes, I urge the citizen of Trinidad and Tobago to choose their prime ministers wisely. I thank you, sir.
Tobago's finest.
Senator Dillon-Remy.
I thank you, Mr. President, and good day to you and all my colleagues in this honorable chamber and to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I too welcome the students from Vishnu Boys Hindu School, and I welcome my fellow Tobagonian, Honorable, my fellow Tobagonian, Senator Ancil Dennis. No, he's not, he was there, he was old, he's not new. Mr. President, I am grateful and humbled to contribute to this Appropriation Financial Year 2025 bill, which seeks to provide for the service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending September 30th, 2025, by authorizing the issue from the Consolidated Fund of the sum of $49,097,035,525. The budget, Mr. President, is crafted amidst continuing economic challenges locally, regionally, and globally. In a forward to a World Bank Group flagship report entitled Global Economic Prospects, June 2024, the document explains, and I quote, more than 4 years after the upheaval of the COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent global shocks, it's clear the world and developing economies in particular has yet to recover a reliable path to prosperity. Global growth is stabilizing at a rate insufficient for progress on key developmental goals. End of quote. Despite a global economic environment that is both hostile and volatile, this 2025 budget heralds a bold theme, steadfast and resolute, forging pathways to prosperity. Mr. President, the theme evoked much thought, and as I reflected and meditated on the current state of the country, as well as what is needed to breathe life into these words of this mission statement, I could only think of the Apostle John, who offered this statement in 3 John 1, verse 2, that says, I pray that you may prosper in all things and be in health, just as your soul prospers. Mr. President, I think this scripture reading is applicable not just to the theme, but also to the times. It is a prayer that engenders holistic prosperity and infers that external prosperity is intrinsically linked to inner prosperity. This proposition is transferable from the individual and human stance into the nation's domain. I read this article titled Defining Prosperity by the Legatum Institute, which is a philanthropic endeavor of the global investment firm Legatum. The institute exists to promote the prosperity of individuals, families, communities, and nations. The dissertation defines the concepts of prosperity from a state's perspective at page 2, and it's explained in the following manner, and I quote, "Prosperity is far more than wealth. It is when all people have the opportunity and the freedom to thrive. Prosperity is underpinned by an inclusive society with a strong social contract that protects the fundamental liberties and security of every individual. It is driven by an open economy that harnesses ideas and talents to create sustainable pathways out of poverty. And it is built by empowered people who contribute and play their part in creating a society that promotes well-being. True prosperity entails more than wealth. It reaches beyond the financial into the political, the judicial, and well-being and character of a nation. It's about creating an environment where a person is able to reach their full potential." And Mr. President, I like the contents and the context of it. The Institute goes on to say, goes on to outline some characteristics of a prosperous society, some of which I highlight. On page 3, they list, and I quote, "In a prosperous society, 1, people live in peace, free from the threat of violence, oppression, and crime. 2, everyone's inherent dignity is respected, and freedom of speech, worship, and assembly are protected. 3, governing institutions act with integrity, are accountable to citizens, and are subject to the rule of law. 4, stable families and supportive communities instill the values that shape the culture and build the bonds of trust needed for the society to flourish." End of quote. Based on these attributes, it is abundantly clear that if our government seeks to forge pathways to prosperity, which is the theme of this budget, it will require more than just economic development. It is possible to create avenues for success and birth prosperity in a land where the leaders and people lack the integrity to carry its increased capacity with grace. This is not the type of prosperity that we want in Trinidad and Tobago. The goal is not wealth absent of values. The Institute succinctly captures the in-depth comprehensive development required with the following statement at page 3, and I quote, "Prosperity is not just about what we have, it's about who we become." And I think that's important for us because we are here bantering across the table, who right, who wrong, etc. We are talking about who we are becoming as a people, who we are becoming. Prosperity is not just about what we have. It's not just about the GDP. It's not about the amount of money that we have, but who we become. In light of this, I'm compelled to ask 2 questions. 1, who are we becoming as a people, as leaders, and as a country? And 2, what is being done to remedy the situations that affect the soul of our nation? Mr. President, even as we think of this budget of 47 billion plus that we are asking to be approved from the Consolidated Fund, what is going to be done to remedy the situations that affect the soul of our nation? Mr. President, I firmly believe that a nation with a corrupt and perverted soul will produce prosperity that is depraved, whereas a nation that seeks to develop people at all levels with ethics and values will produce prosperity that is principled and substantial. In my contribution to this budget debate, my focus will be issues related to Tobago, to crime, and to education. I look at Tobago, and I apply this twofold inquiry first to a dear sister isle and my hometown. The allocation this year is $2.599 billion, with $2.376 billion going to recurrent expenditure, $205 million allocated to the development program, $18 million to URP, and $9.2 million to CPEP. And this represents 4.35% of the national budget. It is worth mentioning here that the Chief Secretary, Farley Augustine, of the Tobago House of Assembly, requested $3.956 billion from the government when he presented the THA budget in June 2024. Mr. President, I don't wish for any comments that I make on the budgetary allocation to indicate that budgetary allocation to Tobago to be misinterpreted as a lack of appreciation for the issuance of a full allocation for fiscal year 2024. That is what is expected. And the additional $678.5 million allocated to various ministries and state agencies to undertake the executed projects, major projects in Tobago, in keeping with their responsibility under the 6th schedule. Again, that's expected. The representatives of Tobago East and Tobago West mentioned in their contributions in the other place that no ministry gets its full allocation. And Mr. President, that is true. They never get, and they will most likely never get. Tobago has never got its full allocation. That's what I see. So, and that is true. And that they did go on to say that each entity should take what they have been given in the budget and do the best with it. Mr. President, I'm reminded of the former Chief Secretary, Mr. Hochoy Charles, who took his little that he got. He looked to the needs of Tobago at the time, and he made significant progress over those years, those early years. I wish our current leaders would do the same. And I'm talking current, not just in terms of the present, but current in this season and in this time, that we would look at what we have and do the best with it over time. While Mr. Hochoy Charles was doing the best with what he had, the little he had, he was also asking for more. And I would like all of us to reflect on this. But I would remind our leaders that the Tobago population is growing, and so does the needs of the people in Tobago. The rate at which the population is growing is apparently faster than the growth rate of Trinidad, because people are flocking to Tobago. Particularly as it deals with crime, they are trying to get away from crime in Trinidad, but unfortunately things are changing in Tobago right now. In addition to in terms of the allocation, this allocation I don't think contemplates many of Tobago's current and long-term liabilities. Further, we must be mindful that Tobago is still rebounding from the crippling effects of COVID-19, specifically as it affected the tourism industry, and the oil spill off the coast of Cove Eco-Industrial Park earlier this year. I now look at tourism. Tourism is a breath of Tobago, and one such challenge that we have had over the years is the decline in the visitor arrivals. And even though things have improved a bit since COVID, the sector has not yet reached the heights of the 1990s. And as I contemplate the much-needed boost required in this sector, I'm reminded of my contribution in the 2019-2020 budget. And I explained, and in that budget statement, my budget presentation, I explained that the people of Tobago, and I quote, are not currently receiving adequate amounts of funding to really compete with the other islands of the Caribbean. And I'm hoping that this can be addressed in that budget, 1920. Let us get serious about the business of tourism for Tobago, I said then, and Trinidad also. This industry can provide the country with badly needed foreign exchange, while at the same time providing many jobs and sale of our agricultural and manufacturing products. This could be a very good step as we talking so much about diversification. This is an opportunity for such a diversification. End of quote. Mr. President, this statement is still valid today. This budget promises Tobago's tourism and creative industries will get support through infrastructure upgrades, community tourism support, artist development programs, and cultural events. This will be achieved through ventures such as the renovation of the 4-star Magdalena Grand Beach and Golf Resort following the sale or lease of the Magdalena Hotel, the development of a new 5-star internationally branded hotel on the government-owned Buku Estate, and the development of the yachting marina in Lowlands. Mr. President, hearing that Tobago's tourism is poised for such expansion deserves honorable mention, particularly since such changes are expected to generate much-needed revenue and create jobs. However, in the budget presentation of 2019-2020, the Minister of Finance highlighted a similar effort as it relates to the Magdalena. He said, and I quote, on pages 23 of the 23-24 of the 2020 budget statement, I quote, reputable internationally recognized brand manager has been identified as the operator for the Magdalena Grand Beach and Golf Resort. The vertically integrated travel and hospitality conglomerate has shown confidence in Tobago as a destination poised for growth and expansion. End quote. Mr. President, time has elapsed. I'm talking about 20, we are now 4 years later, and I don't know what has happened to that plan at that time. I certainly have not heard why it hasn't happened, but we know it hasn't happened. How can we be sure that this particular plan for the Magdalena Resort, what will be done differently to ensure that this project succeeds this time around? I must point out that there are other key initiatives and fiscal incentives proposed in this budget that promise to boost tourism investment in Tobago. This includes the major hotel developments such as 4 Points by Sheraton and the Mount Irving Bay Hotel. Additionally, the Minister of Works indicated that the A&R Robinson expansion will be completed in early 2025. And the Minister of Finance explained in his budget statement at page 19 that the country's airports and aviation industry have been identified as a major contributor to the growth in tourism and commerce sectors and by extension the economy. So the completion of this project, the A&R Robinson, actually the terminal building, is going to be welcomed in Tobago. However, I note here that there has been some concerns about the level of collaboration between the central government and THA over this particular project. And I ask, what meaningful collaboration will there be going forward with the major hotel developments that are coming? I'm saying that in the context, Mr. President, of greater autonomy for Tobago. Even before the passage of the self-government bill, may I humbly suggest that no developmental project should occur in Tobago without the involvement of the THA. I say that again, that no developmental project of any kind should occur in Tobago without the involvement of the THA. And I say this, Mr. President, regardless of who is in government, either in Tobago or in Trinidad, regardless of who is there. There should be not just collaboration, but agreement as to how it goes forward. I turn my attention to a matter that is of concern to the people of Tobago now, and that's the operationalization of the Roxborough Hospital. And I'm pointing this out because recently there was a situation where there was a death of a mother from Speyside and her newborn baby at the Scarborough General Hospital. And there was talk about the problem was as a result of the lack of operationalization of the Roxborough Hospital. And there was, and still is, the toing and froing. The problem is Tobago's fault. The current administration in Tobago did not do what they have to do to operationalize the hospital. And Tobago is saying the problem is from Trinidad because they've not given enough funding for the hospital. Mr. President, I'm inclined to question whether poor planning is not the root cause for the prolonged mobilization of the Roxborough Hospital. And I'm saying that from the inception. I still remember I was here and I asked about that project when the sod was turned. When the sod was turned, I think it was 2021, when the sod was turned, I asked about where the money was coming for development. And not only that, I asked again at another budget presentation, where's the money coming to fully operationalize that hospital? I got no answers. But the hospital was opened, and some people think that it was a project that was done before the election and stuff like that. I do know that the people in Tobago East are happy about having the hospital. But a hospital doesn't come just like that. It comes with a plan before, and then you build, and then you know how you're going to finance the operations, what services you're going to give, how many hours the services are going to be given for. All of that has to be put down before. And I'm suggesting that that kind of stuff was not put down before this happened, and now people are running and blaming. But anyway, and there's blame going on. By the way, I must congratulate the people at the Scarborough General Hospital for the service and the heroic service that they did. From what I understand, it was a great effort to try to save the life of that mother and baby. Unfortunately, they died, but the people were devastated as a result of it. And at the end of it, this is what is happening. They are blaming what... That should not be, Mr. President. Planned before, it is most likely that Roxborough would never have a 24-hour service where you have inpatient obstetrics and gynecology. Most likely, I don't know. If that were the situation, it would have had to be planned before, and that is what would have saved that baby's life at that point in time, from what I understand. But anyhow, I'm saying the operationalization of the hospital is important, and my understanding is that there should be a properly staffed 24-hour emergency service at the Roxborough facility with an efficient working ambulance service, and that would alleviate much of the inconvenience, stress, and risk to those who must come from the East Tobago to West Tobago for healthcare service. Mr. President, that cost. In the page 146 of the budget statement, the Honorable Minister of Finance explained that the THA intends to fully operationalize the Roxborough Hospital with digitized health services, equipment upgrade, and social program expansions. The allocation for the TRHA in this budget is $567 million. It's $9.98 million more than last year. Mr. President, I don't know that $9.9 million is going to fully operationalize giving a 24-hour service. I don't think it will. And I think that we have to sit, when we are planning, and even now, sit and make sure that we understand what it takes and fund it appropriately. I'm saying that because the people in Tobago East should not be quarreling with their leaders when the leaders did not tell them exactly what they were supposed to get in the first place. Mr. President, I want to put on the record here, I've never talked about this before, but even as we are talking about tourism development in Tobago and the lack of appropriate developmental funds, etc., I am going to talk about the Studley Park Enterprise Limited. And this is a company that's owned by the Tobago House of Assembly. They operate the quarry in Tobago, and the quarry is deemed one of Tobago's prized resources, an industry with great potential for revenue generation. The quarry, the range of products offered by SPEL, that's Studley Park Enterprise Limited, for sale on local and national market includes aggregate, crusher run, rotten rock, boulders, and among others. And the operations also include a concrete batching plant and hot mix batching plant. Mr. President, there seems to be that there are issues in terms of things like mining, like licenses for the operation of the quarry. For instance, my understanding is that an application was made for a blasting license in April. The license was supposed to expire in June, And as of last week, the license had still not been granted, and therefore blasting in the quarry had to be curtailed. And this is a quarry that is producing aggregate for some of the major projects in Tobago, including the ANR Robinson expansion, and also for projects that are going on in Trinidad. I would therefore like to utilize this opportunity to inquire about the status of that mining license, as the mining license as well as the blasting for export license. Blasting license, and also they've been asking for license to export, and that has been also a concern. I'm just saying that we are talking about diversification. We are talking about the declining oil and natural gas. We are talking about Tobago not getting appropriate money for development, to the kind of development. And here there's a resource that can be developed appropriately, but it needs the collaboration of the leaders in Tobago and the leaders in Trinidad. And I'm suggesting that that should be done to ensure that this resource could be maximized to bring great needed foreign exchange. Yes, Mr. President. Crime is one of the things that is affecting Tobago at this point in time, as has already been mentioned. And we know what is going on right now. And it is something that grapples at the very soul of our sister isle, with an alarming increase in crime rate. And these issues threatens the lives of the Tobagonians, negatively impact the business, including the tourism industry. In an article, I quote an article, the editorial by The Guardian of 9th July 2024, and I think it encompasses what I want to say. And I quote, "Every murder in Tobago has serious implications for the prospects of Tobago's entire population, from both a mental health perspective and an economic one. The fact that Tobago is far behind other Caribbean destinations in terms of hotel stock and the quality of the tourist product on offer is made even worse when the tiny island's homicide rate begins to exceed that of other Caribbean nations. If Tobago fails to attract more European and North American tourists due to the unruly behavior of a few, there isn't much that island has to fall back on." End of quote. Mr. President, Tobago used to be known as unspoilt, untouched, the place where people go to relax. Used to, but that has changed significantly. So therefore, what is happening now, if we sit and just look at it, it's not being said right now, the unspoilt and untouched, and we would continue not to say it unless something is done. I am going to proffer, Mr. President, that what is required right now in Tobago is an urgent need for not just a bit here from the police. You quarrel here with mothers who not supporting their boys. I'm saying it needs a comprehensive approach. And I'm suggesting that what is needed right now is discussion, meaningful, with the Tobago House of Assembly leader, Trinidad, the government of Tobago leader, Ministry of National Security, the Commissioner of Police, the people in education in Tobago, the churches in Tobago. There are people, the community, the business people, they all need to sit, Mr. President, and make plans as to how this is going to be, addressed. It cannot be a PC and a PC, it has to be coordinated. Because, Mr. President, the persons running the gangs right now understand unity. They understand collaboration. They understand that there are no borders between Trinidad and Tobago. While at the leadership level, we have put up borders. This is Tobago's responsibility. This is Trinidad's responsibility. They are involved in every sector. Business, they're in the tourism sector. They're going into the schools. They're involved in those sectors. And these things we have to do to reverse that trend, Mr. President. And I would suggest that we take a serious look, not sitting behind here and saying that the government blaming the opposition for not sitting down and talking with them, and the opposition blaming the government for an increase in crime. That would not work. I'm suggesting that in Tobago, right now, like now, Mr. President, something like that be done, because it's urgent. And what we just cannot continue to do what we have been doing. Otherwise, Tobago is not going to be a place where you could go and lime, Mr. President. You wouldn't be able to go back home. Mr. President, I would just like to talk about governance in Tobago, and I'm going to be on my proverbial soapbox again, to advocate for the advancement of Tobago's self-governance. In answer to who we are becoming, I would like to look at a Tobago which comprises of people, leaders with integrity, who are vested in the economic and legislative authority to make decisions in the best interest and in accordance with the unique needs of Tobago. This will partly be accomplished through significantly accomplished through the Tobago Self-Government Bill. The Honorable Prime Minister, in his contribution to the budget speech, said that he was going to be looking into bringing back the bill, or at least bringing the bill out of where it's right now. He said he was going to do it after the budget. Mr. President, I am so sorry that this bill is going to be discussed in an environment that we have right now, where everybody is only thinking election. Unfortunately, Tobago's business will be, I think, like a football. The possibility that Tobago business is like a football, where people are only looking at, I will make this decision if I think it will benefit me politically. And that's unfortunate, very unfortunate. But you know what, Mr. President? I'm an eternal optimist. So here how I'm going to spin this around. No, the THA cannot bring forth Tobago self-government in the way that they wanted to. Neither can any government or opposition do it. The government needs the support of the opposition. The opposition, the Tobago, so in other words, the three parts of the stool, the three-legged stool, all three parts have to function efficiently. The THA, the opposition, and the government. I would like to suggest that when this bill is passed next year, when this bill is passed, Mr. President, we will be saying, this bill was passed and Trinidad and Tobago wins. This bill is passed, yes, clap for it. This bill is passed and Trinidad and Tobago wins. Why? You would need to be negotiating on both sides. The THA is not going to get everything it wants. The Trinidad and anyhow, Mr. President, I've done. I think I've said what I needed to say. Tobago's development, we were talking about empowered people in terms of a society that's prospering. Empowered people, Tobago people need to be empowered more than they're empowered right now. Okay, so, Mr. President, I just want to bring one point that I think is going to look at this point about increased, greater autonomy. Tobagonians have had to contend recently with excessive and unnecessary delays in the Registrar General's department. This is an issue which I believe greater autonomy can resolve. Within recent months, attorneys and/or their support staff visited the Registrar General's department to register various types of deeds and were met with different degrees of success. The challenges required some attorneys to make multiple visits to accomplish what should have been done on the first attempt. And by the way, from what I understand, these things used to be done very efficiently before, but now the system has broken down. The general consensus is that we have moved from having essential services available in Tobago to a position which is now unreliable, and in some instances, Tobagonians are told when they go in there, it's better you go to Trinidad, jump on a plane or a boat, go to Trinidad to get it done, because you'll get it done there quicker. Mr. President, that is not acceptable. There used to be a resident assistant registrar general in Tobago, and that person was there full-time. The service was efficient, and from what I understand, the lawyers are saying that something like that has to happen again. I remember I brought this in my 2020, I brought this in my budget statement. I think it was, I spoke about this before here, when I listened to the Standing Finance Committee, the member for Tobago East said that the matter was sorted out. The matter may have been sorted out in terms of the administration because she said it was a cabinet decision, but it is not sorted out on the ground. And I would like the Attorney General, the Prime Minister, and anyone else who is responsible for it to look into it because the people of Tobago are not being served properly now. Mr. President, crime in Trinidad and Tobago, I think it has been mentioned already, and I would just say that I would just like to put on the record this quote again from the Legatum Institute, the 2023 Prosperity Index, they quote, which adjusts the prosperity of a nation based on 12 pillars: safety and security, investment environment, governance, living conditions, personal freedom, enterprise conditions, infrastructure and market access, social capital, economic quality, health, education, natural environment. Trinidad and Tobago's rating, as you know, based on what we are saying and what we know, particularly as it relates to crime and violence, Trinidad and Tobago's rating was ranked 56th out of 167 countries in 2023. That pillar of crime and the security pillar, safety and security pillar, measures the degree to which war, conflict, or crime have destabilized the security of individuals, both immediately and through longer-lasting effects. I need to say no more, Mr. President, because it has been ventilated, I think, sufficiently. I do believe, though, and I want to congratulate both Senator Timal, yes, who's talked about the relationship between the family, broken families, and also Senator Richards, who talked about the link with education.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. As far as we are talking, Senator Timal talked about families. Mr. President, I would just like to say that broken families is not all we have to look at. We have to look at the values of the family. I'm saying that because we have many stable families that are producing people who are criminals at different levels, and particularly the high in the what is called, in inverted commas, white-collar crimes. I'm saying that, so the broken families is not the only thing we have to look at. We have to look at the values of the families. Mr. President, I would just like to end by saying, one other point about the education and the highest budgetary allocation for education has already been said, and the link of education to crime, that was already mentioned yesterday. But I must talk about, I want to commend the Tobago House of Assembly, that since 2005, they have instituted a values-based character program in forms 1 to 3 of the secondary schools. This is one program that has spanned administrations. It started under Mr. Orvin London, is still continuing. The program has suffered issues with funding over the last couple of years, but that program needs to be expanded into the upper forms. It also needs to go into the primary schools so that the principles, values principles could be adopted not just in those three forms, but also throughout the school. Values need to be also adopted as a whole school approach, so that we have situations where teachers are also a part of the discussion in terms of the values-based education. And also another part that includes the families, including discussions with families. Mr. President, constructive initiatives are oftentimes proposed and presented. However, they must be backed by proper leadership and management. And when I talk about leadership, I mean leaders leading with skills, appropriate leadership skills, and character. I firmly believe that a country cannot exceed the capability or capacity of its leaders. Therefore, if we want to increase the input, if we want to increase productivity and efficiency of our plans, projects, and people, we need to develop minds, skills, and character of our leaders. They are so key in the whole equation, because many people are only looking at the boys on the block who who are shooting and killing themselves, but they are not looking at the other areas, which we know. There are many other areas that are contributing to this, and they are not being addressed appropriately right now. Mr. President, I'd just like to quote one final quote from John Maxwell's book on high road leadership. He identifies some things that high road leaders do, and these include, they bring people together, and I say not keep them apart. They value all people, not just some. In other words, not just my tribe, not just my, as some people are saying here, who in my ethnic group or whatever. They value all people. They acknowledge their humanness, that they are not perfect, but they're able to say, listen, I've done wrong. Honestly, I've done wrong. That's the 3, acknowledge their humanness. 4, they do the right things for the right reasons. 5, they give more than take. 6, they develop emotional capacity, the ability to show empathy. In other words, this is not just your problem. I empathize with you. I know what you're doing, and therefore I'm concerned about you. 7, they place people above their own agenda. And I would add, they put country before self and party. 8, they embrace authenticity. You could look at them and know that they're real. 9, they take accountability for their actions. 10, they live by bigger picture. 11, they don't keep score. And 12, they desire the best for others. Mr. President, a culture of trust, openness, inclusivity, and values-based leadership invariably takes time to become established. But we can start now. And I'm recommending that what is happening to our society right now, to me, we have to work for a culture change. In conclusion, I go back to the 2 questions. Who are we becoming as people and the leaders of the country, and what is being done to remedy the situation and the soul of our nation? Mr. President, I have faith in God, and I have faith in the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And I pray that starting now, we would seek to spend with this allocation of $47 billion, start to think differently, to rebuild our people by teaching and modeling good values everywhere, parliament, police service, everywhere, schools, universities, everywhere. And that putting management system that will indeed forge, so that we can indeed forge our way to true prosperity. I thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Dennis.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is indeed a pleasure to stand in this August House to deliver my main contribution on behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And as a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago, I am also a Tobagonian, and therefore I am happy to join 5 other Tobagonians in this house. Of course, Senator Dr. Dillon-Remy, who was my pediatrician as a child.
Why you do that? Why you do Dr. Remy? Why you do that, sir?
Senator Jearlean John, while I do not approve of her company at this time, she's also a Tobagonian. You yourself, Mr. President, a distinguished Tobagonian, and I want to take the opportunity speaking in this Senate for the first time to congratulate you on your ascension to the position of President of the Senate. My brother, Lawrence Hislop, he's also here, and the Honorable Minister, Senator Hazel Bacchus. So it's a good time for Tobago. The Senate comprises approximately 20%, if my maths is correct, Tobagonians. And I want to give the Minister the assurance, the Minister of Finance the assurance, that it does not mean we'll be asking for 20% of the national budget in the future. But Mr. President, so much has been said thus far in this debate. So much has been said by us on the government side, and a lot has been said by those on the other side. And I have to be careful when I refer to those on the other side, because on the other side you have at the back, the independent senators who have brought so far a lot of relevance and sensible contributions to this debate. But in front of them you have the opposition. And sometimes I'm not sure if they should be referred to as an opposition, because based on my assessment on what they have done for the last 10 years, they have been nothing but an obstruction to the progress of Trinidad and Tobago. So permit me from time to time to refer to them as an obstruction. And of course, I'll respond to that. And of course, their main topic this morning, instead of focusing on the budget, they are asking us in the PNM, who is our leader? And I want to say to them that we know clearly who is our leader. We know who is our Prime Minister. We know who is the political leader of the PNM, Dr. Keith Christopher Rowley is his name. But more important than knowing who is your leader, Mr. President, you also have to know the attributes of your leader. And I want to say to them that our leader is a man of integrity, a man of character, a man with an impeccable track record in the politics of Trinidad and Tobago. From 1986, I believe it was, before I was born, to now, a man who has demonstrated courage in his leadership of this country. And of course, a man who has been sober at all times, Mr. President. So they should not engage us at all in a conversation on leadership, Mr. President, because we understand what is leadership on this side, Mr. President. So the Senator Wade Mark, and he's absent at this time, but he spoke about some article about Bacchanal in the PNM, and I want to give the population the assurance there is no Bacchanal in the PNM, and there is no Bacchanal in the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And you see, they should be very familiar with Bacchanal, because I can recall during the period 2010 to 2015, there was a People's Partnership government. And in that partnership, we had traitorship, we had dictatorship, we had everything else except leadership, Mr. President. And of course, their actions had no relationship to the development and progress of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. So there is no Bacchanal on this side. There is no Bacchanal in the PNM. Because, of course, at one point in time, the famous Jack was on the attack, attacking the then Prime Minister, who is their leader in the opposition at the time. And then recently we heard the same Jack was back. Of course, we have had scandal after scandal during that period, 2010 to 2015. The famous live sport man is here. We've had all kinds of scandals, all kinds of Bacchanal during their time in government. But they're coming to tell us about Bacchanal, Mr. President. There is no Bacchanal on this side. So, when it comes to Tobago, I want to talk to the people of Tobago first and foremost, because 40 minutes tend to fly by very quickly, Mr. President. And I want to say that the people of Tobago and the island of Tobago have benefited significantly under this PNM government over the last 9 to 10 years. Because I want to remind them that when they were in government, there were two significant developments in Tobago during their period 2010 to 2015. We had a new meteorological center constructed and a famous pumpkin house. That was all that was constructed, Mr. President, in Tobago during that period. And under the leadership of this Prime Minister, who is a Tobagonian, as we all know, under the leadership of this government, Tobago has been transformed through the contributions, the direct involvement, and the direct investment of the central government. And I'll mention a few of the projects, and I want to leave the biggest one for last. During their time, the PNM administration before them had on the table 2 police stations, Mr. President. They came in, they had other priorities, and guess what? They cancelled it. And I'm not surprised, because when you operate like how they operated, then you wouldn't be interested in advancing anything to do with police stations. So they cancelled that. And when this PNM government came into office, we ensured that we found the available resources to construct those 2 police stations. And now we have a situation where we have a new police station in Shervan Road, Mr. President, yes, and a new one in Roxborough as well. And I want to say, next door to the police station in Roxborough, there is also a new fire station thanks to this PNM government. And not only that, the government partnered as well with the Tobago House of Assembly, the then Tobago House of Assembly, led by the PNM at the time. And we ensured that we brought to the people in Tobago East, through the involvement of the member for Tobago East, and of course other members of cabinet and members of the THE at the point in time, to ensure that a new hospital was constructed for the benefit of the people of Tobago East in Roxborough. And the independent Senator Dr. Remy highlighted some issues there. But I want to say that by the time the last THE administration left office, everything was in place to ensure that that hospital be put to 24-hour use, Mr. President. And therefore, the current THE administration has no excuse, because it has to do with priorities. They have been allocated this time around $2.599 billion. And when we compare the numbers from 2019, 2020, and 2021, the PNM THE got $6.7 billion for that 3-year period. 2022, 2023, 2024. This current THE administration has gotten so far $7.7 billion. So in other words, the PNM government at the central level treated this current THE administration better than the previous PNM administration. And with $1 billion more available to them, they have not prioritized the full operationalization of that hospital, Mr. President, and therefore they have to take full responsibility. But I also want to mention the new airport terminal building, because that is a significant development in the Tobago space, because the Minister of Tourism spoke a lot about airlift, and we in Tobago tend to depend a lot on the domestic air bridge, Mr. President, to bring people to Tobago, whether it be our domestic tourists and in some cases our international arrivals, Mr. President. Because unfortunately, we have gone from having 2 flights out of the UK to now 1 flight, because the current THE administration decided that they were going to send Virgin Atlantic packing. And therefore, this new airport, with a capacity of 3 million passengers annually, is expected to attract significant new airlift direct, Mr. President, to the island of Tobago. But you see, an airport by itself cannot do that. And that is why, as part of our developmental plans for Tobago, this central government had on the agenda a Sandals resort. And I want to tell the people of Tobago especially that we missed out on a great opportunity to accelerate our progress in the tourism sector. Because we saw what happened as soon as Tobago, well, a few Tobagonians said no, that they don't want it, supported by some operatives in the opposition, because of course their intention is to obstruct, and any opportunity to develop Trinidad and Tobago any opportunity that this government will bring to the table to advance the people of Trinidad and Tobago, they believe they must obstruct it. Because as far as they are concerned, it is party first and people after. So anything to advance their political intent, anything to advance their political ambition, even if it means obstructing development, Mr. President, they are going to do it. So they did it with Sandals, and they had people like Watson Duke and the current Chief Secretary telling the developers to put Sandals on Carrera and telling the developers that Tobagonians don't want Sandals, which was an absolute lie. So we missed that opportunity, and untruth, Mr. President. I withdraw the word lie. I saw the facial expression. So it was an untruth. And not too long after that, Sandals went to St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And within a month of that hotel opening, Mr. President, we saw a number of flights, new airlift. All of a sudden, St. Vincent's tourism product transformed significantly. JetBlue, United Airlines, American Airlines, British Airways, Virgin Atlantic, new flights coming to the destination. And had the people of Tobago been able to benefit from a Sandals and a Marriott, which is under construction, with the new airport and the marina that this government is promising, guess what? Our tourism sector, Mr. President, would have been significantly transformed. And I want to say to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that an advanced tourism sector in Tobago will benefit the overall country. Because Sandals by itself was going to create 2,000 new jobs in Tobago, Mr. President. Right? In addition to that, I am sure a hotel of that magnitude will consume dozens of, well not dozens, thousands of eggs per day, and thousands of vegetables and other produce. Who do you think, Mr. President, would have been in a position to produce what was required for the operations of that hotel? The people of Tobago, and if not the people of Tobago, people of Trinidad.
That's right. Agriculture.
So agriculture would have benefited significantly. Another ridiculous claim made by people in the opposition was that when Sandals come, it will kill off all the other small hotels and guest houses. Ridiculous. Because Sandals, of course, provides 5-star accommodation. And when Sandals attracts new airlift, let's say a plane signs an agreement with Sandals, a new airline signs an agreement with Sandals, and a plane comes with 200 people to Tobago. You think all of them going to Sandals, Mr. President? What Sandals would have brought was the linkages between Tobago and other international destinations, our source markets in Europe, in the United Kingdom, in North America and South America as well. But we shelved that. And you know what we have in Tobago now, Mr. President? You know what is the big investment in Tobago, apart from the Marriott that the central government brought? Double palm. Tobago now has a double palm, Mr. President. So the contributions of this central government to the people of Tobago has been significant, Mr. President. And there are other things that I could mention. The Hillsborough Dam, $60-odd million spent to ensure that it was desilted to increase the water capacity. A number of other projects done by WASA to improve the water capacity in Tobago, Mr. President, and all of this was geared towards ensuring that Tobago was well poised to be more competitive in the tourism sector, Mr. President. But certain people in Tobago did not want it. So they also want to talk about crime, Mr. President. And I heard Senator Jearlean John, she had a lot to say about crime. And I want to say to the people of Trinidad and Tobago that we have had a crime problem for a long time now. Even the period 2010 to 2015, we had a crime problem. I don't know if you recall during that period, the entire nation was shaken by the assassination of a prominent attorney during that period, Mr. President. So I'm not going to have a debate about who had more crime and who had more murders. That is not the debate we want to have. The debate we should be having on crime is that it is the responsibility of all of us to ensure that we do what is required to make Trinidad and Tobago a safer place. And what is their record? Because legislation brought to the Parliament to treat with the bail arrangements, because you recognize that sometimes the police will detect crime, arrest people, take them before the court, and in a short period of time, they're back out in the streets committing the same crimes. We brought legislation to treat with that. Guess what they did in the opposition? They did not support it. Legislation to protect whistleblowers. They did not support that, Mr. President. Anti-gang legislation, they did not support that, Mr. President, but it come in to talk about crime, because you see, crime for them is about political benefit. Crime for them is a campaign platform topic. True. They are not serious about treating with the issue of crime, Mr. President. And I want to address decent, right-thinking UNC supporters, because I believe that within that party, there are some decent people who support them. And I want to encourage them to rescue their party from the rot and the morass that it is in. Because come 2026 for the next general election, I want that when you end up back in opposition, at least on that occasion, you will be a credible, respectable and competent opposition that will support the next PNM government. Because it cannot be that the government, and this applies all over the world, Mr. President. I've seen even in the United States Congress, because of bipartisan political interests, have frustrated and obstructed even the President of the United States from advancing the important agenda of the people of the United States of America. The same thing is happening here in Trinidad and Tobago. So I'm saying, rescue that party from the leadership of the member for Siparia. Rescue that party from the people who are in the parliament and on bail. Because it is foolish of us, Mr. President, I'm hoping that word is parliamentary, to expect that people who are unethical in their ways, nefarious in their operations, and a cartel by nature to be serious about solving crimes. UNC, that is what UNC means, Mr. President. So that is the debate we must have on crime. The opposition must be prepared to support critical legislation that will assist the government and other state agencies in fighting crime, not to come here and read out crime statistics as if under the UNC there was no crime. There was crime in 2010 to 2015, even in the cabinet, Mr. President. People were arrested. As we speak, you talk about that person, but what was the action taken by the PNM and its leadership, right? On the other hand, you have people sitting in the parliament and on bail, $1 million bail for serious offenses. That is the debate we should be having when it comes to crime, Mr. President. But of course, leadership is about courage, because there are some, and I want to read an article. I didn't come to read, but I will read this I'll refer to this article, Mr. President, because there are some in this place and in this country that are very hypocritical. So we are in a situation where Trinidad and Tobago and its economy, like every other country in the world, is influenced by global forces. And therefore, the government has to take particular actions. So the Minister of Finance brought a budget, a very contextual one, applicable to our circumstances, because when things happen globally, whether it be wars, whether it be recessions, whatever might be taking place globally, it impacts on us, Mr. President, and that is obvious. So particular actions were prescribed. Number one, the government decided that we will implement, not introduce it, implement the property tax to ensure that we can attract an additional $1 billion in revenue specific to local government. They are talking now about axing the tax. And I want to read a little bit of this article, dated Thursday, the 1st of August, Newsday, Mr. President, 2013. I want to read a little bit that will remind the population of how these people operate. Speaking with reporters following the presentation of the report, Hawaii said government is looking at all the subsidies right now to see where it will make sense to start shifting what we do. Explaining the country's overall fiscal situation is better than anticipated, Hawaii said there was no need for dramatic changes, but there should be recalibrating of the process of subsidies for the country. And of course, he was speaking about the fuel subsidy, Mr. President. Noting that general elections are constitutionally due in 2015 and local government elections are due later this year, Hawaii observed. That will always be a real challenge because, to be frank, you're going into an election, it is unlikely that you will want to make very dramatic shifts. That is how they operate, Mr. President. This government, we are prepared to make the necessary decisions that will keep this country on an even keel in election season, out of election season, because we believe in doing the right thing for this country because it is the right thing to do. So they were discussing fuel subsidies. As a matter of fact, at one point in time, they were prepared to introduce the property tax. Then it was called a land and buildings tax. They were prepared to introduce it. But of course, whenever an election comes, and because for them it's party first and country after, they prepare to pull back. And they want to talk about leadership, Mr. President. So in the budget, the Minister of Finance mentioned the current context, the current climate, global inflation at 5 to 6%, oil prices at a particular level, right? And the proposal is that we will have expenditure of $59 billion based on revenue of around $54 billion, a deficit of, let's say, $6 billion, Mr. President. The leader of the opposition, in her response, goodies after goodies, promises after promises. And you know what I did, Mr. President? I attached an estimated cost to these promises. And best case scenario, the cost of the promises advanced by the leader of the opposition in her response is going to be a minimum of $10 billion. Best case scenario, Mr. President. Could be more, but that is the best case scenario, $10 billion in promises, right? In addition to that, they're saying, axe the tax, right? If we axe the tax, we're going to lose $1 billion. They are saying as well, Mr. President, We should have kept Petrotrin open in the state that it was in, leaking $4 billion annually from the Treasury. So they're saying we should not have restructured Petrotrin into the competitive, profitable entity that it is now. We should not have restructured that. So that is 4 plus 1, $5 billion, Mr. President. Follow me. In addition to that, they are saying, Mr. President, that we should have retained the fuel subsidy. We should not have touched it. Although they were preparing to touch it back then, as a matter of fact, they increased premium fuel during their term in office. And they were preparing to withdraw the subsidies gradually, Mr. President. But of course, elections coming, and they are more concerned with winning election than to keeping Trinidad and Tobago progressive and moving forward. So they're saying now, no need to remove the fuel subsidy, which is, by the way, $3 to $4 billion a year. So that is how much? $9 billion. So they are saying to us, add the $10 billion in promises to that, that is $19 billion, plus the current deficit, which is $6 billion. They are saying that they could run this country at a deficit, Mr. President, of $25 billion. And my economist friend will tell me that that will be a deficit to GDP ratio of 12%. The healthy ratio, Mr. President, is 3% thereabout. That is what they are saying to us. So they will obstruct what the government is doing with respect to crime, with respect to tourism, because as far as they are concerned, once the government progresses and looks good, that is not good for them on election day. To hell with the country, Mr. President. It's all about elections for them and winning elections. But they don't understand. They don't understand that the people of Trinidad and Tobago are wise. And therefore we see through that. And that is why in 2015, Mr. President, notwithstanding all the promises that were thrown at them, they voted out the People's Partnership Government. And in 2020, Mr. President, in 2020, notwithstanding all that transpired with the pandemic and the difficulty that we were facing with our economy in Trinidad and Tobago and with the pandemic and all of that, they understood the quality of the leadership in the PNM and they voted for the PNM once again. Because, Mr. President, as that transpired with the people of Tobago, I come into that, sometimes it has been good house. And bad house does call you. Yes. So the people of Tobago, and thanks for bringing me to that point, the people of Tobago, for 21 years under the PNM, Mr. President, enjoyed development. They enjoyed an arrangement where Tobago's resources, whether it be $2 billion, $2.3 billion, what was given by the Ministry of Finance to the Tobago House of Assembly, we ensured it was spent in Tobago to the development of the people of Tobago. You know what is happening now, Mr. President? You know who is benefiting the most from the money given to the Tobago House of Assembly? It is their friends in the UNC, Mr. President. All the Tobagonian businesses and contractors, all of them have been blacklisted. And of course, the Senator Mark was in here talking about Warners and Landate and all kinds of foolishness. Talk about the Pumpkin House and the Pink Palace. Talk about Sicharan and Lala and all the other South Trinidad contractors in Tobago now, sidelining the Tobagonians. That is what is taking place in Tobago. Right? Over the last 3 years, Mr. President, in Tobago.
Okay. The crosstalk is getting a little bit high. That's making it difficult to hear Senator Dennis. Senator, continue.
Over the last 3 years in Tobago, Mr. President, some 2,000 Tobagonians who were employed in the construction sector have lost their jobs. You know why? Because the Tobagonian contractors who got contracts from the THA and who employed Tobagonians, all of them have been sidelined. Yeah. We have a company now called California Stocko. In 1 year, Mr. President, in 1 year, $300 million almost in contracts. The entire development budget for the Tobago House of Assembly gifted away to one particular contractor. That is what is happening in Tobago, Mr. President. Their friends are enjoying it, and I understand why, and I will tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago why. Because you see, they believe, and if you notice, they are not a national party, Mr. President.
That's right. That's right.
They are a Trinidad party. The PNM is the only national Trinidad and Tobago party. So they will never put a candidate to run for Tobago East or Tobago West. Never. But you know what they will do? They will meet with Farley and others quietly at night, and they will plan their strategies, and they will ensure that Tobago's resources that were originally withheld in Tobago and circulated in Tobago to the benefit of Tobagonians, they will plan and they will concoct and they will ensure those resources are no longer available to the people of Tobago, because they believe if they do that, they could empower and enrich their friends to ensure that they put themselves in a position to benefit, Mr. President. That is what is taking place in Tobago. Tobagonians were in good house under the PNM, and of course, bad house call them. And I want to warn the people of Trinidad and Tobago, because we run the risk of doing the same thing at the national level. We are in a good house. Yes, we have challenges.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, we have challenges, Mr. President. I will acknowledge that. We have challenges with crime. We have challenges economically. The oil prices fluctuate. That happens. It happened to them in 2015 in their last days of government. But I'm saying generally, we are in a good house, and I want us to remember the quality of leadership that we have in our Prime Minister, Dr. the Honorable Keith Christopher Rowley. And let us not Mr. President, take God out of our thoughts and fall for the ridiculous promises. One of the promises included bail amendment. That's what one of the promises included. But the same attempts made by this government to fix exactly that, they didn't support it, but they prepared to go and promise it. So you're not prepared to work with the government to give it, but you're promising the people of Trinidad and Tobago that when you get into office, you will fix those things. I'm saying to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we're in a good house with challenges. Any good houses have challenges. Sometimes you have to dust the curtain. Sometimes you have to throw out the garbage. But we're in a good house. Don't let the bad house of the UNC call you. Because you know what you have. You don't know what you're going to get. Well, let me change that. You know what you're going to get. Because we saw what they did in the period 2010 to 2015. We saw what they did in that period, Mr. President. So I'm saying to us, this budget is one that considers the global economic context within which we operate. We have prescribed policies, we have a manageable deficit, and we are going to make sensible decisions going forward in the best interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, Mr. President. That is what this government is about. So having said all of that, I want to congratulate the Minister of Finance for his stewardship of the economy of Trinidad and Tobago in very difficult circumstances, because we inherited a treasury that was almost empty. Then we had the pandemic, Mr. President. And of course, following the pandemic, we have had serious global economic shocks, creating some challenges here for us. And I'm saying, notwithstanding all of that, no public servants were sent home. And we have managed the economy of Trinidad and Tobago in a way that ensured that we stayed the course. We stayed out of the hands of the IMF, unlike some of our neighbors, Mr. President. So with that said, congratulations to the Minister of Finance and congratulations to this government.
Honorable Senators, before I call on the next speaker, permit me to congratulate Senator Dennis on his maiden contribution in the Senate. Senator Lutchmedial-Ramdial.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President, for the opportunity to contribute on this debate on a bill entitled An Act to Provide for the Service of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ending 30th of September 2025. Mr. President, permit me to congratulate Senator Dennis on his maiden contribution. He has proven himself true to form, really a thoroughbred member of the People's National Movement who can speak for his full speaking time and say absolutely nothing. And so he has lived up to all of our expectations, and I'm certain he has lived up to the expectations of his political leader. But Mr. And I'm just very grateful that he didn't take 5 hours and, was it 44 minutes? 5 hours and 44 minutes to say absolutely nothing. Because, Mr. President, this budget that we are here and we are talking about today, and, you know, they are so critical, and I'll spend some time responding to the Minister of Tourism and also to Senator Dennis, and they are so critical of the concept that an alternative government, the opposition, the duly elected opposition of this country, has actually put forward through our political leader, the member for Superior, a woman with heart and soul and passion for people, has actually put forward better plans than this government has done for the last 10 years. They should be ashamed. They should be ashamed that in 10 years they have not been able to produce real material plans and put forward to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And worse than that, they have not been able to deliver even on the meager plans that they come up with. They have not been able to deliver on them. And I will spend my time going through to show you how they come year after year and promise things and promise allocations and make all sorts of, you know, comments about what they are going to do, and they deliver absolutely nothing. Mr. President, I want to commend my colleagues on this bench for their outstanding contributions. Particularly today we had, again, after our political leader, Senator John, if my political leader is like my political mother, Senator John is my political big sister. And I want to say that Senator John reminded me this morning of something I saw a clip of presidential candidate Kamala Harris speaking about an issue, and she said, we're going to call their names because we have to put names to the people. And Senator John did that this morning. She called the names because I think this government forgets. They forget that this is not a numbers game. This is not a numbers game. It is about people. So it's not about whether it's 400 murders or 500 murders or we're heading towards 600 murders for this year, you know. It's about the actual people. It's about the children collecting bullets, sitting in the arms of their parents or sleeping in their bed at night. That is what it's about. So I congratulate Senator John for a very passionate contribution today. Because we continue, Mr. President, we continue to stand here and give a voice to the voiceless people of this nation. The people who are the poor, the underprivileged, people who lack access to basic necessities like water and proper housing. We have to highlight Mr. President. We have to highlight their plight, and we have to show how, because that's what a budget is. A budget is supposed to address the plight of the people. And this budget contains absolutely nothing to address the real plights facing the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Crime is just one of them, but there are many others. But crime is the major one, and it is impossible to speak about crime and not touch on education, social services. This government, they come here and they cry down social interventions like baby grant and milk grant and all of these things. They insult things meant to help women take themselves out of poverty and raise their children. What kind of government is that? What kind of people are you to stand here and criticize things like that given to people? You don't understand that a milk grant is the difference between a 15-year-old boy seeing his siblings hungry and deciding to go and join the gang and pick up the gun and commit a robbery. Yes. That's what they don't understand. They don't see linkages. They don't understand that the milk grant is the difference between the child, the older child, having books to go to school and get an education and not go out there and commit crime. That is what the milk grant is. But there's Kamla milk grant, and that is why they will cry it down, Mr. President. So they don't care about people and the real people, and that is why they could stand here and commend this budget, this vacuous budget that lacks any sort of real promise or possibility to bring this country out from the darkness that it is currently existing in. Mr. President, our comprehensive, all-inclusive plan laid out by the leader of the opposition to rescue and restore Trinidad and Tobago to the paradise that it was between 2010 and 2015 is something that I want to fully commend. And I encourage every right-thinking citizen to go and listen. And I heard this morning, I was trapped in traffic, as usual, coming from San Fernando, and I heard the Minister of Tourism speaking and saying, how are you going to afford this? How are you going to? I'll tell you something, two things. One, we will do it the same way we did it from 2010 to 2015. We will do it the same way that we did it then. But more than that, and the bigger thing, what we will do is we will have proper priorities. We will cut out wastage and we will cut out corruption. And that is the way that we will be able to afford to deliver. Because, Mr. President, we weren't the ones running from procurement legislation.
600 recusals.
And kicked the can down the road as far as we could to avoid it. Right? We are not the ones who, when Senator Jearlean was in charge of the HDC, had to cancel a whole housing project because somebody, a local contractor, decided to challenge it, and rather than face the OPR and deal with the challenge proceedings, they canceled the whole project. What does that tell you? What does that tell you about what is taking place in this government? The Minister of Tourism stood up and said, this is my 10th budget defending tourism and the sector and culture and the arts. He probably thinks that we forgot that at one point in time, he was the Minister of Housing. And then a certain senator who was sitting there at the time was accused of clearing on lands owned by the HDC, and he ordered an investigation, and suddenly he moved from housing and get put in tourism and didn't get back his seat in San Fernando East.
Oh, Lord, is it? Oh, fella. When you do good, they pelt you out.
That's how it is. That's how it is go. And then they talk about we have bacchanal and don't talk about them bacchanal and all kind of thing. All of them were mine and obsessed with my arrow for the last 6 months, but now they come and tell us don't get in our bacchanal. At least we have a democratic party that will hold elections and give people the ability. They could sit down where they want, stand up where they want, say what they want. They don't have to go, as Senator George said, they don't have to go pusur by the express and ask for anonymity like if they're in witness protection to talk about what's going on inside the party. We don't have that because we have a leader. And as I listen very carefully to what they talk about, all the attributes of their leader, but you know what they never talked about? They never talked about kindness. And that's what we could talk about in our party. We could talk about kindness in a leader. We could talk about a leader with heart, with generosity. We could talk about a leader who is fair. So we don't have to sit down and accept whatever is handed to us. Right? So, but that's enough of that. I don't need to...
Take small pen.
Yeah. I don't need to waste more time. That's all what you all choose. Senator Dennis came to talk about the record and our record. while we were in government. Our record was the lowest crime rate in over 30 years. That was the record of the People's Partnership Administration. Our record was community comfort patrols that gave people a sense of security. Well, let's scrap that. They tried to reintroduce it during COVID and it had some bubble and they had to shut it down again. Our record was that we passed good legislation to ensure that you had proper procurement and disposal of public property. You all brought amendments 3 times to water it down and make it almost ineffective, to remove a whole chunk of government expenditure from oversight. That is your record, not ours.
9 years.
In 9 years, that is what your record is. And you all will hit a new record this year by the looks of it when it comes to crime. Our record is making sure that there was equality in the distribution of resources within this country. I hear Senator Dennis talk about what South contractors. I don't know why it is, and then they come here and they bring one person from Central Trinidad, and all of a sudden they think that they love Central Trinidad and they're putting him forward as the alternative candidate and all of this, etc. But you're coming here to cry down contractors from South Trinidad. So what happened? People from South Trinidad are not people too? We are not citizens of this country? We get treated like second-class citizens by the PNM all the time. We always get treated like second-class citizens. No wonder they put you out of San Fernando East, because you sat down here, Minister of Tourism, and listened to them talking about South contractors getting work in Tobago, as though contractors from South aren't entitled. They are not entitled to put in a tender and to get work in Tobago. That is uncalled for. And I want to say, and you should apologize for that statement about South contractors. Everybody who wants to put in a tender for work in Trinidad and Tobago have an equal right to do so.
Not in his mind.
Under procurement law.
But that's what's happened when you come to Parliament, change a whole law, make 3 new seats, and still get licks and lost the 6 seats you had before. That's why that has happened.
And that's why you need opposition.
That's why I'm talking about what we should do to be in opposition, because he was in opposition and get put in opposition and get put out by the people of Tobago. The people of Tobago rejected the PNM. Overwhelmingly. And then they come here, and the leader of that rejection, of that rejected bunch, has now come here to lecture the UNC.
Bring back Laurel.
To lecture the UNC about what to do and what to say and about South contractors. Mr. President, really, they have nothing to talk about, and that is why they have to come here and bring up all of these things. But let me talk today about, as I said, I want to talk about crime, the number one issue facing this population. Every single day you open a newspaper, all you see, about 3 or 4 pages dedicated every day. Murder, rape, domestic violence, home invasions, and recent times more and more cases of kidnapping and extortion in this country. What is the government doing? Nobody knows. Security tax being imposed by criminals on hard-working business people in this country, Mr. President. And the response we get from the government is, well, you shouldn't pay. You shouldn't do this. Are you coming to keep people safe at night? Are you resourcing the national security agencies sufficiently to be able to keep people safe at night? The answer is a resounding no, Mr. President. Mr. President, last year in the budget, they promised 1,000 new vehicles. They come back this year now, they say, no, it's 2,000 vehicles, but approval for 200 in this year. Where are the vehicles? And the bigger issue than purchasing of vehicles for the TTPS is the maintenance of those vehicles. You have a literal scrapyard of vehicles purchased with the money from the taxpayers of Trinidad and Tobago piling up. We have had issues, I think it's up in Wallerfield somewhere, is where Vimcott have them. In Marabella, right next to the area, Tropical Plaza there, there's a whole yard full of derelict police vehicles parked up there. An environmental hazard. Just sitting there. They are not repairing the vehicles. When the Vehicle Management Corporation came before, VIMCOT came before a joint select committee, they talked about the challenges they were facing from collecting money from state agencies, just like TNTech. Just like TNTech, the biggest people owing TNTech are other state agencies. The biggest headache for VIMCOT is just collecting the money from other state agencies. It was so bad that VIMCOT was actually falling behind on paying NIS, health surcharge, and PAYE, and remitting their own taxes for their employees to the Board of Inland Revenue. Could you imagine that? Government not paying government, who have to then remit taxes to government. They're in a mess. They are in a complete mess. And nothing, when you talk about they're going to buy 2,000 vehicles for the TTPS, no mention whatsoever on how you plan to fix VIMCOT as the first port of call for the agency that will repair and maintain vehicles. So without a plan to repair and maintain the existing fleet, adding vehicles that will eventually just end up in the stockpile of scrap iron, it makes absolutely no sense, and it is not value for money. And that is what budgeting is about, and that is what you expect to hear in a budget debate, about how you will earn money, how you will spend that money, and how you will ensure that the people of Trinidad and Tobago get value for that money that you are spending. And we have heard nothing like that, Mr. Vice President. When it comes to vehicles as well, we have to talk about the Coast Guard. I don't know by what or how it ended up at this stage, but our Coast Guard vehicles, we have one vessel working. One vessel. We have a problem. They had a whole big seminar and conference down at the Hyatt to talk about crime as a public health problem, a public health issue. And we recognize that the influx of guns into this country is what is contributing to the crime problem. The majority of our crime is committed using illegal firearms. 2 or 3 years ago, the SSA put out a statistic. They said they estimated then that there were about 12,000 illegal firearms in Trinidad and Tobago. I could only imagine what number that has arrived at now. Because from that period to now, we have had a breakdown of our Coast Guard patrols, and we have had a breakdown of all of the scanners at our legal ports of entry. So if it cannot come through the illegal port of entry, it will come through the legal ports of entry. In the last budget, we talked about the scanner issue at the ports. We heard about it at the Joint Select Committee on National Security. There was one fixed container scanner working at the port of Port of Spain. Nothing in Point Lisas. The mobile scanners that were donated, they said it was too expensive to service it, so they put them out of commission. Big fanfare. Every time we have budget, every time we have standing finance committee that we have to sit down and listen to the government try to defend the expenditure. Big fanfare, we buying scanner. Accelerated procurement process now for scanner. Scanner coming, first it was sometime January, then we hit August, now we get all the way down to November. How every single day that there is a delay in putting those scanners in place and getting our security at the ports in order is another day for weapons to come in this country to take the life of a child. It is another opportunity for a Harp Place, a repeat of what happened at Harp Place. The Attorney General spoke about the plans for his ministry, and I don't fault him. This is his portfolio. He says that, he has draft legislation that he's going to outlaw the high-powered weapons and so on, AR or whatever type of weapons and all of that. Well, that is all well and good. But you're going to put it on the statute books and outlaw it for what? So that all illegal, so that people can't get a license for it? They don't have license for them. The people who are murdering our children don't have FULs. They don't. And this government has spent an excessive amount of time, energy, money, and no end to the propaganda surrounding investigations into FULs and who have FUL and how much this one have and how much that one have. None of the crime being committed, none of the unsolved murders, none of the children that we have to bury every day in this country were killed using a licensed firearm. So why is that your focus and not securing our borders? Last year, vehicles and equipment purchased, the 2024 estimate, $1.5 million. What was the revised estimate for the Coast Guard? 0. Purchase of specialized equipment, $500,000. What is the revised estimate? 0. Acquisition of a hyperbaric chamber, something I've heard a lot about it. I know in Tobago, at one point in time, they wanted to get one to protect persons and so on. $5 million allocated. Revised estimate, 0. Upgrade to facilities, $3 million allocated. All of this is found, Mr. Vice President, in the development program. The details are there. $3 million for the upgrade to facilities. How much spent? 0. Ask them how much they spend investigating legal firearms and the grant of FULs. They wouldn't be able to tell you that. And they can't talk about that. Every single year under PSIP, they mention porous borders and the issue of porous borders. Every single year we come here and talk about it. Every single year they make allocations, and every single year they have nothing to show for it. They cannot show a single thing that they have done and put in place to really, truly secure our borders. We have had the influx of narcotics. We have had the influx of illegal firearms. We have had an influx of illegal immigrants, all under the watch of this government during the last decade of destruction that they have presided over in this country. And that is why we are in they talk about a state of rot in the UNC. This country is in a state of rot under the PNM. The entire country is in a state of rot under the PNM. You all, perhaps, I don't know, drivers driving you and you're sleeping in the back seat, so you don't pass by every single traffic light and see mothers with children holding up signs begging for money. We did not have that when we were in power, with the prevalence that we have it now. Every ATM you go to withdraw money, there are 3 women sitting down there begging for money, begging for help. Women who could have get milk grants under Kamala Prasad-Bissessa, the member for Siparia, and her government. That's what the milk grant used to do for everybody who wants to talk about the milk grant. They would remove those mothers and children from the street begging for money to go into a pharmacy and buy a tin of milk. Or from, I mean, I can't condone it, but I could sympathize sometimes when I see mothers shoplifting to afford school books. There was a news story of a mother, she apologized and so on. And I don't condone what she has done. But she was actually stealing school books. Because when the UNC government, and I'm sure my learned colleague, Senator Gopeesingh, will talk about it, when we had an extensive textbook program implemented throughout all the schools, they wanted $133 million for textbooks to make sure that every child had textbooks, and no mother had to send a child to school without textbooks, and no mother had to resort to stealing textbooks. They want to save money on that. To do what? To do what? To travel all over the world?
No, recuse that.
Or for how much $50 million entertainment allowance? Entertainment allowance, $50 million entertainment allowance, but take away textbook rental programs. That is what their priority is. Senator John,
400 days out of it.
yeah, Senator John said it best. Elitist. That is elitism at its highest. You need $50 million to entertain. Because you're trying to bring foreign investors and whoever, some people who cannot withstand a little bit of scrutiny, they run. They run in. The minute you ask a question about them, they does it. Because they cannot withstand scrutiny, just like this government. And those are their friends that they want to bring here as investors. So they need $50 million to entertain, but they don't care about mothers and children having school books and uniforms and milk, a basic thing like milk. I really do sympathize with the people of this country who have to live under these conditions. Mr. President, everywhere I go, people say, and people approach me and they tell me that it is only when they listen to the leader of the opposition speak in Parliament that they feel any sense of hope that this country could come back. That we could come back. Because the PNM created they do one thing. I'll give them a compliment.
Fire burn round
They do
here.
one good thing. The PNM does one thing with exceptional efficiency and
There's leave.
proficiency. No, they create propaganda. They create propaganda and they drown the population. Yeah, they drown the population with propaganda. That is what they do, and they repeat it over and over and over, and that is why people are in the position that they are in now in this country, because they believed in propaganda. They believe when a minister comes and says, we finish a highway, but when you're driving on the road, it have a big crack, and you have to divert around it, and up to now, they will not make the report public, but we have the report, and we know what happened. We know what happened, but they will talk about this highway and this propaganda and how much money they save. They save money, but the highway, a whole section of the highway to Point 14, you cannot drive on it. You have to divert around it, and it's a sort of barrel, and it is a hazard, quite frankly. I go down there every weekend. Let's go to buy doubles on the creek, and every weekend I drive there. Yeah, past the crack by the cremation site. And you always, and I wonder to myself how these people could stand here with a straight face. How you could stand here with a straight face and pat yourself on the back and talk about saving money and what you deliver when, even when you cut ribbon, you smile for the media and so on, but everything is defective, everything is deficient, and nothing works. The Minister of Tourism actually stood here with a straight face and talked about the ICC Cricket World Cup in the one, as my colleague Senator Roberts said, the $1 billion stadium that the ICC then had to call the pitch unsatisfactory. Unsatisfactory.
Shame. And 6 hours to reach down there.
6 hours to reach down, and afterwards people walked. People walked from, they could not even coordinate transportation. People walked from the Brian Lara Stadium to South Park to get back to their vehicle. Everybody, they can't deliver nothing properly, but stand here and talk about successful. You have the international cricketing body of this country calling your $1 billion scandalous stadium.
1.3,
I think, and running because they did some repairs to get it ready. Imagine they spent additional money to get it ready for ICC. Yeah. And they call it unsatisfactory.
And ball only
the coach from Afghanistan said the pitch is dangerous.
Yeah. Ball ratting.
They describe it as dangerous, and you come here to boast about a successful ICC World Cup. I felt ashamed for my country. I felt ashamed, and everybody know I cricket. Well, I didn't say that, right? But I mean, really. Everybody know I love cricket. It can't have cricket anywhere in this country and I'm not there. And I felt very, very ashamed. I felt very ashamed to see what transpired at the end of that Cricket World Cup, having regard to the amount of money, and then to sit here and see them boasting about it. But that is not the only thing. They boast about so many things that they cannot deliver. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, when it comes to the crime situation, this might be my it's my 5th budget contribution, so let me say it again. It's the same thing I said in my first budget contribution. When you're dealing with crime, you're dealing with prevention. The middle is detection, prosecution, conviction, and then you have to deal with rehabilitation. Let's deal with that middle ground there. You cannot continue to depend on eyewitnesses to convict people in this country, particularly when matters are taking very long to go through the court. It was either today, I think it was this morning or yesterday, I read in the newspaper of a man who, on a retrial, the only evidence the state could put forward after he spent about 2 decades in prison on remand, the only evidence they had was eyewitness evidence from 2 children who said that they witnessed the murder. And the police ended up admitting that they didn't properly investigate his alibi and all these kinds of things. The police didn't, they had arrested an additional, all that's in newspapers today, they arrested another suspect, they swabbed his hands for gunpowder residue, but they let him go before they could get back the results. Now, in my mind, I thought to myself there, imagine if we had rapid forensics and a functional forensic sciences center in this country, how different crime detection could be. And we've said it over and over and over. The last time I asked a question in this parliament about samples be awaiting testing, it was about 9,000. When the Forensic Science Center came before the Joint Select Committee, it was 14,000 samples of different kinds awaiting testing. That is probably translating into, God knows how many, but thousands of cases that cannot be heard. So you could say that we are spending money and we're implementing a JIPA and that will speed up trials and so on. The trial can't go nowhere until you have the forensics. And you can't even do proper detection of criminal, when it comes to crimes, if you don't have proper forensics. Mr. Vice President, in the 2018, 2019, and I went back on YouTube, and I'm so grateful for technology, I went back on YouTube to check this because I didn't want to believe what I read in newspapers. I went back and I checked it, the 2018-2019 budget in the Standing Finance Committee. The then Minister of National Security, now acting Prime Minister, said that we had $10 million of free funding for a state-of-the-art Forensic Science Center at Mount Hope. Well, I said that must be, I think they call that kind of art surrealism, because they had to use your imagination to see it. Because from 2018-19 to now, not a blade of grass has been cut on the piece of land that Forensic Science Center is supposed to go down on. We are in 2024, and in 2024, you have employees of the Forensic Science Center filming a leaking refrigerator containing tissue samples with maggots swimming in it being passed to the media. It was reported this year in the media. That is the state of forensics in this country.
Shameful.
That is beyond shameful. It is beyond shameful. And then we expect that these employees of the state will produce evidence that could help us to convict criminals. There was a big boast at one point in time. They say, oh, the whole backlog, this was in 2019, the backlog will come to an end with ballistics training. They train officers and they up in what used to be SORT, up in Komoto to do ballistics training and so on. Propaganda again. Because when I had the opportunity at the Joint Select Committee on National Security to question them on that, you know what it turned out to be? All they could do is process the bullets and so on, but they still have to go down forensics. They could swab and look for DNA or whatever up at Komoto, but it still has to go down to forensics to complete the report that is necessary in order to progress a matter in the court. So someone told me recently that no group of people could be so incompetent, and it has to be that this is deliberate. It has to be that the way that they run this country is deliberate, because I do not believe that anybody could be so incompetent to not see that you need to fix the way that things operate if you want to get some results. Because you're just running around like headless chickens. We spend our money here, we'll allocate a $10 million there and only spend $1 million. We'll allocate a $9 million there and we'll come back for some funding during the year, but nobody knows and nobody can see the finished product or a result. What is the result? We are heading towards more murders, more suffering, more rapes, more unsolved crimes, and more people waiting for justice before our courts. A JIPA cannot take the place. A JIPA cannot solve the problem of people waiting years and years and years for the state to be ready to progress their matter through the court system if you don't have proper forensics, if the police don't have enough resources at their disposal. All of those things, you have to deal with it, and they are not dealing with it. If the police don't even have vehicles to respond and proper working vehicles to respond. We have to look no further than the fire service to see what is taking place. This year, the fire service, the association came out and they complained about the conditions under which they were working. They asked, they want to know why it is they are being so many things. In fact, what the fire service said was that equipment shortages were crippling members. And this is what they came out to the media and said. They said 6 of 11 fire stations in the Northern Division lacked functional appliances to respond to fires nationwide. 9 out of 23 fire stations are similarly incapacitated. This was the Fire Services Association 2nd Division President saying this. Mr. Vice President, how could we sit and talk about our budget and commend ourselves and talk about the fact that we are on a pathway to prosperity when basic things like having a well-equipped fire service so that people are not dying as a result of fires breaking out? How can we talk about pathways to prosperity when our fire service lacks basic equipment? Mr. Vice President, under the PSIP program, only 8.5% of the budgeted estimate for last year was actually spent. $1.6 million, and what was budgeted was about $18.7 million. $18.7 million they budgeted. So they understand the needs. They understand the needs, and that is why, and I heard one of the members say that we're talking about management of the economy, because budgeting is not just about putting down figures in a book, it is about management, it is about releasing the money in time, it is about ensuring. I don't think you pull these figures out of the air. In fact, I know about the budgeting cycle and the process that officers and public officers go through every year, and send in their estimates, and we talk about what they need, and they negotiate, and the PS gets involved and so on, and then you are given an allocation. But what is the sense in understanding and acknowledging that $18.7 million is needed in development funding for our fire service, and you only spend $1.6 million?
Competence, gross incompetence.
That is criminal incompetence. Criminal incompetence. And when you do have a fire appliance that can actually respond, they can't pass on the road. And that is why two elderly people were, leave them now, let them talk.
Have some decorum.
Yeah, no, they have none.
They want
That's
Port of
okay.
Spain, North,
That's why they can't expect decorum from people who want to, anyway.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes remaining.
Thank you. So, Mr. Vice President, there is
Don't cuss.
There's a criminal level of incompetence when people are trapped in a house, a fire, and you don't have enough appliances to respond in time. And even when you have an appliance, the road is so bad. And it happened in St. Julian Village in Princestown.
Collapse.
It happened there. They could not reach the house of an elderly couple because of the condition of the road. The fire services appliance could not even pass. 2 elderly people burned to death. I wonder sometimes, when this government stand here and they talk, if they don't have parents and grandparents and so on, and they don't think about them when you understand how the level of incompetence in the execution of their functions hurt the people of this country.
They just chips when they ask for a house,
Yeah. Right?
Minister, I want a house.
Mr. Vice President, there's no end to the number of initiatives that we have been clamoring for and that the country has been calling for in order to treat with serious issues facing this country. There's one more I want to touch on, and that is the issue of electronic monitoring. Mr. Vice President, and apparently the newly minted Senator Dennis does not pay attention, because he came here to say we don't support the bail amendments and so on, that they want to restrict bail.
He is a PNM.
I just want to put on the record that what we did not support was an unconstitutional, illegal type of bail restriction that was ruled by the Privy Council to be illegal, but that when, thanks to us, the government came with a proper piece of legislation that did not interfere with the separation of powers, we, all 6 of us, voted and supported a good law. We supported a good law to restrict, to place parameters on the judicial grant of bail, because that is where the discretion lies with judicial officers, not with the PNM.
Correct.
But the bigger issue to that is you cannot keep people in jail forever. You cannot keep people in jail for 20 years on remand, waiting on a trial, only to be told not guilty and go home because the state only have 2 eyewitnesses and no forensic evidence. And that is what has been happening, and we don't support that. But the solution, and a major solution to that, would be proper electronic monitoring. The UNC, the People's Partnership Government, passed the law. They have been in power for 9 going on 10 years, and in this decade of decay, destruction, and disillusion by the population, we cannot have a proper electronic monitoring unit functional. And it is as simple as this, they like to talk about the reason why we have to restrict bail is because of repeat offenders. Senator Dennis repeated it here today. But it's this simple. If me and Senator Roberts and Senator Naked decide we're going to commit crime somewhere, and we know Senator Naked have an ankle bracelet, we're leaving him home. That's simple as that, you know. And you will cut down on, they might try and go and recruit somebody else. But we wouldn't.
The same one Faris have.
We wouldn't go, you know, you stymie the ability of people to go out and repeat crimes when they are out on bail if they have proper electronic monitoring. I don't know how much more basic I could break that down, because that is just common sense. And when you look at the cost of keeping someone in remand versus the cost of purchasing ankle bracelets and staffing the electronic monitoring unit properly, it makes absolute perfect sense that you would want to put your resources into programs such as those. Mr. Vice President, I know my time is running out, but I just want to say that budgeting has to be about people, and it has to be about solutions. And this budget and the presentation of this budget and every speech coming from the other side has had absolutely no focus on solutions or to make life better for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And so we say that the PNM and their government, whoever their leader might be, this will be their last.
Yes.
Because people are tired.
No more PNM.
People are fed up. And at the end of the day, it is the people who they do not care about when they bring these budgets and they put them forward are the same ones who will vote them out of office. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Hazel Thompson-Ahye.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. If there is one speech in the Parliament that is eagerly awaited and eagerly dreaded, is the budget speech. If there is one debate that has parliamentarians chomping at the bit to express their views, it's the budget debate. Before the Honourable Minister of Finance reads his budget, there is much speculation. Some wild, some educated guesses from intelligentsia who may or may not be past or prospective politicians. Print and electronic media create the space, and there is no shortage of eager beavers for whom a lack of knowledge of economics is no barrier to advising the finance minister how to do his job. Some citizens are hopeful that the budget will contain goodies, tidings of good joy, while some are filled with despair, even before the first syllable is spoken and recorded in Hansard. They believe that when in 1764, Voltaire wrote in his philosophical dictionary, in general, the art of government consists in taking as much money as possible from one part of the citizens to give to the other. He was absolutely correct. Our Minister of Finance is traditionally not one's favorite minister. The hard work he does goes unappreciated. He is maligned and accused of many things. In October '56, ParlView described a Minister of Finance as a legally authorized pickpocket. I would never describe our Honourable Minister of Finance in those terms. I would not say he's completely innocent, not with that less than cherubic smile of his, but he will get forgiveness because there are many praying for him, and like the Commissioner of Police, I believe in the power of prayer. I'm a living testimony of that. John F. Kennedy, addressing the American Society of Newspaper Editors in 1963, stated, "The federal government is the people, and the budget is a reflection of their need." Is this budget a reflection of our need? I always pay attention to the description of the budget statement. It is always impressive. This year it reads, "Steadfast and resolute, forging pathways to prosperity." What a promise. But does it promise more than it delivers? I wonder. In his budget statement, the Honourable Minister painted a dismal picture of the economy when he assumed office. He described it as being so bad, it could not have been worse. Ergo, anything done would have been an improvement. The only direction you could have gone was up. To quote the Honourable Minister of Finance, we not only rebounded, but our economy is stronger and more resilient than it was before COVID-19. Indeed, by 2023, he said, just 3 years after the arrival of the COVID-19 virus, government revenue had improved by 19.4 billion when compared to 2020, an increase of 56%. Revenue in 2023 was also $6 billion more, or 13% more than in 2019. Even in 2024, he said, with severely reduced prices for oil and gas and decline in production, government revenue is still 3.6 billion more, or 8% more than in 2019. He boasted, we have also been able to increase expenditure from 50.8 billion in 2019 to 59.7 billion in 2025, thus putting almost $9 billion more into the local economy, which is a significant factor contributing to our sustained economic growth. He deemed his performance a remarkable achievement by any yardstick and offered hope for continued growth of the economy. As I listened to his success story, Shadow's bassman was playing in his head. Pum, 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 pum. Mr. President, like he was saying, I don't want to, but I have to prance. Mr. President, that budget speech was delivered on September 30. A few days ahead of the budget, on September 27 to be exact, the Prime Minister, speaking at a function at Atlantic LNG in Point Forte, had cautioned the population thus. This year, until the second quarter of 2027, would be a period of difficulty for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. He said this was so because the current levels at which we are producing and the market situation would cause us, or should cause us, to be responsible and hold the fort with a very good view and good confidence that come 2027, we will be in a better position with this industry. Whom should I believe? The Minister of Finance, who painted a rosy picture of sustained economic growth, or the Prime Minister, who urged us to be responsible? The two views seem irreconcilable. I do not know of any attempt to reconcile the opposing views. Where irreconcilable differences exist, it leads to divorce. But I see love and respect between them, and in those circumstances, the marriage will continue. But I'm inclined to side with the Prime Minister on this one. Diversification of the economy. I agree totally with the need to diversify the economy. I've spoken time and time again of the hard work being done by the Minister of Trade and Industry with her numerous trade fairs and the encouragement of entrepreneurs. And I noticed she clapping herself there. Revenue Authority. I have also spoken before of the Trinidad and Tobago Revenue Authority, and I refer to the Towers of Strength community, the prayer group that meets at the Cathedral of the Immaculate Conception every Monday after yesterday. They are mainly retirees of Inland Revenue and Central Bank, and have been praying for an end to the corruption they have witnessed over the years at our financial institutions. They view the Revenue Authority as a step in the right direction. But, Mr. President, if we are serious, and I have no doubt that we are, about collection of taxes, why then is it that the taxi drivers, the pie men and the women, the doubles vendors, the clothes vendors, the market vendors, and numerous people in the informal sector not paying taxes? And they know what to do, eh? We know what to do. Property tax. There have been loud and sustained objections to the property tax, but, Mr. President, we who have been paying land and building taxes for years have been quietly compliant and have no problem with the institution of that tax. Our only hope is that the tax will benefit regional corporations, as has been promised. I see roads being paved in my community, and our long-awaited community center is becoming a reality. They already booked me to come and give a talk for the community in the center. When we began our residents' association, we took turns hosting meetings at our respective homes. Then when a school was built in the area, we held meetings there. And I remember sitting on uncomfortable student desks for hours discussing problems in our community and preferring solutions. We didn't even have a postal service, and a member of our organization did the needful. Tourism, Mr. President. Mr. Vice President, unless we get a handle on crime, we will have great difficulty increasing our share of the tourism pie. I love my country with a passion. As one who belongs to 3 international organizations and interact with 2 others, I've had to defend my country time and time again from charges that crime is a runaway horse here, or a runaway train. I have been a member of the International Society of Family Law for many years. It is an international organization of law professors, judges, and lawyers from over 50 countries. I was invited to sit on the Executive Council of ISFL around 2005. 2016, they made me a vice president. I never even applied. Every 3 years, we have an international conference. And between these international conferences, we have regional conferences. When I organized 2 regional conferences in the Bahamas in 2011 and 2014, there was great enthusiasm and widespread support. I had the head of the family court in the UK, Lord Justice Thorpe, and the legendary Oxford Don, John Eckler, attending. I remember Justice Rolson telling me, Gail, how you get John Eckler to come to your conference? I said, I wrote him a Dear John letter. And when I came to introduce him, I sang, Dear John. So he had to be there. Emboldened, I decided to put in a bid to host an international conference. I was faced again with the travel advisory issued by the US government about crime level in Trinidad. I was ashamed and angry, but determined to at least mount a world conference in this part of the world. So, at our meeting in Strasbourg, I won the bid over Cambridge University. They still haven't recovered. For a little country winning a bid over them. And the Executive Council would not agree to Trinidad, though, so I settled for Barbados. But then the Barbados government changed. The UE principal, very interested, the dean as well. Changes occurred. COVID came. Plans had to be scuttled. At our Expo meeting in Portugal, the venue for the World Conference changed to Belgium. I asked for a regional conference in Tobago, and it was very successful. But I still had a dream of convening a conference here. So at our executive meeting, I went to Buenos Aires to look at them in the eye to see if they will tell me no. When I put in a bid to host a conference in Trinidad that's coming off next month. It was not an easy sell, but I was determined to hold a conference at home to mark the 35th anniversary of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Mr. President, the fear of crime here is real, Mr. Vice President. Again, I make a plea for the return of the Comfort Patrol, as it provides a degree of comfort when I'm coming from a show at Queen's Hall in the night, and these Comfort Patrol people are there. You know, I feel so much comforted. Why was it discontinued? I'm sure my fellow villagers will be quite prepared to pay whatever it costs so we can have this service again. We now have meetings and we have a crime watch, but when we read of home invasion and the like, the fear becomes palpable. I must admit, though, it's not always warranted. One Saturday, I visited Trinity Mall. Normally, I would walk in accompanied, but to save time, I decided, while my decidedly better half was parking, I would go ahead. There seemed to be a great deal of activity on that day, with several booths around the mall. Suddenly, I found myself cornered by a young man who had blocked my path near a booth. There was no place to run. He brought his face close to mine. I could feel his breath. I was scared to death. He then said in a quiet voice, "They're looking all about for the Puma, and the Puma right here." Mr. President, I had an animal print outfit, and he was making a joke on me. I had met my match. It was at the time that you were hearing all about that somebody had sighted a puma, and people were hunting for it. So I was supposed to be the puma now. The Ministry of National Security is given a large slice of the budget, in the hope it will make a difference, and crime will be reduced. Let me start with domestic violence. Domestic violence is a crime. I am not sure if the police get it. They seem to not fully appreciate it. They are failing our women who are victims of domestic violence. One night, a senior counsel called me. He was apologetic for calling so late. Apparently, he didn't know I was the sister of Lady Macbeth, who had murdered Sleep. He wanted assistance for a relative. I heard his story. I phoned the officer in charge of the police station. He gave me a story, which was contradicted by my colleague. I have a great relationship over the years with Claire Guy, who was for years in charge of domestic violence unit. She always answers my call, so I called her. She got another story from the police. Finally, the matter was properly handled. I am tired and fed up of hearing contradictory stories from relatives of deceased domestic violence victims. Who stated they gave a report to the police are stating they never received a report. They said sometimes, I've given several reports to the police said they might have received one report. And nothing was done, the relatives are saying. It is time that this nonsense stops. I am proposing that a domestic violence form for the police be amended. I don't think the Attorney General in the House here, I hope he's listening. We must adopt the Barbados Amendment Act, the Barbados model from your Domestic Violence Protection Orders Amendment Act 2016. It differs from ours in that their domestic violence police report form 6 is very extensive. It not only requires the police to state previous report, but also what action was taken on those reports, and if none, the reason whether an arrest was made, whether charges were laid, and if not, the reason why charges were not laid. But very importantly, it provides that a copy of the police report must be given to the victim. In Trinidad, it's different. You get a receipt for the complaint. I have a receipt in my possession which states the name of the complainant, the nature of the domestic violence complainant, the officers taking the report, but the space for the name of the perpetrator is missing. There's no name there. Why, you ask? Why? Why you think? He was a police officer. One night, the victim called the police and made a report. Next, his phone rang. He then came to her and said, "Say, I call the police on me. Wait and see if anybody come in." As he predicted, nobody came that night or any other night. She's now dead. Mr. President, we do have a big problem with crime. We are not so worried about white-collar crime, save on political platforms. We're worried about blue-collar crime. The urban youth are blamed for the high level of such crime. Our young men from the inner cities and other hotspots are the ones who generally fall in a hail of bullets. Mr. Big, who brings in the guns and bullets, still escape detection and prosecution. He is protected and celebrated as an astute businessman at times. Who remembers the youth of a lighter shade of pale who was caught in Miami with drugs and received recommendations from persons high on the protocol list? Do you think it's only Minister Solomon whose son was removed from a police station? Remember Sparrow's song? If I say that Solomon will be Minister of External Affairs and you don't like it, well, you know the rest. Mr. President, there are middle-class youths involved with drugs. One was killed last year. His mom was well known to me, occupied high office. His dad, too, occupied high office. Mothers get blamed more than fathers, even this week, for the sins of their children. Mothers are accused of encouraging crime and profiting from the criminal acts of their children. Many of us remember how Commissioner of Prison Hercules met his death at the hands of a youth, and his mother saying, he didn't go to kill, he only went to rob. All mothers are not like that and should not be blamed. I recall some years ago, a client pleaded with me to talk to her son. She begged me, he's selling drugs, talk to him for me. I spoke to the young man, put him to sit down in the chair in the office. And after I gave him a good talking to, he said, "Madam, them fellas want the thing. If you don't get it from me, they will buy it from somebody else. So I might as well sell them." It's not easy. Some mothers are suffering, and some fathers too. At times, the police ignore evidence of criminal activity. I told you before about a confession statement in the court. The person who had made the confession statement, the teenager, said he rented a gun for $5 to commit armed robbery, and the gun runner had said, "I don't like to rent all your guns, because you just waste bullets and you don't bring profit." The youth identified the person from whom he had rented the gun. Long after I asked about the investigation, the police had done nothing. I complained to then Cooper, inspector, or what rank he was at the time, who was head of the community police, a good man. He said he was fed up of the police. Why do people, in particular the youth, get involved with crime? Unless we know the reasons, we cannot solve the problems. The most illustrious female judge, no, take back that, take off female, one of the most illustrious judges this region has produced, whom we lost not too long ago, the Honorable Madam Justice Desiree Bernard, ORCCH, answered this question when, at my request, she delivered a feature address at the International Society of Family Law Caribbean Regional Conference in Bahamas in November 2014. The theme of that conference was Our Children, an Endangered Species. In her address, Justice Bernard spoke of many causes of crime. And Mr. Vice President, excuse me while I go through some of what she said, should be very edifying for the population. Abuse and violence. She spoke of the alarming rise of violent incidents with children between the victims, facing on a daily basis the trauma of dodging bullets or experiencing the constant verbal and physical assaults of adults in hostile environment. This reminds me of composer Calypso, child training. Your father ain't give me a cent. Tomorrow I have to pay the rent. He begged parents to train children properly. Judge Bernard gave us another type of abuse, the scourge of deviant sexual abuse in dysfunctional household. Fathers and stepdaughters committing acts of incest on trusting and unsuspecting girls and boys who have been catapulted prematurely into the adult world of sexuality. Lack of parental control or misguided perception of parental roles lead inevitably to character traits which encourage the use of violence as a means of settling disputes or as coping skills in a world which they perceive to be hostile. I remember a teacher told me about this child carrying on in the savannah in a very strange way. When we investigated, that child was being abused. And I mean, I knew the family, I just could not believe it. Drug use and drug trafficking. She spoke of the pervasive use of habit-forming drugs and the byproduct of trafficking, which spawns mules and swallowers attracted by lucrative payments for shipments out of the region. I don't know if you've been listening to Eye on Dependency, but there have been so many stories of people who have gone through this. She said poverty was the main incentive for young men and women undertaking risk inherent in embarking on these potentially dangerous enterprises, with children sometimes used as couriers and foot soldiers for drug dealers. She said the drug trade had spawned the formation of gangs with rivalry among them, resulting in premature deaths of young males. She saw the proliferation of guns and ammunition as a Siamese twin of the drug trade and a cause of the early demise of our youths when they failed to conform to the rigid codes of the gang. She said youths find within a gang the discipline, comfort, and understanding which they never find within their families. Prostitution and pornography. Justice Bernard condemned the abhorrent practice of luring young children, particularly girls, into prostitution, of trafficking in children and young persons, and said parents are sometimes complicit. Parents who should be protecting children, selling children for financial gain, or living off the earnings made from such trafficking. She said pornography had even crept into the school system, with teenage boys and girls engaging in these practices and capturing them on mobile phones. And I see our audience of teenage boys have left us. Abdication of parental responsibility was another factor mentioned by Judge Bernard. She bemoaned the large and ever-increasing number of female-headed households as adequate testimony of neglect and failure of men in our society to fulfill their responsibilities. As fathers, particularly in visiting relationships, leaving the women holding the baby literally and figuratively. Children, particularly boys, enter adolescence and adulthood without the guidance, love, and care of a father, thereby forcing some of them into the arms of gang leaders who they regard as father figures. She said mothers often throw up their arms in despair when they can no longer cope with the twin burdens of nurture and discipline, leaving adolescents to fend for themselves. The result is a generation of angry young men, and we see so many of these angry young men, teenage female prostitutes and street children soliciting arms. Mr. President, we have laws against indecent behavior and against pornography. They are not being enforced. I raised this issue on a motion for the adjournment or question to the Minister of National Security. The response was that the police have to be trained. The inference was that the police cannot identify indecent behavior and indecent dress. Really? So with impunity, the daily newspaper display women in all their near nakedness, and no one thinks of the effect on the youths. I recall when the Probation Officers Association was celebrating the 50th anniversary, I was asked to speak to high school children about sexual offenses. It was at City Hall. The place was packed with young people. A young man came to me privately afterwards. He didn't want to ask this question in front of everybody. But he wanted to discuss a matter that seemed to be disturbing him greatly. I tried my best to answer, but I felt it was better the question had been posed to a man. I felt inadequate. I looked around me. There were no men on our panel. We need good, experienced men to talk to boys. There are many men who are capable of doing so. We have to press them into service because these boys need direction. Teenage pregnancy. Justice Bernard spoke of girls dropping out of school through teenage pregnancy, ending up without skills, finding themselves unable to subsist financially, ending up sometime with other relationships which lead to birth of other children, a vicious cycle from which they cannot extricate themselves. She advocates that they be helped to extricate themselves and their offspring. I know there's Emmanuel community, there are little pockets here and there, but it is not enough. Justice Bernard said if we were serious about improving the status of children in our region and ensuring they are raised in a safe and healthy environment, free from violence, drugs, abuse, and fear, we have to hold ourselves accountable by taking seriously our obligations under treaties we ratify and complying faithfully with their provisions. Mr. President, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, which we ratified in 1991, is not well known to children and adults alike. There is an obligation under Article 43 of the Convention. The Minister in the Office of the Prime Minister, responsible for gender and child affairs, the Honorable Ayanna Webster Roy, an honorable woman indeed, spoke in the budget debate about her efforts and those of the Children's Authority in that regard. How successful have been these efforts? People must not only know the CRC, but must understand it. I would be hard-pressed to find anyone in this Senate chamber who can tell me today the fundamental principle of the CRC. Any takers? Thank you. I pause for a response. I had a similar experience with senior staff of Children's Authority. Can anyone say how often we must report, or even to whom we must report, on the progress we have made in implementing the CRC? Are we compliant? UNICEF mounted a training session for parliamentarians not too long ago. All of us were invited. It had to be canceled. Not one single parliamentarian came. Are parliamentarians interested in human rights of children? There's a great deal of work to be done. The harvest is rich. The laborers are few. Training is a continuous process. The staff of the Children's Authority informed me they did a child rights course with Harvard Law School. I wondered about that, since the US is the only country in the world that has not ratified the Convention on the Rights of the Child. I recall being invited by the president of the National Association of Juvenile and Family Court Judges to their conference in Oregon around 2002. During the conference, a number of magistrates and judges stood up and expressed their frustration about the disparity in the respective ages in their courts for waiver of juvenile matters into High Court. I told them the problem arose because of their lack of a uniform standard, and they should ratify the CRC. During the coffee break, a number of them gathered around me and say, tell me now, how we could get our congressman to agree to ratify. In 1996, Hillary Clinton was our featured speaker at a conference, a joint conference of the Association of Family and Conciliation Courts and the World Congress of Family Law and Children's Rights in San Francisco. She attended remotely because she said Chelsea was graduating and she couldn't be there with us physically. She said, Bill is going to ratify. Bill left office. He didn't ratify. Trump left office. Biden, is there hope in Kamala? I need to talk with her. I wondered at a U.S. law school teaching child rights to staff of the Children's Authority. Child rights is not a part of the curriculum of any of the law schools of the Council of Legal Education. When I worked in the Bahamas Law School, I introduced my students to the CRC. I did public lectures in the community and for the Defense Force. A great deal has been said about bullying in schools. In all of the comments arising from the death of that child, about all of the hype, no one has actually taken on board the fact that both the perpetrator, alleged perpetrator, and the victim are children and ought to be treated in a particular way. We are perhaps a kind word is ambivalent about restorative justice. But it teaches empathy. It teaches children, adults, whomsoever, to understand the pain that they imposed on someone else. And you get an opportunity to give retribution, to make up for what you've done. There was a justice ministry, and that ministry was working on restorative justice. I remember I was asked to comment on a policy that was drafted. I don't know where that policy has gone. I don't know if PNM threw it away. I don't know. I just know I don't know where it is. It's probably somewhere on my old computer. But it is very important that we continue with restorative justice. Jamaica has taken it fully on board and has instructed their Ministry of Education to work with the Justice Ministry. They have legislation. The Eastern Caribbean also have legislation. Restorative justice is New Zealand's gift to the world. So many countries have it in their legislation. I was at the Central Bank Eric Williams Memorial Lecture about some Fridays ago. And we were in the food line, and a woman came to me. And she said, "Do you remember me?" Well, I don't lie well. So I look at her and I smile non-committally. She said, "You trained me in restorative justice, And I tell you, we don't know if the guidance counselors or the social workers who should be doing it, but I really need to use it. 2 days after, I met another young lady, and she told me, "You trained me in restorative justice," and I went back to my notebook, and I saw I had trained over 120-something people in Trinidad and Tobago in restorative justice. I had been invited to St. Lucia and trained a whole group of people there. And we have a number of people from the islands, St. Vincent, St. Lucia, Dominica, came to Trinidad to be trained by me. I am hearing the Minister of Education say there's a pilot project, and that in about 10 schools, I'm thinking about 11 schools, and I wonder, it's over a year now. Have they reported so that we would know what has happened during that project? What about all of these people? They have people who came and did the 4-day course, they got 3 textbooks. They have all the books there. They have the skills, and they want to go, and we dilly-dallying about something as important as that. When you look at Singapore and all of that, I have the two Singapore people, they did a beautiful video for me about restorative justice in school. There is a load of material. As a matter of fact, I realize I have some extra books, so when I have my conference, that's going to be one of the door prizes that people get. That's if you come here. Mr. Vice President, the Ministry of Education has received the lion's share of the budget. I love teaching. I love my students. I've been a lawyer for 42 years, but part of it was in teaching, and even before that, I have taught at every level from 5-year-old infants to law students in their 60s. I taught for over 25 years at Caribbean Law School. I'm very proud of my former students, DPP, so many senior counsel, judges. I remember when the former Attorney General announced in this house that I had taught him at law school, I said, I tried. I really tried. And these wicked members of Parliament pounded their desks. Both sides, of the House pounded their desks. I met him some months after, and I realized I had hurt him. Today, I want to put on the record on Hansan my unreserved apology to the former Attorney General, and state that I'm very proud of his hard work in the Ministry of the Attorney General. Like Flip Wilson used to say, the devil made me say that day. I just love to tease, and I guess the Puma incident was for me to learn to behave myself. I'm very concerned about the state of education in my country. I complain all the time about the standard of English spoken and written, even here. It is not standard English at times. I love our dialect, but we must be able to switch register as the situation warrants. The newspapers are atrocious. The electronic media have me flabbergasted at times. I have had to write a quick note sometime to Asher Goldstone to remove a ticker tape. A centenarian was described as a centurion. And we cringed when an MP made the same error at a public function. In the late 1970s, Ken Gordon gave me a lift and I told him I would love to get a job as a proofreader, and he told me to write him. I wrote the letter, he never replied. I told TV6 of a mistake. I told TV6 of a mistake in the morning prayer to open their programming. They say, Miss Ahye, it would take too expensive to fix it. So I listened to it every morning. But when I compare the writing of law students from around the Caribbean, I'm pained to say we are the worst. The Guyanese are the best. Every other jurisdiction produces students who write proper English. We are deficient in that regard. I used to tell some of my law students, when they submit affidavits to me, that Justice Hazel, who always insisted on correct grammar and punctuation, must be turning in his grave. I found a similar problem with the Bahamian students, with the exception of the mature second career law students who had attended government high school in the Bahamas. Their writing was perfect. I designed a special course for my students because the numbers were very small. I went right back to agreement of subject and verb. One day I was parking my car. Two mature students approached me and asked, Miss Ahye, who is the prettiest? I responded that I would answer that question upstairs. That day I was teaching comparison of adjectives, and when I said pretty, one of the ladies shouted, prettier, prettiest, and they start laughing. One of my colleagues told me I should not be teaching these low-level language skills to postgraduate students.
You have 5 more minutes.
And my students shouted, we need it, Miss Ahye. I spoke to someone involved in teacher training, and she told me in Trinidad, it's really bad, Hazel. I said, you have them for 4 years. We were teacher scholars for 2 years, and you can't fix it? She shook her head. She said, the Ministry of Education is aware of the problem. Because these people write letters to the Ministry of Education asking for leave, and those letters are replete with grammatical errors. Mr. President, I have written letters to the press, and they have sought to correct my letters because they do not understand grammar. I once wrote a speech for a government minister who said to me on the day of the function, your speech was great, I love it. You made one mistake, but I corrected it, she said. I apologized most humbly, and I asked, what was the mistake? And the minister replied, you wrote if I were, but I changed it to if I was. All CARICOM countries have a movement of skilled workers law, but we are the only jurisdiction that shows to all the world we do not understand that dependent is the noun, meaning the person, and dependent is the adjective. When I taught common entrance class, my pupils knew the difference between each and every, less and fewer, one another and each other, comprised and composed of all the rules of grammar. Prepositions govern the objective case. Even the spelling is a problem. I saw something in the newspaper about a member of the other house who bared her ribcage, B-E-A-R-E-D. Well, really? In a newspaper? I used to wonder if they went to school in August. Then I remember that I taught English language and literature in August 77 when junior sec transitioned to senior sec. There's so much more I could say about education, but I must make a plea for the relocation of Southeast Secondary School. I made that plea in a joint select committee in human rights, equality, and diversity. I received no support. Some say it's a heritage site, but they want the children to go there? No. You know, the teaching is excellent. My daughter went there and was traumatized after a shooting incident in 2002. She has 3 degrees and is now a public defender in Florida. She phoned me yesterday. She said, Mommy, the judge commended me and can't believe it was my first case. You know, but when I wanted to move her, she said, Mommy, it's a 7-year school. When she was going to Queen's College in Nassau, she realized that no one was understanding her math concept. And she said, Miss, why you do it another way? The teacher called her up to the board. And when she explained the class at an aha moment, she said, Mommy, I learned that in Southeast, you know. I paid thousands of US dollars in the Queen's College in Nassau, and she's teaching the students there. You know, there is so much that could be done. I remember that one of the tax benefits last year was for schools. But I want to propose that the Minister of Finance bring another tax benefit and let people pay for repair of schools. The situation is ridiculous. The government needs help. Let some of the taxpayers do that. We need an amendment to the Unit Trust Act to stop what is happening now, refusing to give information about people's benefits unless there is an executor. Or it is that if it is somebody who is suffering from dementia, you can't get information. I want also to propose again the amendment to the Cooperative Societies Act. This nonsense about the $50,000, I came to this parliament full of research about what is happening in all the jurisdictions. Why are we limiting that? Why don't we look to the Bankers Act and see that more benefit is given to people who are banking instead of making problems for credit union people? We ought to change that as well. So there is a lot that needs to be done, and I hope that some of my concerns that I have raised will be dealt with. I hope to see some of the issues I've raised over the years. A Sexual Harassment Act will be enacted. I hope that we would also take on board some of the other things that need to be dealt with. The age of criminal responsibility and amendment to the Equal Opportunities Act. So there is work to be done. I'm always available to help. I love to do research, but the political will must be there. And I hope we will see a legislative agenda with all of these matters that need to be attended to. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Minister of Social Development and Family Services.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President. I thank you for the opportunity to speak in this debate today, but I must start by congratulating Senator Ancil Dennis on his maiden contribution in the Senate today. I must also congratulate the Minister of Finance for presenting yet another successful budget. And this budget shines a light on the commitment to remain steadfast and resolute, forging pathways to prosperity. Allow me also to congratulate the Minister of Planning and Development and staff of both the Ministry of Planning and Development and Finance for their contribution towards this budget preparation. It is my distinct pleasure, given the portfolio I hold, to highlight just a bit of the investment the government takes and makes in the people of this great country. The poor and vulnerable are always at the heart of the numerous initiatives that we create, fund, and implement. Many in the national community have expressed appreciation for the government's ability in the budget to balance caring for citizens with the prudence that is required. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, it is, however, not surprising to hear that some would have negative criticisms. But I must applaud the numerous initiatives that contains in the budget, and many of them are to help the poor and vulnerable. So while some may seek to continue without offering solutions, this government continues to deliver real, tangible results for the people of Trinidad and Tobago, focusing on sustainable development and fiscal responsibility. And I just want to quote 5 of these initiatives. 1, the online numeracy program for adults. And this life skill enhancement program targets persons who pursue the literacy through the Adult Literacy Tutors Association. 2nd, the National Digital Literacy Project, where vulnerable persons will gain digital skills and learn about the digital wallet, through which many of them will be able to access grants. The Digital Literacy Certificate for students, individuals will be equipped with digital skills to compete in a digitally competitive world. The Caribbean Secondary Education Certificate, which is the remedial maths program, where secondary school students will be able to strengthen their knowledge and skills in mathematics. And of course, the book grant. The provision of $1,000 per grant each will assist 20,000 needy students, and many of whom are recipients of social welfare grants. And these initiatives are not isolated efforts, and they form key parts of our commitment to Vision 2030, ensuring that every citizen has the tools and the opportunities to thrive in a modern digital economy. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, the mandate of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services is to enhance the quality of life of the general population, with emphasis on a particular focus on the poor and vulnerable. And we take this mandate seriously, and all our efforts have been geared towards staying true to this journey to enhance the lives of the people of Trinidad and Tobago by providing a high standard of service. You would undoubtedly agree that our clientele is diverse. It is as diverse as it is huge, and every day we attend to the needs of the elderly, men and women, children, persons living with disabilities, widows, socially displaced persons, victims of substance abuse, families, deportees, victims of human trafficking. The ministry is working diligently to ensure that every person who visits our offices receives the requisite social intervention to address the financial, physical, and psychosocial challenges that he or she may face. To achieve this mandate, the ministry has consistently distributed grants, delivered customized programs and support services, and provided several facilities to address the multifaceted needs of our clients. The ministry's social safety net is wide and far-reaching as it responds to those most in need. Whether they are from the rural, peri-urban, or fence-line communities, we ensure that our social services are provided without prejudice to race, color, gender, religion, or political affiliation. And we provide grants and services in the best interest of all poor and vulnerable persons in Trinidad and Tobago. While we are proud of our wide-reaching and social safety net, we recognize that improvements in efficiency are needed. And that is why we are streamlining our processes and employing digital solutions to ensure that every citizen receives the help they need in a timely manner. During fiscal 2024, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services expended over $5.1 billion to provide services and a suite of grants designed to support the poor and vulnerable. Mr. President, there is an interesting point to note. As some of our neighbors in CARICOM, especially those who are poor and vulnerable, they wish they had the opportunity to access all the grants and programs and services that are provided by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, Trinidad and Tobago. Even the amount our clients receive is much more than what is received in other islands. And these social service grants continue to act as a buffer for poor and vulnerable clients. Given what we know about the expenditure on social service grants in Trinidad and Tobago, it is not surprising that the World Bank highlighted in a recent social expenditure draft report that social protection expenditure in Trinidad and Tobago surpasses the rest of the Caribbean and Latin America by 17%. And this only excludes two much larger countries, Brazil and Argentina. The ministry's core grants are as follows: senior citizens pension. This government continues to be steadfast in its commitment to providing financial support to senior citizens in this country. The pension is provided to citizens aged 65 and over who meet the qualifying criteria for the grant. And for the past fiscal, 114,242 citizens received the senior citizens pension at a sum of $4,059,421,287. And during the past fiscal, 9,647 persons were new beneficiaries of our senior citizens program. So to repeat the amount of persons on our program, we have 114,000 242 citizens in receipt of our senior citizens' pension at this time. One of the other areas that we assist persons is with respect to our disability assistance grants for both adults and minors. Our disability assistance grant provides financial assistance to citizens and legal residents who have been medically certified as permanently disabled and as a result cannot be employed. For the past fiscal, a total of 21,639 persons received a disability assistance grant to the sum of $552,118,256. And 1,031 persons were added to the program in the past fiscal. And this grant is for persons who are permanently disabled and therefore cannot work. But however, we have found many persons on disability assistance grants who are gainfully employed. And of course, these matters are being investigated. The public assistance grant is available for persons who have partial disabilities, and I will share more about this grant later on. But persons opt for the disability assistance grants because it is more than the public assistance grant. The disability assistance grant minors is accessible where a child is medically certified to be either severely or permanently disabled. And for the past fiscal, a total of 3,897 persons benefited from the disability assistance grant for minors. Of this number, 561 children were added as new clients of the program. And this represents a 16% increase in the number of children receiving disability assistance grants for minors over the past fiscal year. So the total expenditure for the disability assistance grant for minors was $73,426,295. And this was the amount utilized for that grant. On May 1st, 2024, the ministry introduced new guidelines for the administration of the disability assistance grant. And these updated guidelines are designed to target families who are facing financial hardship and therefore ensuring that assistance is directed to where it is needed most. I move to our public assistance grant, and these are grants. We had 15,654 persons benefited from this public assistance grant. And of that figure, 1,587 were new beneficiaries of this program. So as of September 2024, the sum of $291,227,678 was expended. So, Mr. President, I wanted to comment on something that Senator Paul Richards said earlier on, where he spoke about every creed and race. Where do every creed and race find, equality in Trinidad and Tobago? I can say with regards to our grants, our grants, whether it be elderly, public assistance, we have general assistance grants as well. I want to say that every citizen has an equal opportunity to access the grants and services and programs of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. We do not discriminate, but rather provides help for all so that they can accomplish their goals and enjoy a better standard of life. We have the general assistance grants as well, which offer a range of grants to persons who are in dire need of temporary assistance. So as of September 2024, there were 602 applications approved under this grant at a cost of $8,285,943. And these grants continue to help the poor and vulnerable persons in the areas of household items, clothing, dietary needs, funeral assistance, minor medical equipment, pharmaceutical, prosthetics, rental assistance, and school supplies. Yet another social intervention strategy is our food support program. As of September 2024, there were 14,979 households benefiting from our food support grants. So a total expenditure on food support as at September 2024 was the sum of $116,500,000 $388,820. We also have a national social development program, and this program is a social intervention that seeks to improve the standard of living conditions of citizens of Trinidad and Tobago through the provision of various grants. And some of these grants include minor house repair assistance. 479 persons benefited from this grant. The minor house repair grant is intended to provide up to $15,000 in materials only for the repair and upgrade of dwelling houses, and up to $20,000 in materials only to effect repairs and upgrades in the event of a disaster. This cost $2,263,465.56. House wiring assistance grant, and through this grant, beneficiaries were able to wire or rewire their dwelling homes. This grant can be accessed under normal circumstances and in the event of a disaster, where the electrical wiring of the house has been impacted. For fiscal 2024, 138 persons benefited from this grant at a cost of $496,053.21. Another one of our general assistance grants include a sanitary plumbing assistance. And this is intended to provide up to $15,000 in materials only under normal circumstances and in the event of a disaster for the repair and upgrade of toilet and bathroom facilities for a dwelling house. The grant also allows for the upgrade of outdoor latrines to indoor facilities where space permits. As of September 2024, 169 beneficiaries have been positively impacted, and a sum of $568,903.55 was spent. We also have a sewing empowerment through entrepreneurial development program. And Mr. President, the theme of this budget, steadfast and resolute, forging pathways to prosperity, is no better exemplified in this grant. This is a program funded by taxpayers through the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. It provides the funding required for poor and vulnerable persons who have an interest in starting or improving their businesses and are unable to get funding through the regular financial institutions. And this program also provides funding for training or retraining to further empower persons to become employable. To date, 179 persons benefited at a cost of $758,554.95. You see, by empowering our most vulnerable citizens through initiatives like SEED, we are not just providing immediate relief. We are fostering long-term economic resilience by encouraging entrepreneurship and self-sufficiency. And I wanted to mention, Senator Paul Richard also spoke about the fact that we need to look at persons being more independent. And this is one of the programs that we have to assist persons to move from dependence to independence. We also are looking at a step-up program. The ministry has a program called Step Up, meaning stepping up and stepping out of poverty or stepping out of dependence. And we have now been moving with some of these programs, and the SEED program is one. Because at the end of the day, if you go to a bank and you don't have collateral or so, you cannot get a loan. So this is a soft, not a loan, but it's a grant to assist you with a small business or to improve the business that you have already, and you cannot afford to go to a bank or go to another financial institution. So this is one of the programs that we have in the ministry, where we are not just talking about people accessing grants, but the mere fact that they can now try to move out of it. Because what we have seen too sometimes is a whole cycle where you have a mother, a father, a mother, a grandmother, same persons just coming and being on grants. And this is a move now to move persons away from grants. So we believe that through SEED, citizens can receive the financial support required to break free from poverty. And that is one such initiative. We also had disaster relief grants. And for this period, 743 persons from 260 households benefited from disaster relief grants. A total of $1,562,714.41 was expended. We also provide temporary food support for persons, and 105 households affected by natural disasters such as flooding were given temporary food cards as well. And the expenditure for these cards totaled $58,850. A total of 401 persons benefited from this initiative. Besides our senior citizens pension, we have some additional support for the elderly. And I want to mention that the pension is provided to persons 65 and over who meet the qualifying criteria. But this is not the only grant that is provided, nor the only type of assistance that is given to our senior citizens in this country. Senior citizens have access to several programs and services such as our Life and Residential Declaration, where we have made an arrangement with TT Connect, a toll-free number and an e-appointment system to submit their Life and Residential Declaration forms where they will not have to come into the office, but they can now do this through the TT Connect offices. They can also submit applications for identified grants through 7 of our TT Connect offices located throughout Trinidad and Tobago. We also have a community care program which caters to level 1 to 3 patients who are 60 years and over and have been discharged by the hospital. These are patients who are no longer in need of hospital care, but are essentially in need of accommodation and social support. And they are mainly persons, and I am sad to say, persons who have been abandoned by their family, abandoned by their loved ones in the hospitals. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services has a responsibility to free up some of the beds in the hospitals, and we have to move them out and, of course, pay for them, all right? As at September 2024, there are 14 community care program homes across the country, and we have a total of 87 clients benefiting from this program at a total cost to the taxpayer of $3,664,582. So between October 2023 and September 2024, though, 12 new clients were placed into this program. As of September 2024, the ministry provided financial support for the operation of 9 homes for older persons. A total of 106 persons have been provided with residential accommodation through these homes. And we also have a national centenarian program, and I must go now to a much appreciated program for our super seniors, we call them, the National Centenarian Program. And this program recognizes, honors, and celebrates older persons who are 100 years and over. We have 213 centenarians registered in our system, which does not mean that we have only 213 centenarians in the country. These are just the persons who we have registered. And as of September 2024, we honored and recognized 60 centenarians for the past year. So I encourage all members of this House and other members of the population to identify the centenarians in their communities and help us to get them registered. It is said that when an elder dies, a library dies with them. So help us to tap into the wisdom of these centenarians by ensuring that they are registered with our program. So the ministry eagerly awaits the opportunity to celebrate with them as they reach this significant milestone. And I also wish to take this opportunity to thank our private sector stakeholders for partnering with us. Our Senior Activity Center. So, Mr. President, for fiscal 2025, some of the senior activity centers will be reopened to provide the opportunity for senior citizens across this country to have a place to socialize and participate in activities that will strengthen their sense of well-being and belonging. Additionally, there will be opportunities for the training of caregivers, and we are exploring job opportunities for senior citizens who want to work, and we intend to host a function for the elderly of persons 90 years and over in fiscal 2025. I spoke about disability before, but apart from the disability assistance grants, persons with disabilities receive additional support from the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. They receive assistance such as food support, free bus passes, medical equipment such as wheelchairs, commodes, special beds, dentures, glasses, prosthetics. And these initiatives are not just services. They represent this government's unwavering commitment to upholding the right and dignity of all our citizens, particularly persons with disabilities. They can also apply for the dietary grant, the minor house repair grant, the sanitary plumbing assistance, and the electrical wiring assistance under the National Social Development Program. The rent assistance and the disaster relief grant are also available to eligible applicants in the event of a national disaster. And these grants are also available to persons on the senior citizens pension and the public assistance pension. We also have continued to collaborate with the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago for the provision of subsidized mobile devices for persons with disabilities. The ministry verified 529 applications made by persons with disabilities to the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago. The ministry and PTSC officials have been meeting to re-engineer the Eldamo bus service to ensure that clients in most need of the service can access it. And I leave that up to my friend, Senator Sookhai, to speak about. I move on to the free bus service. The Ministry of Social Development and Family continues to provide free bus service for older persons, as well as persons receiving social service support. A total of $5,948,589 was paid to the PTSC for this facility. For persons 60 years and older, the sum of $5,532,912 was spent, and elderly persons used the service 1,229,536 times in the past fiscal. So for persons who receive public assistance grants and disabilities grants, a total of $415,677 was expended to cover the cost of 92,451 trips. So clearly, our disability and elderly grant recipients are on the move. And, Mr. Vice President, the ministry intends to keep them mobile. So yes, we do care about our elderly and we do care about our persons with disability. We have some new social welfare initiatives that I would like to speak about, Mr. President. So as we seek to bring the services of the ministry closer to the people, I can advise that persons who live in the borough of Arima and environs will no longer need to travel to the local public assistance district and board in Tunapuna, but will be able to access social, welfare, and other services in their own district. And this new center will be open in this fiscal. We have already acquired the office space, and the tender went out for the outfitting of this office. So additionally, the workload of the social welfare officers will be equitably distributed. Recently, the ministry opened a social service center in Port of Spain, a new center, and this center accommodates 4 social service delivery divisions of the ministry: family services, the social welfare division, our national social development program, and the citizen engagement and outreach unit. And this convenient one-stop shop provides clients with an integrated approach and a greater ease of doing business with this ministry. So no longer will you require to come to one area to get something done and then go to another department for assistance. You can now access about 4 of our services in one building. So of course, your money and time will be better utilized coming to this one-stop shop. This new facility consists of counseling rooms, a playroom for children, several offices, storage rooms, and other essential rooms to assess and respond to the social needs of our clients. And the ministry will be using this social service center model to establish various offices in the region. Additionally, we have been strengthening the capacity of the Social Welfare Division with the recruitment of additional social welfare field officers. And this is expected to shorten the processing time for application. Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, as part of our ongoing efforts to be more client-focused, I am pleased to inform this House that some of our social service offices will be open from 7 a.m. to accommodate our senior citizens. And we all know that many senior citizens like to conduct business early. So effective November the 1st, the following offices will be open from 7 a.m., which will be Aranguez, Point 14, Separia, San Fernando. Other offices will be open from 7 a.m., but it will be dependent on the staff being able to, willing to be there from 7 a.m., all right? So this is one of our, this is one of our new initiatives this fiscal. Our Citizen Engagement and Outreach Unit. The overall purpose of this unit is to enhance the performance of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services in delivery of our social services to our clients. The significant role of this unit is to understand the needs of our clients and other persons who submit application to the ministry and to respond to their concerns in an efficient and timely manner. The unit resolves queries as follows. 297 disability assistance grant queries were resolved, 1,288 senior citizens pension queries resolved, 331 public assistance grant queries resolved, 142 general assistance grant queries resolved, food support grant resolved was 178, disaster flood relief grant resolved 151. So, Mr. President, in 1 year, there have been 2,387 resolutions due to the work of the Citizen Engagement Unit. And we recently assigned some of these hard-working officers to the social welfare offices in Tunapuna and Port of Spain in order to assist with the backlog of home visits. So we propose to relocate them to assist where the need arises. I move to family services. The ministry recognizes that families are the bedrock of society, and I understand that Senator Timal is very concerned about the family, and which of course we all are indeed, and we understand the importance of family. In fiscal 2024, our National Family Service Division provided thorough preventive, developmental, and remedial programs and services to members of the public. Information on healthy family life was disseminated through community workshops, radio talk shows, outreaches, lectures upon request by various organizations. And during the period October 2023 to August 2024, the Family Services provided psychosocial support to individuals and families through delivery of the following services: counseling, 6,112 beneficiaries of the counseling from the Family Services Division; parenting support and counseling, 225 benefited from this; advocacy, 226; referrals and other forms of support, 373; crisis interventions, 38 beneficiaries. Also, the ministry is an implementation partner on the National Strategic Plan for Gender-Based and Sexual Violence, and therefore all programs from 2025 will take a gender-sensitive approach to the social sector. Suicide prevention. Mr. Vice President, suicide has been a challenge both on a global and local level. The presence of many silent triggers continue to present a real sense of depression, which can be overwhelming for an individual. In most instances, the benefits of coping mechanisms from state institutions, family, and NGO support groups can make a huge difference in the healing process. In a recent article published in August 2024 by the World Health Organization, it was stated that up to 73% of global suicides occurred in low to middle income countries in 2021. Trinidad and Tobago is not immune from this phenomenon. And a recent study by the Ministry of Health stated that Trinidad and Tobago ranks 3rd in the English-speaking Caribbean region for the highest suicide rates. To combat this, the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services launched a 24-hour suicide crisis prevention hotline, 800-COPE, to provide the necessary social protection factors and improve their overall mental health and well-being. Mr. President, a review of the data collected from that hotline revealed that 65% of the persons in need of this type of support were outpatient clients of mental health clinics. A number of these persons were not compliant with their medication. But by investing in mental health support, this government is addressing the often overlooked challenges of our lives. The 800-COPE hotline is just one part of our comprehensive approach to mental well-being. Through this facility, we were able to reroute them back to their treatment plan. Additionally, the remaining 35% of the persons who called the hotline experienced situational crisis, including family, spousal, and financial issues. So during the period October 2023 to August 2024, the hotline received 3,459 calls under the remit of the National Family Services Division. And this 24-hour crisis hotline continues to be operated by specially trained personnel who efficiently and confidentially address crisis issues related to suicidal ideations and other critical issues faced by citizens. And we have been liaising with the Ministry of Education with regards to students with deviant behavior. So children that might have been expelled and so on, the Family Services Division counsel the family. So they now send the information to our ministry, and the Family Services is sent to Family Service Division, and they contact the family and counsel them. Because it cannot deal with the children on an isolated cases. The family must be dealt with, and I just want to say that this is what we do. I understand Senator Tima have some serious concern about that, and yes, we are concerned too. Our Family Services Division has been rolling out a lot of programs. I would like to say that they have been doing parenting programs. We have been doing parenting programs, and we have also included grandparenting seminars and training. Because many of us would have grown up with our grandparents. Many persons live with grandparents, and therefore we can't just only tackle the parents, but we also have to deal with the grandparents, and this is what is also happening. I move to our legislative agenda.
Senator, Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I move to our legislative agenda, and I will speak specifically on one of the key areas that we need to deal with, and that is our draft Persons with Disability Bill. And I am pleased to announce that the ministry received proposed amendments to the draft bill from other ministries, state agencies, NGOs, and persons with disabilities. The proposed amendments have been incorporated into the bill after a careful review by various departments and units in the ministry. And the ministry completed its own revision of the bill and is awaiting feedback from 2 key stakeholders. And when this is done, the next step will be to submit the bill to the Legislative Review Committee. And we intend to bring this legislation to the House in short order.
Excellent, excellent.
I want to speak quickly about some of our projects, because we have a few projects in the making, which really cost a lot, but it's really for persons who are socially displaced. And when we say socially displaced, we're not just talking about persons on the street. We're talking, because people think of street dwellers, but we have many persons socially displaced, maybe because of a fire, family situation. Some persons just have nowhere to live. So we have been working on having places where we can assist in accommodating them. We call them transition homes, so we can assist them temporarily. And one of these places would be Karapo House. Actually, we are about 99% completed. Another place is a penal transitional facility, and this facility is 98% completed, and this consists of six 2-bedroom apartments, 5 of which have been assigned to house families in crisis. We also have a Couva Transitional Facility for Socially Displaced Women, our National Therapeutic and Resource Center, which is 75% completed, and we hope to open this fiscal. Our digital transformation efforts is ongoing, and I know that the Minister of Digital Transformation did speak comprehensively on this, and I just want to take this opportunity to thank him and his ministry for their assistance to the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, because we have been working close with them because of our digitalization efforts. So I really have a whole set of stuff about what we are doing, where we are at, but we don't have the time. Plenty. Our partnering with NGOs, our National Register of Persons who are vulnerable, that is one of our key projects, because of the fact that how do you know where the people are who are vulnerable? How can we assist them? We need to meet them at the point of their need. So therefore, we have this national register where we have been, this is a work in progress with UE and UNDP. So, Mr. President, as I conclude the reporting on my stewardship at the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services, I thank God for his grace, guidance, and protection. And I'm eternally grateful to the Prime Minister, Dr. Keith Rowley, for his leadership and confidence in my ability to lead this challenging and yet very important ministry. I am grateful too for the support, dedication, and commitment of the Permanent Secretary, the Executive, and staff of the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services. And as we look forward to fiscal 2025, we will continue to innovate, collaborate, and improve service delivery to ensure that no one is left behind in our journey towards prosperity. The ministry remains resolute in providing continuous improvement in the quality of service and delivery to our clients. By God's grace, Mr. President, as we submit to a boundless faith in our destiny, we will succeed in forging pathways to the continued prosperity of all our citizens. I thank you, and may God bless you.
Senator Dr. Tim Gopeesingh.
Mr. Vice President, may I, at the commencement of my contribution today, acknowledge with graciousness the privilege afforded to me by our internationally distinguished and brilliant opposition leader, former Prime Minister, and Prime Minister to be once again in 2025, Mrs. Kamala Persad-Bissessar, to contribute on this 2024-25 finance bill in the Senate today, a place, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which I entered 23 years ago in 2001 until 2007, and then elected to the other place until 2020. Our political leader, in her powerful, brilliant, and formidable budget response to the Minister of Finance, which was deemed a decade of debt, $120 billion borrowed by this government, deficits, almost 10 years of consecutive deficits in the budgetary allocations, destabilization of the economy, deaths, killing fields in our hospitals, COVID deaths, NICU deaths, and destruction of almost every aspect of life in Trinidad and Tobago. So, our political leader, in her powerful and formidable response, presented a deep and incisive analysis of the Minister of Finance statements on health and education, two areas which I will speak about today, once given the time. The opposition leader presented far-reaching policies, programs, and recommendations for implementation in health and education, amongst other ministries, when she once again regains prime ministership in 2025. I will now address some of the issues on health related to the budget 2024-2025 finance bill, and if time permits, on education. Mr. President, we are all critically aware that both health and education are the cornerstone and fundamental pillars of any civilized and developed country. And it is a constitutional requirement for provision of equitable, efficient, high-quality health care and education in any country. It's a constitutional requirement for the citizens and for the government to provide these type of services. Mr. President, with this budgetary allocation of nearly $7 billion for health in 24-25, it is supposed to take care of expenditures for the management of the 4 regional health authorities, the Ministry of Health, 10 hospitals, which we have, 105 health centers, and 9 district health facilities, which are supposed to be open 24 hours. Mr. President, why is it in Trinidad and Tobago with all these hospitals and health centers and 10 hospitals, 9 district health facilities, 105 health centers, thousands of medical workers, doctors, interns, registrars, house officers, staff nurses, paramedical professionals? Why are we in this state in the health sector? Why are patients continuing to suffer and we have loss of preventable lives? This is unsatisfactory and cannot be allowed to continue. But we still have widespread shortage of nurses. 1,300 nurses needed to be employed, and they're not being employed. And nurses are not even given contracts. They're given 3-month contracts. They don't have any justice for in their employment, and they're played upon by the regional health authorities, boards, and chairmen with month-to-month work and so on, and the doctors as well, the young doctors. So you're damaging the psyche of these professionals, of nurses and doctors, and paraprofessionals as well, in not giving them secured contracts so that they can earn a living, they can go to the bank and borrow money to buy a car, and they could put money for a house. This is the state of affairs in the health sector, being played upon by the chairman at the regional health authorities board, and by the CEOs, and by the executive management. So, Mr. President, we have a health system which over the last 9 years has spent close to $63 billion, out of over $500 billion. More than $500 billion has been spent by this PNM government over the last 9 years. In fact, $550 billion and counting more. 63 billion of that has been spent on health sector for these 9 years, and another 7 allocated for this year. And where are we? Where are we? Patients are dying like flies in the hospitals. The hospitals are like killing fields. And today, the population is still finding it difficult, Mr. President, for their health needs to be adequately fulfilled. And we are now with a health system which has been, over the last 9 years, particularly, unable to cope with the demands of the population for effective and safe health care and delivery. Thousands of patients are suffering at home for months, and sometimes years at home, are waiting for a call for surgery, for clinic appointments, and they are waiting for proper medicine to be given to them. Mr. President, I just want to quote a little article that I saw just a few days ago on Newsday, Friday, October 18th, 2024, last week Friday. And it headlines, "Waiting Years to See Doctor at Complex." To the editor, I write to highlight a severe problem at the Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, Mount Hope. Presently, there are patients of the heart, kidney, and other clinics who have not seen a doctor for at least 3 years or so. What is happening at the complex is that every 6 months, the patient goes in and receives a new prescription for CDAP medication. Why are the patients not being given an appointment date and time to be seen by a doctor in the respective clinic? Is this some kind of shortcut? And goes on. I know of people who have had stent insertions, that is cardiac stent insertions, for 3 years or so, and to date cannot be seen by a doctor. Imagine you have a cardiac insertion done, and you're 3 years after you can't see a doctor. As well as people with heart and kidney problems who would have last seen a doctor 3 years ago. That's the state of our health sector. 63 billion spent, another 7 billion to be spent. The article goes on, the person says, we must do better than this. These are people with medical conditions who would have worked and contributed to the health surcharge and other taxes and now have to be at the mercy of others in authority, and is signed by the person. Mr. President, it is on this indisputable fact that patients continue to die on trolleys and wheelchairs in emergency rooms of the hospital, waiting days to get an inpatient bed. Just last night, one of my colleagues who had been my partner in medicine and surgery for 50 years, one of my anesthetists, took his grandson to the hospital, in the pediatric hospital, and had to wait for more than 12 hours for that child to be admitted into a room, into a bed. And right next door, there was an empty pediatric ward. So where is the healthcare management? Our patients have waited for days in the emergency department. You know how many calls I get on a regular basis, being a senior member in the medical profession. Doctor, please try and help me. My family is there for almost 3 days and can't get a bed in the hospital. And there is no one to call, no one to answer any questions. And the patients die. They die on the wheelchair or the trolleys in the hospital. And this is the state of our healthcare system. They wait for days to get an inpatient bed, having to get blood tests done privately. They don't even have reagents in the hospitals to do blood tests. By the time the family goes out and get the blood test done and have the result, the patient is dead. Lack of surgical equipment. I have a few colleagues in here who are doctors, and they will know that there are surgical equipment and instruments you need for neurosurgery, for orthopedic surgery, for cardiac surgery, and then these surgical procedures need equipment and instrument, and they're not there. There's ineffective or outdated drugs within the CDAP program, many of which are unavailable. We begged the Minister of Health to improve the types of medicine for treating diabetes and hypertension. 5-cent drugs. How can you treat hypertension and diabetes with drugs which are not effective? You have the cheapest metformin, and the antihypertensive drugs are the cheapest. How can you treat non-communicable diseases like this, which gives rise to blindness, to heart attacks, to strokes, to kidney failure, to amputation? We have over 500 amputations per year in Trinidad and Tobago because the diabetes and hypertension for the patients are not controlled. And the Minister of Finance himself said there are over 260,000 citizens depending on the availability of these pharmaceuticals in the CDAP program. I read this in the presentation of the Minister of Finance in his five-hour-plus budget presentation. So, Mr. President, 260,000 citizens, nearly 250,000 citizens of this country, have to depend on CDAP drugs. That is to show the poverty and what is happening in this country. 250,000 citizens have to get CDAP drugs. And when they go, they can't get it because most of the drugs under the CDAP list are not there. So why is it that this population have to be subjected to this gross mismanagement and incompetence and incapacity of the Ministry of Health and the head of this sector, the Minister of Health, to deal with this? For the last 9 years, this country has been subjected to a number of infections with the Aedes aegypti mosquito. Chikungunya, I don't know if how many of you remember that. Chikungunya, which gave rise to serious musculoskeletal disorders of the joints and muscles, long-lasting. Then you had a Zika infection of pregnant mothers, and the Minister of Health was silent then, causing microcephaly and congenital malformation in the infants, which is a congenital Zika syndrome, where scores of mothers were infected. And the Honorable Minister of Health refused, or possibly unashamedly refused, to inform the population of how many mothers were affected and now having to care for their young children who have developed major congenital abnormalities, which are considered worse than cerebral palsy. They have microcephaly, these little poor children, and their brain is dysfunctional. Their mothers who developed Zika during their pregnancy gave birth to these babies, and the minister has done absolutely nothing about that. There are scores of mothers in this country who have to take care of babies or who were affected by the Zika virus, and nothing is being done to help these mothers and so. A shame, Mr. President. And so these mothers now have to care for these young ones and young children for the rest of these children's lives, like a cerebral palsy child, and for the rest of their mothers' lives. And then came COVID, Mr. President, in 2020, and where we warned the government that this COVID is coming on, and we raised motions both in the Law House and in the Senate, which were not approved for discussion. Zika came in, COVID came in a few months later. We raised it in January 2020, when it was declared an emergency. Hundreds of preventable deaths occurred, Mr. President. 4,600 died as a result of the COVID infection. And when the Ministry of Health was pressed, and the Prime Minister was pressed into doing something about it, he said, all right, I will have a Simongal report, a Simongal commission, which he gave them 1 week to have inquisition into it. They asked for more time, they got 1 month. And so, Mr. President, the Simongal commission met. 120 pages of documentation and 19 major recommendations made from the Simongal Commission of Inquiry. 120 pages in 1 month. They did the work. 5 top professionals. We congratulate them and we thank them for their work. 19 major recommendations made, and up to today, that is in February 2023. 18 months ago, Mr. President, 18 months ago, these recommendations, and not one of those recommendations has been fulfilled. What a shame and disgraceful attitude from the Minister of Health and the government as a whole. Who monitors the ministers? Does the Prime Minister monitor the ministers to see what work they were doing? I remember when we were ministers of government, our Prime Minister would ask us on a regular basis, where are you going, what are you doing? But to inflict this present Minister of Health on this population for 9 years into a 10th year is unpardonable. It is criminal in nature, Mr. President. It is morally wrong to have this present minister continuing as Minister of Health in this country. I stand in strong objection to that, and I'm a doctor for over 50 years, and I've worked in 19 hospitals around the world. I've trained at 4 universities. I've taught over 3,500 young doctors. I was a professor at the university. I helped to pioneer opening up the medical school in Trinidad, Mr. President, and this is what we have to
Point of order. 46-1. I don't need to hear a resume of Tim Gopeesingh at this time.
Okay, members, allow me to, members, Senator Naked and all other members. Okay. Senator, again, the budget debate is relatively wide, but not too wide. So if it is that you're going down that road, to just, give an understanding of your qualification, do so briefly. Don't spend too long doing it and move on.
Mr. President. So, Mr. President, here it is that we have to spend another $7 billion. So we spent $63 billion already. And we don't know where we are going and what we are going to be doing as far as the health sector is concerned. So we know that the Simongal report has been there. It has 19 recommendations. Nothing has been done about it. And you know what, Mr. President? A week after the report came out, the government put out an ad, Tuesday, February 14, 2023, request for expressions of interest, consultancy to conduct an assessment of the Ministry of Health's response to the COVID-19 pandemic. A big full-page advertisement from the Procurement and Contracts Management Specialist Health Services Support Program. Today, we have nothing in terms of what is being done about the Simangal report and its recommendations. So are we going to be spending part of the $7 billion that's given to health? Are we going to be looking at that? I want to recommend that we take an active interest in ensuring that we try to determine what has happened to this request for expression of interest and what has been done or what will be done with this $7 million if it is going to analyze the Simangal report recommendations and implement some of the recommendations. So, Mr. President, then we continue to have more deaths following the dengue epidemic or dengue infections. What has the Minister of Health done with the money from last year in terms of fighting the dengue virus? Where more than 20 have died so far, and it's continuing. This is what has been reported. So there's serious morbidity of hundreds of other citizens from the infection by the Aedes aegypti, which the Minister and the Ministry of Health failed miserably to address and continue to fail and deal with from a preventive aspect, but continue to blame the citizens and threatens to jail some of the citizens in the midst of his widespread incompetence and mismanagement. So this $7 billion allocated for health, Mr. President, would it be able to address and deal with some of these situations similar to those in the past? We say no, based on what has happened over the last 9 years and the serious mismanagement and incompetence by the Ministry of Health, by the Minister of Health, and by this government of Trinidad and Tobago. And so $63 billion spent on health sector, but hundreds and thousands of complaints about mismanagement in the health sector by citizens on a yearly basis. I want to state, Mr. President, that when we get into government in 2025, the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago will be rest assured that we will establish a hotline so that citizens who feel disenfranchised and feel hurt by the health situation would be able to call in and get redress on a regular basis, even though there might be 2 or 3 telephone lines that we will have to use. Mr. President, in fact, the leader of the opposition, in her response to this budget, gave 50 policies and programs that over 54 that as Prime Minister in 2025, she will establish in the health sector. And she enumerated those 54 policies and programs in her budget presentation. And for those listening, you could find it on YouTube on the Parliament channel of all the recommendations that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition gave on the health sector for the future in 2025 when we take office. Mr. President, the health sector has reached a stage where criminals were murdering citizens at the emergency department of hospitals. Criminals entering wards with patients and nurses scared to death, to infrastructure problems of collapsing ceilings near operating theaters, flooding in hospitals, refrigeration systems failing in the mortuaries with corpses rotting. I was just informed just 1 week ago by my colleague, one of the refrigeration units in one sector of the hospital went down again, one of the standby generators. And there was no access to patient notes and other things were disenfranchised for that 24 hours. How could you run health centers, hospitals, without proper standby generators backup, Mr. President? There had been repeated widespread electrical outages, malfunctioning standby generators, with one particular incident with patients in the intensive care unit at Eric Williams Medical Sciences Complex, ventilated patients on the ventilator, having to breathe with the ventilator with an electrical outage, having to be resuscitated, so the electricity gone the resuscitating equipment gone, stop. So what do you do? Let the 6 or 7 patients on ventilators die? The nurses and the doctors had to go in and start pressing with ambu bags, 12 presses per minute, to put air into the lungs of these patients, to keep them alive. And then 5 or 6 patients had to be transferred from Mount Hope to Arima Hospital, being ventilated manually with ambu bags. The minister stayed quiet. The government is quiet. How many patients died as a result of that? The transfer? No, not a word. Silent. Keep it quiet. That is very unfortunate. You're running a health sector. You're running hospitals. One of the fundamentals is to have standby generators and checked every day. Every day, these standby generators. I remember when I was chairman of the Regional Health Authority in 1997 to 2000, I ran 2 of the 4 regional health authorities. In my 2nd month, standby generators at Port of Spain Hospital went down. I was amazed. I had done nothing, but I made sure within 1 or 2 months that all areas of the Northwest Regional Health Authority had standby generators functioning efficiently. That's 97, 98. And here it is in 2024. We have standby generators going on. $63 billion spent, and you can't buy standby generators and having them functioning properly. So blame has to be put on the management, the regional health authorities, the boards of the RHA, whom the government appoint, the CEOs. You have a CEO at Mount Hope who's really fit to be a manager at the Miss Atwell Center in St. Anne's. That's the Queen's Hall, the old Queen's Hall. He's best to be suited for the Carib Theatre and best suited probably for NCC. But he is the CEO of a hospital, Mount Hope Medical Complex. He started as an attendant. I mean, God, it is not to cry down anybody, but somebody with no healthcare management skills and competence running a Mount Hope Medical Complex with so many district health facilities and a whole complex like Mount Hope? No, Mr. President. That can't work in today's time. It's pathetic. It is shameful, disgraceful. So the biomedical engineering team, where are they? Who determines what is happening in the hospital? Who checks? The biomedical engineering team. You have boards of directors who don't know regional health authorities, have not been on the hospital wards to see what is going on in the hospital. When we were in government, Minister Khan and a number of us used to walk the hospitals, see what is going on. We asked a CEO one day, when last you made a ward round? And he said a month ago. We fired him. Fired him. So we don't know how many have died as a result of this transfer of the patients from the standby generating system that was not functional. There was another blackout at San Fernando Hospital where patients were being operated on in the operating theater, and a blackout occurred. You can imagine as a surgeon, I'm a surgeon for 40-something years, and a blackout occurred, a nurse had to come and shine a torchlight for you. Private nursing homes don't have that. They have standby generators that kick in right away. But thank God, we don't know what happened. And there are 6 operating theaters, at least in San Fernando Hospital, functioning at that time. So we don't know what happened as a result of that. So this cannot be allowed to happen in any health system, in any delivery, in any developed country, Mr. President. And it's because the regional health authority boards, which the minister and the government appoint, are really incompetent. And I say that unashamedly. You can't put square pegs in round holes. Healthcare is something by itself. It is not running a sweetie parlor or anything. You're playing with people's lives. So you must have the best people at the top. And you can't get political appointees to run a regional health authority board or to be a CEO. They run without any management capacity and capability, and it rots from the head. And if the head is rotting, everywhere else will rot. So we have basic drugs that are lacking. So, Mr. President, are we in this 2024-25 budgetary allocation of $7 billion? Are we going to be moving to prevent any exacerbation of neonatal deaths in a neonatal intensive care unit, as we had this year with 19 babies dying in the short period, neonates dying within the short period of time? And while the Minister of Health and his team were trying to fool the population, boasting almost on a yearly basis, every time you hear the minister, decreasing maternal mortality, neonatal mortality, decreasing all the time, and while it is increasing. And he was trying to gaslight and hoodwink our population. Mr. President, when the population became angry and the newspapers flooded with articles, hoggish conduct at the neonatal intensive care unit, nurses in emotional turmoil over deaths of babies, says TTNA boss. Our political lady has said deaths of babies are blight proof of health crisis. Then the NWRH put out a little article about neonatal intensive care unit at Port of Spain General Hospital. The TTNA boss said nurses in emotional turmoil over deaths of babies.
Senator, date and time, and the actual newspaper, if you're reading from the article in your hand.
Oh, you want the, right. Saturday, April 19, 2024. This is Guardian. This here, the Saturday Express of 20th April 2024. Deaths of babies at Port of Spain General Hospital. Kamla calls for immediate opening of Children's Hospital. Slams government for malice and spite. Then you have Newsday, Saturday, April 20th, 2024. NWRHA, they're saying only 7 babies died of bacterial infection. And there were 19 babies who died. And then Sunday, April 21st, Guardian, 951 neonatal deaths in Trinidad and Tobago between 2018 and 2022. 4 years, 951 neonatal deaths. Neonatal death is the death of a baby within the first 28 days of life. A perinatal death is within the first 7 days of life. So 951 babies died in 4 years within the first 4 weeks of birth. Progress in reducing mortality rate hit hard. And there's one article, UNC supporters call for Children's Hospital to be opened in Cuba, and so on. So many articles, Mr. President, too much to read. And then on April 20th, 2024, the leader of the opposition, Saturday Express, in the face of 11 baby deaths, Kamala calls on the Prime Minister to have a conscience and show humanity, open Cuba Children's Hospital, and so on. Tobago mom wants answers. So I just decided to bring these articles along to show, Mr. President, that this country had been subjected to improper health care, the citizens, the babies, the young ones. And when the pressure was put on the government again, then they asked for an investigation to be done into what was happening at the neonatal intensive care unit. And PAHO sent a review mission to Trinidad and Tobago, and a report was published on the 21st of June 2024. Review mission, clinical events, neonatal intensive care unit at Port of Spain General Hospital, April 2024. And Mr. President, it's a very damning report on the management at the neonatal intensive care unit at Port of Spain Hospital. The Minister of Health has to take responsibility. The boards have to take the responsibility. The CEO, the management, and of course, ultimately, the government. And some of these findings, prevention and control strategies Institutional policies for central line insertion and maintenance in NICU are not used consistently. Policies and procedures for prevention of surgical site wound infection in operating theatre is not done. Antimicrobial stewardship program is not implemented. Inadequate ratio of nursing professionals to patient ratio is present consistently. And so I think there was an article today or yesterday where the head of the Nursing Association said that nurses are still not being employed to fill the vacancies in the neonatal intensive care unit. That's the head of the Nurses Association. And this is what continues. Policies and procedures for use of multi-dose medications on NICU need to be developed. NICU unit dose medications are not prepared in sterile conditions by pharmacy. There are no policies, no procedures for high-level disinfection for equipment such as laryngoscopes. Limited hands-free alcohol-based hand rub dispensers in NICU. Breaches in personal protective equipment protocols observed in the NICU, indicating a need for improved compliance, monitoring, and training. And there's so much more about. Yeah.
You mentioned just now that nurses are not being employed. Is it that they are not applying, or is it that the institution is not taking them on board? Because of the fallout that you had before, they may be reluctant to apply. So could you clarify for me, please?
For my understanding, Senator, they have been applying because the president of the Nurses Association wants employment of these nurses. There are over 1,300 nurses wanting jobs. And they are not being employed by the regional health authorities because the regional health authorities say they don't have money and they're not employing anybody. And when they employ them, they frustrate them. They don't give them any contracts. So they give them, and my colleague, Dr. Remy, one of the best pediatricians this country has ever seen, one of the best. I have tremendous respect for her competence. And I'm sure she will agree with me that they're treated badly. You have over 400 young doctors in this country wanting jobs, and they can't get a job. Their parents pay millions of dollars to educate them, and they can't get a job. And we have 32 centers in a hospital system, 32 different units in a hospital system, where you just take two.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
10 more minutes? 5? What? Well, I think, Mr. President, the country has gotten, the Ministry of Health, the Minister and the government has gotten the message from the opposition loud and clear. They have been very incompetent in dealing with the health sector. A lot is to be desired, and we expect a lot better of them. But when I'm closing that, I will make a concluding statement. I was hoping to be able to deal with some parts of education, which is another area which the government has fallen badly on. And from my just 1 or 2 minutes left, it's unfortunate again, Honorable President, that this government, within the first year of us demitting office, there was swift and precipitous reversal of all the gains that we made in the education sector between 2010 and 2015. They reversed almost everything. They stopped the laptop programs, they stopped the construction of school programs, they stopped the early childhood education program, they stopped the textbook program. We had given out over 2 million textbooks to students over the period 2012 and 2013. Every child in every class in every school got a textbook. Then we give out 97,000 laptops. And in 2020, when this thing came on, when the COVID came on, over 100,000 students in this country were left without an IT device. They were left out of the education system for 2 years, Mr. President. So you could understand why 9,000 students failed to get more than 50% in the SCA. Yeah. That is why. Yeah. And this is where the crime is coming from. This is where the crime is. 9,000 students.
Senator Naked, there's one speaker currently on the floor on your best. Senator Naked. Senator Naked. Senator Naked, I'm on my legs. 1. 2, please face the other side. Your back is to the chair. Thank you. Senator Gopeesingh, continue.
Yeah. Mr. President, they stopped the tech work education program. They stopped the school construction program. They stopped the continuous assessment component. They stopped the areas of morals and values and ethics and citizenry development and character development, which we're teaching. Music, arts, and drama in primary schools was stopped. 402 homework centers were stopped. We had up to 3 computer labs in secondary schools. All of that was destroyed. 150 IT technicians were sent away from their jobs. They reduced the amount of social workers and in the Student Support Services Division from 700 to 350, and hence the rise in the problems of the school violence in the schools. And we could talk an entire day on that, but 40 minutes is not enough for me to speak about. They reversed the early childhood education program when we were the first country in the world to have achieved early childhood education. We had the best academic performance in 2014 in SEA, CAPE, and CSEC. And we bettered it in 2015. We are now last in the world. We were on par with Finland, Singapore, Hong Kong, Korea. We were awarded medals for our work in education. We were the center of virtual educa in Latin America and Caribbean. We were the leaders in ICT in the world. Putin in Russia was trying to follow us. 3,000 schools. He started around the same time we started. President Obama started the laptop program around the same time that we started. We led the Latin American Caribbean with ICT in education. So, Mr. President, as I conclude, I reiterate that the government is on a rapid, dangerous road of fostering a complete economic collapse of our economy. Never before has this country ever seen such wanton incompetence, corruption, and mismanagement of our economy. Where has the over $500 billion gone? Where have they been spent? Taxpayers' dollars. Where has this gone? They have failed for almost a decade now to create new revenue streams, new industries, job creation, and stimulation of business, improve our country, and ensure the progress and prosperity of our citizens. Their only concern is about spending money, and they're not even interested in accounting for the money they spend, as the Auditor General reports notes. In this budget and in the previous 9 budgets they have delivered since 2015, they have consistently and shamelessly come to this country with failed policies, numerous broken promises, wanton misstatements, and wastage. This budget, like all their previous ones, will continue to embroil our citizens and nation in a hopeless cycle of poverty, joblessness, criminality, violence, and despair. They have no choice now but to resign, for they have failed and continue to fail the people of this country. Mr. President, let us call election and let the people decide.
Senator Ibrahim.
Oh, yeah.
Good afternoon, all. Mr. President, thank you so much for allowing me the opportunity in second day of debate in the Senate to speak on the appropriation bill before us as it applies to the statement that was placed in the other house at the place a few weeks back. Mr. President, the reason why I'm extremely happy to be able to give a response at this point in time is that I'm bewildered by the amount of misinformation that I just heard from the Senator, Dr. Gopeesingh. I will start off where he left, speaking about the doing nothing in education, what he said, closing down of the rebuilding program, throwing out of initiatives immediately in 2015 as what was implemented by the previous government before in 2010 to 2015. And these are things that this government has done, not over the last 10 years in education, but just in the last 4 years of this term in office. It takes into consideration many things that have been mentioned, I believe Dr. Richards yesterday spoke of it, and one other independent senator as well spoke about it. And it speaks towards the fallout of students building a better society through adult literacy and other educational programs, and in addition to which, something that was making a lot of noise just now across the floor was the students who would have fallen on the side based upon failure of not being able to adequately receive an education for a period of 2 years during the pandemic period. May we recall what occurred at that time, whereby we recognized and became extremely proactive in outfitting these schools with the necessary IT needs for the purpose of communication and the handing out of devices to allow distance learning and remote learning, as schools' spaces would not be able to be habitated by students and teachers. The introduction of the Numeracy Adaptive Learning Program is an initiative being taken by January 2025. It's a platform that will facilitate the creation of diagnostic database and tailored numeracy experience to foster numeracy development, remedial and progress monitoring for all students. Dr. Gopeesingh spoke about the closing down or the shutting down of the rebuilding of schools program. But since 2020, we've spent $41.5 million for the completion of the Cultural Center and Science Block 4 classrooms at the St. Augustine Girls High School. The San Juan Boys and Girls Government Primary School, the Ministry of Education completion of 4 main blocks to accommodate classrooms, auditorium, cafeteria, administrative offices, inclusive of external works, at a cost of $28.8 million. The Chatham Government Primary School, Mr. President, and I must spell these things out simply because just to dispel what Dr. Gopeesingh was just saying. The completion of a 2-story L-shaped school comprising administration.
Senator, just remember we refer to members by the official title, so it's Senator Dr. Gopeesingh.
Thank you, Mr. President. I remain guided. The completion of a still on Chatham? Completion of a 2-story L-shaped school comprising of the administration and classroom sections, cafeteria, multipurpose hall, and external works at a cost of $13 million. We also attended to the Santa Flora Government Primary School, such as in the project of completion of the main building, including administration, classrooms, computer, art and science rooms at a cost of $24.6 million. The Saparia Union Presbyterian Primary School also benefited for the completion of the main building, including administration, classrooms, computer, art, science room, and external works, totaling $29.7 million. And I have a few more examples here, such as the Marabella Anglican Primary School, which was a completion of a previously constructed facility comprising of 2 reinforced concrete steel storage structures, 1 3-story and 2 2-story structures with structural steel frame at a cost of $24.9 million. Holy Cross, the list goes on, Mr. President. Just rebut what the Senator, Dr. Tim Gopeesingh, said. The Holy Cross College, completion of a classroom block with washrooms, laboratories, and other multipurpose rooms, auditorium, and refurbishment of existing schools at the existing school to the tune of $32.1 million. Construction of the Fanny Village Government Primary School, completion of construction at a cost of $37.2 million. And the last example I would raise is the Malabar Government Primary School, completion of the main building, including administration, classrooms, computer, art and science rooms at a cost of $25.8 million. So it is clear to say that the construction and expansion of our schools is something that has never ceased, and the current administration continues to use what it has, seeing the schools that are in need of facility and expansion and betterment to actually continue our good work. I would like to remind the Senate and Senator Dr. Gopeesingh that in the 2023-2024 budget presentation, a school supplies book grant of $1,000 to assist economically disadvantaged students at the primary and secondary school levels, following a thorough means test at an extensive review process. Over 20,000 eligible students were awarded grants which assisted parents with their back-to-school expenses to a total cost of $20 million. For the purpose of responding to those who were concerned about the students who fell off the grid and needed the remedial work, in 2022, the Vacation Revision Program, which focused on improving proficiency in mathematics, English, language, arts, and writing, in July 2024, where approximately 5,000 primary and secondary school students accessed these classes during the July-August vacation period. And we made a pledge that the government will continue to do this strategic intervention in the 2025-2026 academic year. So, to come in the House, in this chamber, and to state that all these projects and programs in education has stopped is misleading the community. The last speaker, Senator Gopeesingh, also spent much time, as expected, of his presentation on the health sector of Trinidad and Tobago. The question was, where is the money going? What is the government doing? You even spoke about a gentleman who is managing the NCRHA, and you basically said that it wasn't someone who's supposed to be there at this stage. But I would let you know that that particular individual, from when you knew him to being an apprentice or an assistant, has gone through extensive learning and also graduation to be able to perform in that position where he is at right now. Under the External Patient Care Program, an arrangement with private healthcare institutions funded by the government, over 3,400 individuals receive dialysis services at a cost of $380 million to the state, while over 2,000 beneficiaries receive radiation treatment at a cost of over $160 million. In addition, almost 4,000 citizens receive cardiac services at a cost of $50 million, and over 3,000 vitreoretinal surgeries were performed. Yes, 4 years, correct. At the same regional health authorities, over 13,000 persons receive dialysis, over 7,000 people receive cataract surgeries, and over 135,000 diagnostic eye examinations were conducted for persons with visual impairment. Additionally, Mr. President, a total of $721 million was spent on pharmaceuticals and non-pharmaceutical, and $185 million was expended on medical equipment upgrades. In addition to that, Mr. President, over 265,000 persons benefited from the CDAP program at a cost of $190 million to the state over the period of 2021 to 2024. And hundreds of millions more was spent on the treatment of diabetes, hypertension, and cancer. So what we're seeing here, in response to the last speaker, Mr. President, is regardless of the capacity of within the health sector or not, the goal and the modus operandi of the government is to try the very best so that the wider citizenry can receive healthcare, even if it is we have to subcontract to private institutions and being paid fully by government. You touched also on NCDs, Senator Gopeesingh. Mainly heart disease, diabetes, cerebrovascular disease, and cancer. And the goal of this administration is to reduce the burden of mortality, to reduce the burden of preventable mortality before the age of 70 due to NCDs by 25% by 2025. The broader response focuses on the provision of targeted programs and services from birth to elderly status, securing a healthy future for our population. These include gestational diabetes management program, the restriction of sugar-sweetened beverages in all government and government-assisted schools, TT Moves Junior program to promote the adoption of healthy lifestyle habits amongst children aged 5 to 17, Mr. President, TT Moves Healthy Lifestyle Campaign for adults, TT Moves Behavioral Change Campaign, and the launch of the Hearts Initiative to address the issue of high blood pressure. This government has also established a 24-hour hotline offering medical advice and support for individuals who use home blood pressure kits and glucose monitors and have health-related questions about NCD-related issues. Yeah? So, as it applies to treating of the NCDs and also treating of patients with chronic disease within the health sector and external to the National Health Services, we subcontract for the purpose of our citizenry throughout the nation in the best private healthcare centers they have. But let's talk about the investment in health, asking about where the money goes and where the money is spending and the mismanagement and so on. Over the past 5 years, the healthcare infrastructure, we have completed several hospitals. Completed a 150-bed Arimo Hospital at a cost of 1.6 billion, Mr. President. A 100-bed Point Fortin Hospital at a cost of 1.3 billion, and the Roxborough Hospital at a cost of $133 million. We also have a new, Mr. President, $1.1 billion Sangre Grande Hospital, which was opened earlier this year, and it serves over 155,000 individuals from neighboring communities. State-of-the-art facility. I know staff who works there. They don't even want to work anywhere else. They think it's one of the best facilities they've ever been part of. From the welcoming of the patients to the screening of the patients, the patient experience is receiving 5-star rating continuously throughout the healthcare sector. We also have a 106-bed adult emergency department intensive care unit, imaging department, and other essential services designed to improve healthcare deliveries in Eastern residents now have that opportunity to do. Now, on top of all that, 540-bed Port of Spain General Hospital Central Block is currently at a 60% completion. 60% completion.
Excellent.
And upon completion, it will allow the growth of other clinical services, surgical, pharmaceutical, laboratory services, diagnostic and treatment, as well as the expansion of some of our existing services, such as ophthalmology, ENT, pediatrics. And that project is scheduled for opening March 2025. First-class healthcare. We also can boast that the Ministry of Health has now, instead of having all its branches littered all across Port of Spain and environs, a singular building where the population can go to and get all of their issues when it comes to receiving everything under what the Ministry of Health has to offer, from food and drug to inspectorate to the the screening of products for entry into, for consumption, which is part of the food and drug, the responsibility, everything under one roof. So when it is you say openly to the public of Trinidad and Tobago that we are not doing the right things in health, that is purely misleading the community. Absolutely, in its full. Mr. President, it also points towards them saying things to incite and create activity with respect to creating a headline. Case in point yesterday, to come this morning with a headline flashing around in front of us because of what was said in our chamber yesterday. But, Mr. President, going back to what I would have originally planned to say, or what I would hope to contribute in the few short moments that I would take up, I wanted to respond to a couple of senators who spoke yesterday. And it bewilders me at this stage of the game, having spent numerous sessions within this House, and understanding why, and going through stages of bills, why it is persons on the other side still see it fit to even state that they would axe the tax when it comes to property tax. You know? The reality is that an entire holistic system has been proposed. So that what our number one complaints are in our municipals needs to be addressed, is given the power to not only collect the money, but also spend it within their local burgesses. Hence, not even placing pressure upon the spend of the central government. To actually, Mr. President, want to take away that system points towards the angle that they're coming with, which is what they just told us we did. Destroy and eradicate and disrupt a good service and a good system that is working. It is a counterproductive point. Trinidad and Tobago, I believe, I may not remember the exact figures, but we had, I believe, was it about $90 million already being collected at the time of the reading of the budget, and that money will be kept by the burgesses to utilize itself, to utilize within their areas and regions. Now, when we listen to the budget, or when it is the general population listens to the budget, they listen with a sense, somebody just said, of the culture of the past, of anticipation of, okay, it's a big day, something big is going to happen. But what they don't realize, and what they have to know, is that the theme of this budget statement was steadfast and resolute for forging pathways to prosperity. Many comparisons, Mr. President, was made to 2010 to 2015, 2010 to 2015 versus what is happening now, and what is being spent now versus what was being spent then. We have to remember that when Senator Leida yesterday came forward and he made some claims that besides the axing of the property tax, he was speaking about the analogy of saying that all we could show is growth because we are restarting off from a zero. He stated that we reached a zero in 2020, and now what we're boasting of is obvious, and I don't need to boast about it simply or record it, simply because it is an increase from a low point. But very, very, very early in the presentation of the budget, Minister of Finance stated, and it's clear to see, that the revenue in 2023 was $6 billion more, or 13% more than 2019. We're not talking about 2020. We're talking about a 13% increase over 2019. May I remind everyone here what 2019 was? It wasn't just the year before COVID. It actually was the year where in our the last term, that was the actual year that it was pegged and all markers were in place for a budget that realized a surplus. 2015, 2016, 2017, and 2018 took a lot of re-engineering and reorganization of our economy to be able to achieve that. 2019 came, and then COVID hit thereafter, putting the country into a spiral. A boast was made yesterday as well that under the previous administration, that more money was deposited to the Heritage and Stabilization Fund that was done in our term, this term and the last term. But the reality is this: that contribution is not something that you decide to do if you have, necessarily, but it is pegged on the revenue of oil and gas. So if it is, you have 2010 to 2015, oil and gas and the world economy in a very different state, and you have more robust sales, and you have higher prices, well, yes, it is bound to you by law to put in a certain percentage of those sales, which means that more will go into the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. So to actually, yes, the Heritage and Stabilization Fund was utilized within the years of 2020 and 2021. 2020 and 2021 to maintain the livelihood of the country and its citizens. In a year when revenue dropped as much as 35%, or by $19 billion or $13 billion, to be able to ensure stability, the continuous turning of the economy, and to keep the safety net there for our citizenry, that is when we took out from the Heritage and Stabilization Fund. Senator Leida also weighed in on the VAT refunds, but it is clear that by the 31st of December this year, as stated, that small and medium businesses will be receiving a refund, and then after January next, they will be getting bonds in it. Bonds to clear off that debt. Mr. President, when you talk to the man on the street about the budget and what their expectations are of a government and what really are the burning issues to individuals, you will get many things. But people on the ground, from the small man on the east-west corridor to the businessman, have concerns, wide array of concerns. And everyone has infrastructural needs, which we are addressing, and the Minister of Works yesterday, and I'm sure the Minister in the Ministry of Works will actually spend more time on that, will show how they are addressing the infrastructural needs and structure and network in this country. The availability of US dollars is also a major concern for the turning of business and human development and more money and spending power within the national community. These are the things that I pick up from speaking to people on a one-on-one basis. Mr. President, I am proud to be part of this government, knowing very well that when we say it's a steadfast and resolute for generating pathways to prosperity, these things have been addressed in the national budget this year. And when we say it is steadfast growth, we mean that it is a movement away from financial difficulty. It is a movement away from grappling and restructuring to the point now that we are more stable to move on to the next stage. And that is under a People's National Movement government. The small man part, if it is you would, Senator Naked. No, I'll come to that. I will come to that. No, I'll come into that. I'll come into that. No. It's part of my contribution. I will do it. I have to say it, because you cannot deny, and you cannot deny the moves that have been made within the economy to ensure that the citizenry does have that extra spend. Yes, they have had periods and time where the international inflationary indices have been high, but that has been stabilized. When it is we take the allowance and we recognize that we have the personal tax allowance has been expanded to $90,000 per annum, whereby they are now tax-free and giving persons money back in their hands to the tune of $7,500 per household. And when we take into consideration the several moves in minimum wage recognizing the diminishing power based upon inflationary issues that we face, that we went up to $20.50 last year, and taking into consideration what has been proposed with the soon to be put in place with the $22.50 per hour, where persons have now $500 to $700 more within their remit for liquidity purposes per month. That is what I was alluding to when speaking about the small man being placed under pressure for a period of time, and us now making policy to ensure with a controlled inflationary, with a low inflationary index and a low inflation rate, which went to its lowest in the history of Trinidad and Tobago to 0.3% in 2019, has now been re-realized by July this year. It goes to show that this government does listen and does understand the plight of those who say they are having a difficult time. But to start off contributions, stating that we are destabilizing and we are funding deficits. I remember a few years back that we faced a scenario where all the economists were up in arms, and there was a big discussion upon, are we in a recession? And the answer to that was, unless we had unsustained growth or negative growth for a period of 3 years, we say that we were in a recession. That did not happen, and I'm proud to be here to state that the GDP and the surplus, the GDP has increased for the last 3 years, inclusive of this year, and it is projected for future growth. As it applies to the availability of the US dollar within the budget, the finance minister has also alluded to willingness to negotiate with the energy companies who trade in US dollars to pay their taxes to us in US dollars. Downstream to that, we have energy deals on the horizon, which can only yield positive results when it comes to the foreign exchange issues that we face right now. Mr. President, I not only support this budget, but I have seen over the last 4 years firsthand the growth and step by step to be able to stand proudly and say that this People's National Movement government has, without a doubt, repaired, fixed, stabilized, and it has a vision for the future, for the well-being of the Trinidad and Tobago as a whole. And I support this budget and all its implications to follow. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Francis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues. It's truly a privilege to be here to present my critical analysis of the 2025 national budget. With the title Steadfast and Resolute Forging Pathways to Prosperity. I would like to thank Almighty God for the opportunity to be here, alive and well, and to be in this moment to give service to my country. Like I previously said, the title is Steadfast and Resolute Forging Pathways to Prosperity. In understanding the landscape, this budget comes at a time when our nation faces significant economic challenges. I can see that it outlines various fiscal measures, social policies, and strategic investments aimed at transforming our country's economic and social landscape, which I applaud. But with all due respect, my job today must lead me to question how effective it would be, and will it achieve the desired outcome. My contribution today will touch on key aspects as in relation to economic development, social progress, crime reduction and education, and all that is connected to them. Starting with economic development. This budget, in my humble opinion, acknowledges Trinidad and Tobago's continued reliance on our energy sector, which obviously accounts for a large portion of our revenue and foreign exchange. I could see that this year's real GDP growth was 1.9% and reflects an improvement, which is good. When the Honorable Minister of Finance said natural gas production will remain constrained until at least 2027, for me that raised two critical questions. And these questions will be the substance of my contribution. Can we depend on a constrained and unstable energy sector to sustain both our short-term survival and long-term growth? And if not, why does the budget allocation towards the non-energy sector remain so small? When looking at provisions related to economic development, the government has laid out its plan to diversify the economy while trying to balance the long shadow of the energy sector. However, in this energy sector, there is a dim light. And in that dim light, we hear the murmurs about driving commerce into other sectors. While you would often hear about the success in the manufacturing sector, I believe there are many other industries in which we have tremendous potential to extract export revenue. But when looking at the Ministry of Trade and Tourism and its PSIP budget allocation of $222.9 million, I can't help but see it as only token support rather than meaningful fiscal incentives, which would be needed to attract investments, or to build pathways. For me, as a Calypsonian, of course, creative and cultural industries come to mind. A sector where support is always glorified, may be patronized, but never commercialized. And let me say that again. A sector where support is always glorified, may be patronized, but never commercialized. For example, in a move that was long overdue, we declared the steel pan the national instrument this year. And in this year's budget presentation, the Honorable Minister of Finance acknowledged that the United Nations declared August 11th as World Steel Pan Day. However, where is the meaningful PSIP support for these following, meaningful PSIP support that follows these ceremonial accomplishments? Is it solely in the provision of a $120 million building for Pantry and Bagel? Is that the project's best position to push commercialization and sustainability? It's the same for me with tourism, agriculture, and the positioning of renewable energy as an industry suited for business innovation, youth development, and entrepreneurship, especially considering the direction the world is going. These industries are mentioned very loudly in words, but very softly to me in figures. I see where provisions and incentives were made to ignite trade in the non-energy sector. But in my opinion, it felt more of the same. Or maybe same of the same. We heard about provisions and incentives with respect to special economic zones. Or from my research, some would call it free zones. Same dog, just a new name. So yes, it may be more robust perhaps, more locations accommodating a wider range of industries in an enabling environment for foreign direct investment. But what assurance do we have in its success? Don't get me wrong, I believe these are well-intentioned initiatives, so I can't knock it. But at the same time, I'm interested to know how well have these zones performed in the past, back in the free zone days. What were the problems identified? How were they fixed? This query applies not just for disincentive, but for all. What was the uptake in the past? How many applications were made? How many approved? What has been the value of these approvals in terms of government revenue? And in turn, what has been the wider economic benefit in terms of revenue generation, jobs, sustainability, and new industry growth? What are the projected economic benefits from implementation of these provisions in this budget? While the special economic zones and other fiscal incentives are a step in the right direction, the success of such initiatives depend on whether we can genuinely administer them and create an enabling environment for foreign direct investment. Because this year, I was a part of the delegation to visit Cuba, and they had huge economic zones, and they looked very promising. But because of the embargo that they face, their economic zones are suffering. Are we in the position to have successful zones? And if yes, what are the indicators that we are? Because at the end of the day, investors will need more than tax incentives. They will demand transparency, ease of doing business, and policy consistency. In a similar vein, as it relates to the consumer, I am also very wary of the opportunity for abuse. This is for the people. I have noted the Honorable Minister of Finance propose incentives in sport equipment via removal of duties and tax. A move intended to lower prices for consumers and make such equipment cheaper to athletes and sporting institutions. However, many times, while these taxes and duties are removed, as with LED lights in the past, the price to the consumer does not decrease, but instead the margin to the retailers increase, which is counterproductive for the nature in which this tax break was intended. How can we rectify this issue so that consumers and local athletes will benefit? And this is not just for this issue, but for even the things that we try to initiate in the future. Moving on to social development and public services. In terms of social development, I commend the government's commitment to providing essential services, with notable allocations for health and education. These investments are much needed, particularly with the healthcare system, as it remains overburdened and underfunded. On the housing front, however, I found the remarks around the Housing and Village Improvement Program both commendable and worrisome at the same time. While it's touted as a solution for low-income families, history has shown us that these volatile short-term conflicts in the price point between government and contractors are always paid for in the long term by the same low-income families. Like everything in this country sometimes, the most vulnerable people get the short end of the stick and pay the price for poor quality craftsmanship, compromised structural integrity, and subgrade infrastructure, which we should know by now is the blueprint for many of our ghettos today. So I urge the minister to be careful. Perhaps there are better ways. It may be better, perhaps, to teach a man to build a house rather than to give him a poorly built one. That is not about housing, that line. Crime and public safety. One of the more pressing issues for the nation is crime, which continues to be a major challenge. The budget allocation of $6.1 billion to national security, a sizable figure aimed at addressing the rising crime rates. However, despite this allocation, there is a lack of clear, detailed strategy on how this funding will effectively be used to combat the underlying causes of crime, such as unemployment, poverty, and social inequality. This brings me back to my earlier comments on the provisions as it relates to trade and industry in the non-energy sector, at a sum of $222.9 million for PSIP. This is less than 4% of the overall allocation for national security and less than 0.5% of the national budget for 2025. A drop in the bucket. As many of the learned members of this House would know. Trade and industry to me is the engine for economic growth, job creation, making an honest living. When there is a substantial investment in these areas, it fosters business development, entrepreneurship, diversification of economy. This leads to more jobs, higher incomes, and eventually an improved standard of living. However, if we continue underinvesting in these sectors, it can lead to higher levels of unemployment, illegal activity, particularly among young people. As a result, the same vulnerable population that you are building these lower income houses for could turn to illicit trade to survive, contributing to higher crime rates. And in that regard, my recommendation would be to allocate more spending on trade and industry to save us billions on curbing crime tomorrow. Moving on to education. As we can all appreciate, education is the foundation for our long-term development as a nation. And in this budget, I think the government's allocation of $7.5 billion towards education and training recognizes its pivotal role. Given the deteriorating performance of the nation's teenagers in the CSEC examinations, particularly in basic subjects like math and English. One of the positive initiatives highlighted in the budget is the CSEC Remedial Mathematics Program, which aims to improve the alarming low pass rates in mathematics. This is a critical skill for the modern workforce, and I'm sure many of us have witnessed firsthand the practical deficiencies in the workforce when workers are unable to apply basic mathematical principles to their everyday work task. In 2024, the pass rate for CSEC mathematics was only 42.1%, a drop from previous years. I believe this strategic intervention is necessary, but the question remains whether it is enough to address the systemic issues within the education system, such as outdated curriculums, inadequate teacher training. Furthermore, with respect to allocations related to education, I noted that the budget proposed a national digital literacy program aimed at bridging the digital divide that exists, particularly in rural and underserved communities. In the rapidly evolving global economy that we now live in, this program is a step in the right direction. However, the budget allocation is a meager $5 million. Given the scope of this challenge and the urgency of this implementation, it is worth questioning whether this amount is adequate to ensure real transformative digital literacy across the country. I believe that while the budget directly places emphasis on improving educational outcomes, especially in mathematics, digital literacy, the allocation of the fund may fall well short of the transformative investment needed to build a competitive workforce. In conclusion, I believe that the 2025 national budget sets ambitious goals in the narrative and presentation, but leaves critical gaps in definitive dollar allocations that needs to be addressed for lasting impact. While it acknowledges the need for economic diversification in sectors like culture, tourism, and renewable energy, they lack substantial investment that is required for growth. Just my opinion. The special economic zones offer potential but need clearer accountability and results. Improvements in health and housing are welcomed, but programs like the Housing and Village Improvement Program risk falling short without greater attention to quality and long-term sustainability. The heavy focus on national security without significant investment in economic opportunities like trade and industry may not effectively address the root cause of crime, such as unemployment and social inequality. Finally, in education, while the emphasis on improving outcomes in mathematics and digital literacy is important, the funding allocation may not be enough to drive the kind of change needed to build a competitive workforce. But this budget provides a foundation, but its success will depend on turning these proposals into actionable and well-supported initiatives. And that, to me, is what we would need for the progress that we speak of. Thank you.
Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, for giving me this opportunity to take part in this 2025 budget debate. Mr. President, I want to start off by saying a special thank you to the Minister of Finance and his staff for this present budget and on the 10th year. Mr. President, in my view, you need a strong person to be the Minister of Finance. And this Minister of Finance is one of the strongest persons we have in the cabinet. I hope the Minister of Finance has heard what I said. I said you are the strongest person. Mr. President, I would also like to thank from the bottom of my heart. I am working in the Ministry of Agriculture with one of the best, the youngest persons, and that is Minister Avinash Singh. Mr. President, he knows agriculture. I have been there 2 years and some months. I have learned a lot about him, but the advantage I have on him is that he learning from me also. Mr. President, I would like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister for giving me this opportunity to serve first as the first citizen of the city of San Fernando, the first servant in the Ministry of Local Government, Rural Development and Local Government, and now in this ministry, a Ministry of Agriculture, which I see as the most important ministry in the government. Mr. President, in 2013, as I said, I was the first servant in San Fernando, the mayor, and I met a young man in Tobago who was going up for election. I think he was around 25 years, 26 years. And today, I want to welcome him here in this house, in this honorable house, Senator Ancil Dennis.
Yes.
He was one of the youngest persons fighting the Tobago election at that time. And I am pleased to meet him at that time. And I am also pleased that he is here in the Senate in his maiden speech this morning, which he's a future leader of this country.
The leader.
Mr. President, our allocation under the Consolidated Fund and the Infrastructure Development Fund in fiscal 2024 was $951,573,400. And this was utilized to enhance several strategic areas, including 1, improving infrastructure, in particular agricultural access roads, improving water management system in major food basket areas, improving service delivery, institutional strengthening, improving access to grants and incentives, improving land tenure, increased focus on youth and agriculture, encouraging the adoption of climate-smart technology and innovation, improving all activities oriented towards enhancing food security and reducing the food import bill. Mr. President, I want to take this opportunity to highlight some of the projects achieved in the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries for 2024. We have done a lot in the Ministry of Agriculture, and this time that I have wouldn't be sufficient. So my colleague, the Minister in the Ministry of Agriculture, who I don't treat as a minister in the ministry, I treat him as a minister with me. I give him all the opportunities, and he's very, very humble, hard-working minister. He will speak more where I left off. Mr. President, the Food Security and Food Prices Committee, established in 2024, brought together key stakeholders across various sectors to address the issue of food rising prices and to ensure that nutritious food remains accessible to all citizens. This committee, Mr. President, consists of 13 members of the public, and they are experts in agriculture, economics, trade, and consumer advocacy. Has already begun meeting, analyzing the root cause of high food prices in this country. The results of their ongoing work will be critical in guiding future policy interventions with the agricultural sector. Their findings will help us shape targeted strategies to stabilize food prices, increase local production, and reduce our dependency on imports, ensuring that we respond effectively to both domestic challenges and global market pressures. Mr. President, this is just one of the many ways in which we have been leading progressive conversations with key agricultural partners to ensure that food security becomes a reality. Mr. President, the Agricultural Finance Support Program, or Agri-Incentive Grant, as we call it, stands as a testament to this PNM administration. Unwavering commitment to empowering farmers, promoting sustainable agricultural practices. Since its inception in 2019, the ministry has disbursed more than $27 million for over 300 small and medium-sized farmers. This strategic financial support has played a pivotal role in driving increased food local production, directly contributing to our national food security goals. During fiscal 2024, we executed 3 distributions, assisting over 100 farmers with a combined value exceeding $11 million. Furthermore, just within the last week, we received another 116 checks at a value of over $11 million for distribution. Mr. President, this PNM administration continues to demonstrate that it's not just talking and supporting farmers, but actually we are supporting the farmers. Mr. President, we have also, at the ministry, we provide a suite of, we have 92 incentive programs through the Agricultural Incentive Program, Fisheries Incentive Program, Forestry Incentive Program to support the development. Mr. President, we have over, as I said, 92 programs, and I want to just name a few. As a farmer, as a registered farmer, you have vehicles you can purchase with subsidy from $15,000 to $200,000 based on the type of vehicle, wheel tractors, wheel pickups, light goods vehicles, trucks, all-terrain vehicles. We also have a rebate of 20% of the purchase price to 50% of purchase price is allowed to depend on this type of vehicle. Insulation and refrigeration is a subsidy from $6,000 to $30,000 based on the type of vehicle, pickup, light goods vehicle, etc. And there's also a rebate of 25% of the purchase price. Mr. President, we also have machinery and equipment. There's another subsidy. Subsidy from $4,000 to $50,000, depending on the type of equipment, trailer, etc. 50% of the purchase price is allowed. We have another subsidy for water in agriculture, a subsidy from $20,000 to $40,000, depending on the nature of its type, whether it's ponds, wells, or dams, water pumps, irrigation. 75 to 25% of the cost is allowed depending on the nature of its use. Mr. President, we also have livestock, a subsidy from 50,000 for milking system, another subsidy from 15,000 to 150,000 for infrastructure, depending on cattle, goat, sheep, poultry, etc. And there's a subsidy of 10,000 for waste management. So, Mr. President, with all these here, we have fisheries, we have fuel subsidy for fisheries, depending on the type of fuel you use, gasoline, diesel, etc. We have fisheries equipment subsidy from 7,000 to 30,000. We have the youth and agriculture subsidy, which is 30,000, 50% of the production cost. We have security incentive also, 30,000 to 25,000, depending on fencing, predial larceny, etc. And these are some of the incentives that we have available. And Mr. President, you would be surprised to know the amount of people getting into agriculture, the amount of young people getting into agriculture, and the ministry has a lot to offer. And since I got there into the ministry, I make sure that the public knows about these incentives, and they are actually reaching out to apply for these incentives. We have also, Mr. President, through the National Agricultural Marketing and Development Corporation, NAMDEVCO, which is a very important part of the Ministry of Agriculture. This is where the farmers sell to come out and sell their produce directly to the public. Mr. President, we have 9 of these farmers markets throughout the country: Makoya, Couva, Devon Martin, Chaguanas, Point Forte, La Hoqueta, San Fernando, Arima. You have 4 wholesale markets: Norris Dane Market, Orange Valley. We have a couple of these markets. And one thing I want to say to the public, by the time these farmers get there about 6 o'clock in the morning, by 7, 7:30, 8 o'clock, everything sells out. Yeah. I have been to these markets, and I encourage the people of this country to eat properly, fresh fruits, vegetables, because as I said in the other place, inside this body, there's no PVC pipe or metal where the food could just go down, and it's this tissues in here, so you need to treat your body properly. Don't eat things that take long to digest. And I realized this since I went to the ministry. I take this thing seriously since I go into the ministry. Before I eat anything. Now, I'm particular what I eat. Fresh fruits and vegetables. And I want all my colleagues to follow me and to eat healthy and eat properly. Yes, eat properly. I want to thank my colleague, Minister of Digitization, for coming to the ministry and offering his services to ensure that we have a farmer registration data management system. Yes, with this we have been waiting for this for years. You know, this got a long time process. You have to sign up, and Mr. Finance, I say you could be a farmer too, you know. You will get the incentives and so on. Yeah. And it's so easy now. You come in to the ministry, and everything is digitized. You just come in there with your proper registration and so on, and you will get your farmer's identification card, and you can apply. You could go to the ADB. You could go to, you want your loans and so on. It's very so. I want to thank Minister Bakas for coming to the ministry and ensuring that we have this. Yeah, it's very simple. And I must say, Mr. President, I must say, I have to thank the Permanent Secretary and the staff at the Ministry of Agriculture. Yes. For being people-friendly, because I don't know if you all, how much of you all know me, but when you come into the ministry, you must treat people like people. Do not treat them like you are better than them. Because all of us here for a short space of time, whether it's inside this house, or you're a doctor like my friend over there, or the best minister of finance, we all here temporary. All this is temporary position. So, but that being said, I want to touch on a very important subject, which is predial larceny. This has plagued the farming community for years and years and years. And Mr. President, I want to say predial larceny has really been a real major challenge in this country. I don't know why somebody will buy a goat or a sheep or a cow, you'll plant your rice, your bananas and your tomatoes, and somebody just wants to come and claim it and say, that's mine, I've taken it from you. That's wrong. That is wrong. You should not be stealing produce from people who take. Farmers work very hard. Fishermen work very hard. When they get up in the morning, 3 o'clock to go and sell, we home sleeping. So this is a wrong thing that is happening. And since we went across to the ministry, I want to say that they had a complement of 34 officers in 2022. So, and we now have 100 officers strong. Mr. President, also, we had 4 new vehicles, and we just got 4 new vehicles, and the fleet has risen from 6 or 10 now. And I said something in the other place there, and I want to say it here, because we have to treat vehicles like it belongs to us when we drive it. You just don't drive it and you treat it all how. One of these brand new vehicles, an officer put on his blue lights and siren and decided to break this traffic light, don't know where he was going and so on, and that was wrong. You write off the vehicle, brand new vehicle, and action was taken at the Ministry of Agriculture, where he was dismissed, and legal action is taken for him to pay for the vehicle. So there should be no abuse of blue lights and siren. Public property, especially in the Ministry of Agriculture. We're taking a dim view when you want to put on blue lights and siren and go through these areas. We're not tolerating that. Mr. President, they work very hard, these predial larceny officers. From October 2023 to 2024, they did 2,338 patrols, 27,900 visit to farms, 2,860 farmer interactions. They visit 156 visitor markets. And these are not just figures coming out of my head. These are actual figures, data from the predial larceny squad. In the upcoming fiscal 2025, the ministry remains committed to enhancing the operational effectiveness of the predial larceny squad on the development
Minister.
Minister, point of order.
No, it's not a point of order. I'd just like to ask a question. In terms of the visits made by the predial larceny officers, I'm just wondering, is it that they do like high, in other words, you have areas which are considered high prevalence areas for predial larceny? Because I'm not sure how you're covering all of Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, all of Trinidad. I'm just trying to understand how this, because I think it's an almost impossible task, that officers are going to patrol and as soon as they go on, somebody come and steal then. I'm not sure how it's going. I'm just asking.
Okay, well, thank you, Senator Dillon-Remy. And they really actually make these visits. From the time they get a call, we have a site called the Predial-Larceny site on social media, where we take complaints and we do visits. And they are out there now in full force. If you just go and log into that page, you will see the actual work that they're doing. They reach out to the farming community. The farming community reach out to them now. I don't know if before me it happened in such a big way, but it's happening in a big way now. So, yes, it's plenty. They make a lot of. They did imprisonment and convictions and so on. You know. They do plenty of work. So, and you see, and it's a good point you make. I was speaking before. Why we have to have these police policing these people, or the Predial-Larceny? You know, why can't leave people goat and sheep and pumpkin? You know, why have to go and steal these things? You know, that is. Huh? A pumpkin house? Mr. President, I want to commend the Predial-Larceny officers for a good job that they are doing. They are trying hard. And they will have the support of the entire ministry. I want to compliment all of them. Mr. President, we have been working very closely with the Minister Foster Cummins in the Ministry of Youth and National Service. And we have recognized that not just our small island of Trinidad and Tobago, but across the region, even globally. And I just want to stop on, as my friend Dr. Remy just said something to me there. In these incentive grants, a lot of people from Tobago come and receive these grants. 100,000, 50,000. So it's not for a Trinidad thing alone, it's a Trinidad and Tobago. It's a national incentive. So you could send your people across the I will really be too happy to.
Pediatric patients.
Yes.
Who are no farmers.
Yeah. So that's why we involve in the Ministry of Youth now, because the agricultural sector has an aging population, which presents a significant challenge for the continuity of the sector. As a result, a suite of programs formulated for young people of our country between the ages of 35, and some of those programs are: one, Shade House in Agriculture Homestead Program, and these are just two. However, I am certain my colleague, the Minister of Youth Development and National Service, the Honorable Foster Cummins, will deliver further into this segment during this 2025 budget. Mr. President, all of this is to emphasize the seriousness of agriculture and the importance placed by this government to ensure that there is continuity and progress across the industry. Food and nutrition security remains a crucial part of our mandate aimed at lowering the food prices. We have a lot to say, and Mr. President, I did something recently. I tried it, and it worked in the office that I have temporary in Shogunas, the Ministry of Agriculture. I got some boxes, and we planted some tomatoes and bygone and kale, scythe. Yes. I will get up and I water them when I come to the office. And do you know, I mean, I can't take out the picture and show you. The tomatoes in a little box. There are about 40 tomatoes, green ones. When I like tomatoes, sugar, so I want to carry something there. Yeah. Yeah, it's growing, it's growing. And if you see the bygone, big. Diwali coming, I will get somebody bygone to use, and it's yeah. The scythe is growing in boxes, so there's no excuse for really Not planting. We all should plant something. You know, get something and plant. Everybody want to get something and wave. Get something and plant. Yeah. Yeah. I hope the Minister of Tourism, you know, and get that into the Ministry of Culture and the Arts. Yeah, but get something and plant. We should all plant. If I, who not minister, sing as a farmer, sweet potato and pumpkin and so on. I'm not a farmer and I just plant this, and in less than 3 weeks, we could pick the tomatoes.
Green thumb.
Yeah. So this is not, I'm not just making up this to impress anybody, you know. This is a fact. So you all, and I notice a lot of children in the schools now, they're doing the same thing, hydroponics and so on, and it's good. Yes. It happened under the PNM. Well, I see my colleague reach back here, Senator Dennis. I just give them a little introduction when I met you when you had 25 years. Yes, but we'll talk about that soon. But Mr. President, I really want to say we had a Trinidad and Tobago Agri-Expo, the second one we had for 2024. And Mr. President, this was a real success. A remarkable success. And this wasn't no show business. This was something that involved a lot of people, young people. People started getting involved in agriculture. They saw a lot of things that happening where they could invest in the ADB bank. So much, over 70,000 people passed through there from Friday evening to Sunday, and people didn't even want to go home. So it was in Port of Spain, close to 70,000. You have a record, and that is who passed through the front gate, to the back gate, you know, where the storm, right? But it was free. So this year, next Agri-Expo, we want to have it in San Fernando, South, because we had it twice. We couldn't have it this year in South because we had the cricket in the Ibrahim and some other things that was happening. So the Agri-Expo will take place in South, and a major highlight of the Expo was the business-to-business B2 segment, which facilitated 61 meetings between 17 buyers and 42 suppliers. One buyer, recognizing the breadth of opportunities available, requested additional meetings, and another highlight was the livestock area, which we had prizes and so on. People came out with the big sheep and the goat and the cattle and so on, and it was really something remarkable. All the children, they were real happy. They came out and they were so happy. We walked through there. So we have some plans, Mr. President, for 2025. And in fiscal 2025, the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries will continue on the path of strengthening the agriculture sector, and it seeks to sustain increased food production. To do this with intent of 1, reducing our food bill, import bill, through increased local production and import substitution. And you know, this is something so important. But I'm coming on to that. You know, I go to the supermarkets sometimes and so on, but listening to people in agriculture, you have to listen. But anyway, God give you 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. You listen more and you talk less. And I hear people talking about you're going in the supermarket and you're seeing these chicken, frozen chicken, and sometimes they're there for weeks and months, and you're leaving the fresh chicken by all these, like Arawak and, yeah. I mean, because the chicken bigger, you're buying it, but it's frozen chicken, not healthy, right? It's not healthy, and nobody can vex with me for saying that. Go and buy local chicken. Yeah. It might be smaller, but it will be better for your health, right? Because nobody wants to die, everybody wants to live all along, so you have to eat healthy. So and Dr. Gopeesingh, you will agree with me. We will agree on certain things, but you will agree with me. You have to eat healthy, right?
That gynecologist.
Enhancing our food security, contributing to diversification of the economy, creating sustainable employment and earnings in the agri-sector. And as I spoke about the frozen chicken also, I want to put the public on notice. Be careful how you're buying these imported animals that are coming through the Western Peninsula. Where, when they're down there, you don't know what disease they're coming through with. Be careful. We have the predial larceny, and we have the other forces, the Coast Guard and so on down there. So we have to be careful not to buy these animals. Buy it from the local farmers, right? I was going to buy goat. I'm from South San Fernando. I was going down to Ruba Road and buy my goat, right? Yeah, you're getting fresh goat. These farmers just take care of the animals. Why you want to buy those things down there and get sick? Because you're getting it cheaper. They have a reason for it. Be careful of these things you are buying coming through that Western Peninsula. In 2025, priority focus will be on a number of areas, including strengthening agricultural infrastructure, commodity and value chain development, youth development, credit and financing for agricultural development, enhanced PPP, livestock development, farmer training and community outreach, managing risks, and a whole infrastructure, as I say, water management, construction and rehabilitation. There's so much that we have to offer. And Mr. President, I want to close off here now and give my colleague the opportunity when he speaks. This is my last budget presentation, and I don't want you all to jump to no guns. I'm talking about before the general election. But I really enjoy serving the people of this country, wherever I work, wherever I go, because I started off, I mean, people don't know me really, they see me now, but I was born in the ghetto. I was born between 7 steel bands in San Fernando. Mr. Mitchell, you will know you must have
correct.
Right.
All these steel bands.
And I grew up very humble, and I remain that way, because if we are to serve, we have to listen to serve the people that put us into office.
Yes. Yeah, next time.
I want to close off by thanking all my colleagues.
Yes.
I have more friends than enemies. And the people who don't like me might be just envy, because I have nothing against anybody in life. And I will continue to work for the citizens of this country until I'm ready to meet my maker, which could be any time. Because we're here for a short while, and this is a temporary office. So, Mr. President, with these few words, I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm not supposed to say this, but I think you might give me the opportunity. I enjoy working with you, Mr. President. I know I can't bring you, President, but I just look up and say I enjoy working. Yeah. So thank you, and may God continue to bless all of us with good health and long life. Thank you, Mr.
Minister in the Ministry of Works and Transport.
Mr. President, once more I thank you for the opportunity to contribute today to this bill, the Appropriation Financial Year 2025 Bill 2024, which was ably teamed, steadfast and resolute, forging pathways to prosperity. And Mr. President, I want to start off with firstly thanking the Minister of Finance and his team, as well as the thanking the Minister of Finance and his team, as well as the Minister of Planning and Development and her team for being able to produce such a meaningful, frugal, and precise budget that will cater for what our country is experiencing and how we can steer our way forward for a prosperous Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. President, the Minister of Finance shoulders has to be truly broad, because balancing our economy is definitely an act that he has to understand not only what is going on locally, but understand the effects of geopolitics on geoeconomics. The Minister of Finance rightfully, stated, and it was quite an interesting analogy, where you have wars all over and you would expect certain fluctuation in prices. However, stating with the impending US elections and the way that they manage their economy, it then sort of answers the question as to why our prices are where they are for today. And I remember going to school when I was in the States doing my studies. As a student, we live on a budget. And one of my thing, I always looked at the gas prices. At that time in particular, I looked at the cheapest gas option, which was less than $1 per gallon, compared to what it was today, which is almost 15 plus years ago. And every time you have higher prices, you have an increase to where the gas prices in the United States are what they are today. So this in itself, with global pressures, with energy reserves being where they are, with revenues being where they are, we understand how important it is for us as a government, as a reasonable, sober, and sound government, to be able to manage our economy and produce as such. Mr. President, we should be mindful, and I would also like to thank the Honorable Prime Minister and the Minister of Energy for their initiatives at times when negotiations for gas prices at the very early stages were at almost a standstill, and they had to then bring interventions to bring all the players back to the table. Had they not done that, Mr. President, I think we would have been in a worse position for today, because they were able to negotiate prices. The agencies were now able to come back to the table and have the conversation for better prices. And while I'm on that, I want to thank my Honourable Minister, Line Minister, Mr. Rohanson, and for his guidance, his confidence he has placed in me among certain agencies within the Ministry of Works and Transport. You see, he's not only been a guiding factor when it comes to the ministry and the public life, but also amongst the political atmosphere and what I deal with. You see, coming from the private sector into the public sector, actually being even an advocate as for Chamber of Commerce, it's very easy to speak on the outside. Yeah. It's very easy to come up with these grand plans and talk about grandeur and you want to do this, but when you actually get into it, and I have the fortunate opportunity to understand both sides of the coin, It is not as easy as everyone thinks it is. Some of the suggestions I may have made as chamber president, I look back now and I was quite gullible to think when you actually see what reality is.
Very important.
So, Mr. President, it is not an easy task, imagine a country like ours. It is not easy, especially when you have criticism appearing on all sides, especially from the opposition. You see it plastered all over.
The obstruction.
You know, when you listen sometimes in your social media feeds, you have misinformation, you have scare tactics, you have where they are basically spewing venom in the society. And you know what? The only scare I see is as soon as I see the face, I get scared one time. The face and a voice, I was like, oh gosh, I'll move that. Because that is their scare tactic. It's not what the information they're given, is the mere fact of their presence. So when you look now at some of these scare tactics, they speak about the Revenue Authority coming into our country, and then what? The information of our people will be out there. I wonder what was the scare tactic when they were looking at Cambridge Analytica. You know, I mean, it's a conversation to have. It's a conversation to ask. And Honorable Senator, I have full respect for you, but it's the truth. When you look at what they speak about, when you hear the Honorable Senator keep on talking about 6,000 businesses closed down, I could tell you flat, we have more than 6,000 projects doing right now under the Ministry of Works and Transport. So if you want to say 6,000 projects that we are doing now at the Ministry of Works and Transport. And again, they continue to spew misinformation to the public. When we talk about climate change and the effect of climate change, it is real. You see it, Senator Sunita Maharaj stated in her presentation, and we see it on a daily basis. And dealing with that infrastructure that we have here in Trinidad and Tobago, our aging infrastructure, a population that is growing exponentially, where roads were once dirt tracks, Tasca roads are paved without the proper infrastructure. And now you have 10-wheelers passing up and down. And then, you know what? At the end of the day, protests outside the Ministry of Works, burn tires in the streets, while they're doing all their job. There's only so much that the ministry can do with limited resources, because it's not infinite. Mr. President, as we're talking on the topic of climate change, let me just, I just want to touch on this, because when I've been walking around my constituency of Shogunas, I'll say my constituency. We recently did a cleanup campaign through there, and had me thinking, on a national basis, what sort of capacity of garbage we collect, and not tonnage capacity, I mean volume, because really volume is what it takes when you're clogging these arteries and drains. And I asked the Drainage Division to give me a rough estimate, a calculation per se. So when we looked at the entire projects, like from 21 to 22, and I'm not discounting the other areas, because it is affecting the whole of Trinidad and Tobago. I just took a sample size. Right. And we more looked at between North and Central. And again, not discriminating the rest of the country. But North and Central are more or less the biggest contributors. Out of the drainage, during the desilting program, while desilting, we take a large capacity of garbage out. Wow. On an average of 80 cubic meters per day, given the length or duration time of the project, right, the type of desilting that we're doing, you get from 2021 to 2022, you have an average of 70,000 to over 10,000 cubic meters of garbage. This is space you're talking about. And let me quantify that for the people to understand better. That is from 4,000 to 6,600 truckloads of garbage. That is 2021. If you look at 2022 to 2023, it actually increased 7,000 to almost 22,000 truckloads of garbage. That is within our water courses, and that we as citizens could help prevent. Because once again, this is a frugal government. We're not looking at wastage, but to be able to manage with what we are given and how we handle it. We have a desilting program at the Diego Martin, for the Diego Martin River, and so far, I can tell you we have moved over 40,000 cubic meters of material. Out of that, you have almost 13,300 cubic meters, which equates then to about over 830 truckloads coming out from that one river mouth during the desilting program. And then it led me to think, we are at the ministry, commissioned by the minister, a national drainage plan. And what do we mean by a national drainage plan? Because we need to have a plan of the way forward. It can't be willy-nilly. It can't be done just haphazardly. It has to be done structurally. It has to be done with an understanding where Trinidad and Tobago will be in the future, understanding climate change, understanding variation in weather patterns, understanding how the building codes are and how buildings are developed and certain areas are developed. That's why when we had the consultation, all stakeholders from the different agencies were part of it to create that document, a policy document that will then eventually become a work plan, a work schedule plan. Right. And it will be a work schedule plan that this country could use for the next couple of years until we revisit once more. And then I started to think, the area of Shoguana's East, Enterprise, Crown Trace, they have been suffering for years from flooding and a drainage problem. And when you think about it, well, the Ministry of Works and Transport, we deal with the major river courses and byways and all the other arteries that flows to them, the major ones. However, some of these communities, like many others in Trinidad and Tobago, I'm pretty sure, that are suffering from severe flooding, need to now create a drainage plan, because what I have seen is drains that are run maybe a meter and done during an election time for whoever what, and then it stopped. Nothing happened for years on end. I can tell you the last time that constituency saw any meaningful development was when a PNM candidate was there, and that was over 15 years ago. So as a people, we should decide on who, where, and where we put our votes if we want changes. And I mean meaningful changes, because now we understand that we need to create plans to be able to come out. It can't be same old, same old. Because the capacity of water or rain that comes down within a short period of time is a lot larger. And all these things are due to the effects of climate change. And that is why maybe it could be something that we look at opening up the conversation as to have regional drainage and road agencies, regional, so that they can now look at these fallout drains and side roads that are not even marked or earmarked anywhere. I walk the constituency and you have some roads that even are popping up from all over. And they will complain. At the end of the day, it would not fall under our schedule at the Ministry of Works and Transport. But then who is looking on? Yeah. Maybe it's a conversation we need to have going forward, because we can't be like this. The citizens, they deserve and they demand more. And as a government, a responsible government, we will look at developing plans to be able to assist in the future. Mr. President, I'm tasked we're talking about transportation. And transportation in Trinidad and Tobago, we could either look at look at two folds. And we are in the process of developing our national transportation policy and how we are now going to roll. The last one done, as the Honorable Minister stated before, was in 1967. But what would this policy create? What would this policy bring? It'll bring changes that are sustainable, certain initiatives that will help our country. I saw an article recently where people, they're saying, the ministers, we float on air or something. We don't be in traffic. I can remember going to visit a site with Minister Sinanan, and both Minister of Works and Transport, stuck in traffic. For almost an hour and a half, we stuck there, right? And everybody passing. And guess what? We were right there together. We stayed in traffic. We chit-chat. I get to learn more about him. Fantastic man. I must say he could sing. But I'll tell you, Mr. President, it's not that we are not immune from the problems of everyday society. Exactly. We face it ourselves. Exactly. We are not lucky, like the other side that had blue lights flashing up and down, right? I will tell you that. And helicopters, so that's a different story. We wouldn't go there. Anyways, when it talks to that, we understand. And that's why to do meaningful changes, we have already implemented, Minister Sinan spoke about it, about some other plans that we have, which is like the O'Mara interchange, we have the Curab interchange that was done, the highway to Point Fortin, and then the other projects. In the central region, we understand, again, every day I traverse from Port of Spain back to Shogunas, and I can tell you, I understand how bad the traffic is. But at the same time, too, we have plans as we are rolling out. One, the widening, and I can tell you the widening is not really the issue, because when you look at, we have made the provision of these by-lanes, what is now the side lane that they use, or the lay-by lane, you can use it to go and flow. Sometimes it might be even what we call in this colloquially macro traffic, right? We have looked at the traffic management and the way that we are looking. You can never totally eliminate traffic. Neither could we build infrastructure to cater for our expanding fleets as we go forward. But we have to have, once again, a sustainable plan and a way forward. So when you come to that, before I move even further into it, I'd like to touch basically on the traffic wardens. Recently, my honorable colleague from the Maraval area called. She wanted some wardens. She understood that wardens were positioned, Senator Ibrahim would even attest it. The wardens were positioned in Maraval. They weren't there for, what, a week or 2 weeks or so? She called me immediately. Where are they? Down in Shogunas, we understood that there's a conflicting turn that takes place at the Medford gas station. They've seen traffic wardens there. The Nagar is coming up soon. We had conversations with the Diwali Nagar. I was present there, along with the Chief Traffic Warden, Mr. Neville Sanka, to be able to help filter traffic. And that's why the population, when they pass and they see wardens doing their work, be respectful, because they are disrespectful to the wardens. They are not there to make your life hard. Correct. We are just trying to filter backlogs and traffic with the limited resources we have until we can roll out a plan for the infrastructure that is needed to alleviate as such. Yeah, beautiful. So, Mr. President, in the Ministry of Works and Transport, all these things can't be done without the use of proper equipment and heavy equipment. And that's why I would like to take this time to recognize the Minister of Youth Development and Social Services for some of the programs he has created. The hoist program, the heavy equipment program, these other programs to give incentive to young individuals to learn. The hoist program, operating heavy cranes, operating a forklift. I know how to, I grew up in that industry. I know how to operate a forklift. I know how to operate a crane, and a matter of fact. Understanding center of gravity and how you lift is very important, and that is why it's not just by jumping behind the driver. See, Senator Avinash, you have your tractor. You must know that there are certain terrains that you could go on and you can't go on, and that's understandable. We understand this, and that is why we put certain initiatives in place for the young individuals. And these are young individuals who will be taken into construction projects when we have it at the Ministry of Works. They will be consumed and absorbed into the working sector, the construction sector, when we evolve and we have things going forward, doing development in the communities and the nation as a whole. So, Mr. President, when you look at transportation, the Ministry of Works and Transport is responsible for transportation, both air, sea, and land. Let's look at air. Mr. President, upgrades to our airport terminal have been ongoing, and we are currently working and expanding the opportunities of improving our airlifts. On November 24, 2023, Trinidad and Tobago signed an agreement with the Kingdom of Netherlands, focusing on Curaçao, strengthening with ties with the region. On May 23, 2024, we expanded our horizons, signing an air service agreement with the state of Qatar, establishing a vital link with the Middle East through Doha. And most recently, on September 27, 2024, we entered into an agreement with the United Arab Emirates, paving our way for increased connectivity with that thriving hub in Dubai. Additionally, in September, there was an agreement with the Federal Republic of Nigeria on the text of the SAS, and our delegation have engaged discussions to once more commence signing of such airlifts. Such initiatives done through the Ministry of Works and Transport. And I could go on to many other countries that we've already started discussions with on various degrees, such as South Africa, China, Colombia, Chile, Dominican Republic, Panama, Peru, Brazil, Saudi Arabia, and it goes on, down to Rwanda, Singapore, Kuwait, and France. Such air service agreement brings the opportunity of more airlift to our shores, passengers through our country, and it allows for economic development, it allows for connectivity, it allows for trade, and it allows us to grow and the opportunities to expand as a country. The Minister of Tourism, who is here exporting his products, while we are known through Carnival to the length and breadth of Trinidad and Tobago, these sweet sounds of pans originated from here, and this is our way in helping us to drive that initiative forward so that the world could understand Trinidad and Tobago is the birthplace of pan. In August 2024, the Airports Authority actually hosted the CAPA Summit. It was a summit for the airlines from both the Caribbean and Latin America region, which has been successful and has already started bearing fruits by certain arrangements or proposed signing arrangements going forward. So, Mr. President, as you can see, the airlift services is more or less taken care of by the Ministry of Works and improving on a daily basis. And so far, we know that the airport at Piarco has won accolades over and over. And I believe on the completion of the Tobago airport, they may start to win the accolades now, and Piarco may have to start to step up their game. You know, Mr. President, let's look at sea. And we will look at the sea bridge when I'm talking about, such thing as the water taxi service. Water taxi service and inter-air service. The water taxi service, once more, as you know, we have the Calypso, the Paria Bullet, and the Trini Flash. participation in these services is almost 99% annually. And the demand for such services is growing because people see it as an alternate and safe, reliable method to move from one part of the country to the next. At the Ministry of Works, through the Ministry of Digital Transformation, we're looking to actually, have our passengers pre-registered before so that the boarding will be even faster. You will have now the purchase of online tickets and also be able to have a central look, actually detect. You see, one thing we are looking to do is even show trackability of arrival times. So it could be on time. Now, it is quite interesting when I say this, because if you have ever traversed on the water taxi service, you'll understand that sometimes the not-so speeds that they go at could be improved over depending on the water condition, right? And depending on water condition, another thing is also the garbage that they see, because sometimes if during that traversing from south to north and vice versa, if there's garbage, the jets tend to become clogged. And then when that happens, they do the reverse cycle, and that's what takes place usually most of the time. It will cause delays, or even sometimes if it's too much, cancellations. So having the traveling population be more knowledgeable as to what is happening with the service in a meaningful and timely manner, the Ministry of Works and Transport will hope that this could help the traveling population ease any sort of burden and pressures and make reasonable decisions on where or how they would like to commute. So that will touch on sea. Let's come to land. When we look at land transportation and how the transportation in Trinidad and Tobago service has developed, land transportation that is, from the days of horse-drawn back carriages to cattle and cart, pulling sugarcane through the fields. We evolved the first train line. We went to trains, and the first train line actually ran from San Fernando into Princestown. That was transporting sugarcane, right? It then evolved to transport passengers, and that's how we had the train line running the length and breadth. At that time, it became, when cars became available, or different buses, the service became available, people started to use their cars, and then the service then became maybe not as economical to run as before. Then was the creation of the PTSC. Our bus company was created from the origins as that. And as they celebrate 100 years of existence at that Sookhai building, it proves that testament of a past that we had and a trajectory as we go forward. Mr. President, as the Minister in charge of PTSC, I do understand the concerns of our traveling population, especially those who use the bus service. And why I say this? As Minister, I regularly walk these terminals to have an idea of what our commuting public, especially those who use this service, undergo, what pressures they may feel. Bus delays, shutdowns, the inavailability of the routes, not having correct information to make sound judgment, right? And that is why at PTSC, the transformation is coming. And it's not about just buying buses and putting into the fleet. We have studied, and we understand exactly some of the problems that they have in then buying a bus with mixed manufacturers and what challenges comes from, especially when it comes to parts and logistics. When choosing, and we will then have the rollout of the first trench, hopefully by next year, of the first 100 buses. And when that rolls out, we should start looking at a standardized fleet. Yeah. But in doing that also, we pay attention to what is currently happening in the management, the service management side. We understand that PTSC has the capacity. It does. It does have the capacity to perform the service. I will say our men and women there in the service department do put their heart and soul. However, I understand their challenges in terms of sourcing certain parts, have to make things work. I work with them on a weekly basis trying to understand how we could get more buses out. Right. Sometimes we're literally trying to milk everything out of these buses. But you know what? They work with me. They work so that we can try our best to provide for the traveling population until we know. But during that time, we are putting structures in place to improve it. So when you have a bus run out in the morning, you go to the first line. What we understood and what we realized, some of the first line checks is not as comprehensive as they should be, and we have improved the first line check so that when they go out on the road, we wouldn't have this, hey, the bus shut down 5 minutes after anything happened. We understand, and that's why it is a work in progress that we continue to work with this entity, this agency, to be able to provide that service. Yeah. We look at the engineering aspect of it, and we ensure that engineering is then equipped. This is where now you have a relationship between VEMCOT and PTSC. And you know, it's strategic, because if you know where PTS is in Port of Spain, South Key, you drive a couple meters down, you see VEMCOT. They share almost the same space. They have the same sort of technology in terms of the manpower, the knowledge, shared services, and with a marriage and an arrangement as such, we're looking to provide improved services to the buses. I'll get more into VEMCOT because that will be the last part of my wrap-up. But I understand now, I just want to focus on PTSC and how we roll out. And I'll just, Port of Spain, in San Fernando, we also have where the OAS compound is where the bus service is located there for right now. And VEMCOT is not too far away from there. In Tobago, they have it even nicer. Same yard. Because they're in the same yard, right? And you know what? We haven't forgotten Tobago in all this. Because as minister visiting Tobago, I understand that some of these buses can't go up some of these smaller roads. Right. The terrains are impossible to pass. And that is why we need to have better communication to our traveling population, right? To be able to handle and to cater for the needs of our people of Tobago. Correct. As minister, I take pride in going to ensure that some of these projects come to fruition, that the traveling population could have at least an ease. Because when you look at the traveling population, it's not just the elderly, it is not just the younger folks, it is working men and women who use this service every day. Yeah. And because of inefficiencies and hardships, they sometimes miss their appointments. And we know as a government, we need to advance and step up, and that is what we're doing to further improve communication with the public. The PTSC, Public Transportation Service Company, will be rolling out, with the assistance of digital transformation, a national operating center. This is our first, it's never been done, right? It's done by this regime. The National Operating Center, in the next coming weeks, the population will get to understand a bit more of it. But the operations department, this is key. We will be able to track where buses are. We will be able to see speeds of buses. We will be able to understand when there are failures, how it takes place. We'll be able to monitor terminals when there are long lines taking place at terminals, why it is, the operation that they could then call, figure out, find out from engineering what is going on, find out where they schedule the buses, understand basically what is going on inside the bus. Driving habits, we know about accidents. Some of these things will now be recorded at the National Operations Center at PTSC, providing an efficient, safe, and reliable service. And this is what is testament and a promise that this government will hope to deliver in the coming months. Mr. President, Lastly, I want to speak about VEMCOT. And with VEMCOT, I know I heard Senator Lutchmedial, and unfortunately she is here. Senator Lutchmedial and I sit on the same Joint Select Committee when it comes to national security. But the goodly senator, I understand where she's coming from in terms of, the service, we buying cars. But we identify as a government that is not the solution. We need to bring a level of service once more. And this is where VEMCOT is once more going to play a pivotal role. It has been done in the past, however, people say it failed. This time there will be a lot more transparency. Transparency as such, when a vehicle comes, and there's a major repair need to be done, reports such as picture report with evidence as to what goes on inside, be it an engine, a chassis, or whatever, will be then documented, sent to the TTPS, so they will understand exactly where their failures come from. We're looking at efficiency. And the only way to understand efficiency is to understand how to do proper and good service. An industry that I am a part of, and I'm proud to be able to bring my knowledge to this and assist the people of Trinidad and Tobago with that. The fight against crime is amongst all of us. And at Ministry of Works and Transport, we understand our position and what we need to do to be able to support. And we are willing and able to be able to assist the TTPS to providing a fire efficient service in terms of having vehicles available. Excellent. Right? I could even go further that, they should even build out their own command center to see what's going on with their own vehicles, because this is something that is important. The population is suffering from it, and we need to be able to improve. Yeah. We need to take the measures now so that we can benefit and reap the benefit of having a better service, a better police service. And this is part and parcel of what VEMCOT is. VEMCOT is also gearing up themselves to handle electric and electric-type vehicles. Not the hybrid, but electric also. Understanding where the world is going, they will not be left in the dark. They have already started to have the training, the necessary training, and the way forward, in terms of doing their service. Mr. President, before, when I finished the VEMCOT, I just realized with PTSD, there was one thing that I forgot. When I saw my honorable member, the Senator Donna Cox, about the ELDAMO system. The ELDAMO system was designed to support the differently able and the elderly individuals in our society. Over time, some of the buses have lapsed due to availability of parts and servicing. This really took place during the COVID time, when parts availability became very rare and very scarce, and some of the buses went down. Right? I can tell you, we are actively looking, coming out of it. Some of these supplies will come back, some, not all, because some of these buses have been discontinued for years, and it is virtually impossible. We've actually tried to even repurpose or re-engineer some of these items, but it's just not, because we have to look at the safety first, the safety aspect. And when you manufacture with certain specific safety requirements in there, and is unfortunately unable to re-engineer some. But however, in the next trenches, we are looking to now improve our service. And the ELDAMO system will also benefit from certain things as tracking, availability, so people can know, the elderly could understand where their buses come in, where it's going to be dropped off. But more importantly, all over that, the ELDAMO system was designed, it is paid for, yes, by Ministry of Social Development and managed by PTSC. Conversations are now arising between both entities and how we can improve it. Because I can tell you, Mr. President, the service has been abused over time. I have reports coming where some individuals are actually calling for a bus, and they're going to a party. Right? And it's only when they arrive at location, then they figure out what's going on. And this is what we, as a population, have to understand. We cannot entertain. This is meant to help the differently able and the elderly, right, for a specific purpose. And that is why the conversation we had. We are not ignoring them. We will continue to support them. As a government, we understand our role in supporting these individuals, and we are doing what is necessary to be able to support them going forward. Mr. President, again, VEMCOT is there on the forefront. It is now improving their services.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. They're improving their services, and we are looking to cater for both PTSC and the TTPS going forward, right? It is work in progress, and I assure you, with steadfast dedication, we will get it done. Mr. President, as I close, I want to thank all the chairmen, my PS, directors of the different agencies that fall under the Ministry of Works and Transport. I also want to thank my line minister once more for his guidance and support. Mr. President, also, October being Breast Cancer Awareness Month, to all the women, all the mothers, all the sisters, please, early detection and screening is important. Get it done, right? Because that is, prevention is better than cure. At least you'll have an idea of what we face. Mr. President, there's a song, I know we like to sing in the Senate sometimes, and there's a famous calypso, right, that says, what? Just like my line minister, I learned from him. You ever hear about, there's a song, last train to San Fernando, last train to San Fernando. If you missed this one, you can't get the next one. I am sorry, but the opposition was on that last train when they was in government, out of government, and will not be back here. I thank you, Mr. President.
Acting Leader of Government Business.
President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to Wednesday, October 23rd, 2024 at 10 a.m.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Wednesday, the 23rd of October, 2024 at 10 a.m. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned to Wednesday, the 23rd of October, 2024 at 10 a.m.